Our protagonist is Jack Dracker, the Dracker family's first failed awakened. Born into a great family, he was unfortunate enough to possess a body incapable of using light attribute energy. His awakening failed, and he was cast out as trash. In his past life, to prove himself to his family and his love, Jack tried to steal an artifact the Emperor sought, only to be hunted down by the Imperial Army and cornered in a snowy cave with 2 guards. His body broken, 1 arm severed, his chances of survival near 0. But with the overpowered strength of a main character, he bites down on his severed arm and reattaches it. Having been mercilessly discarded like a defective product, he's willing to do anything to become stronger and survive. He gripped his sword and charged towards the 2 soldiers, cleanly slicing off one of their heads with a single stroke. The remaining soldier panicked and tried to resist, but it was futile. As soon as one group was dealt with, another arrived. Reinforcements swarmed him like ants. This was truly a fight for survival. In the end, Z's blade left only corpses strewn across the ground, but he couldn't escape his fate. A mass of swords impaled him, as if to devour his entire body. Though he successfully stole the precious artifact, Z ultimately failed to fulfill his duty to that person. Just as Alicia arrived, the artifact Jack stole suddenly glowed. A strange voice echoes, "Your strong will has awakened an ancient power. The soul of an ancient dragon is etched into the will of the persevering. Emergency measures have been activated. Zaker, do you agree?" Rick, on the verge of death, is in a daze, unaware of what's happening, only feeling that everything around him is blurry and noisy. Unconsciously, he agreed with the system, and immediately an irreversible power was activated. Just 5 seconds later, when Jack awoke and regained consciousness, he found himself in his younger body. An unbelievable turn of events. Just seconds ago, he was impaled by dozens of swords, writhing in agony. Now he's a teenager again, in the Draker family training academy. To give you some background, the Draker family is one of the 3 most prominent lineages. 1,000 years ago, Terracon Draker saved the continent by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut. His descendants then founded the Draker family, and as inheritors of the dragon slayer Terr's aura, they could easily awaken high-level auras and become knights. Except for Jack, of course. He's a special case. The system's voice startled Z awake. The awakened soul has been confirmed to be a 100% match. The chosen awakened soul has accepted the ancient dragon's will and is now fully integrated. Z can now access a portion of the system, and a status window opens before Jack. The information clearly displays Jack's name, his rare healer class, and his title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. His class skills include healing, composure, vigor, and sense enhancement, while his common skills include precise stabs, slashes, and critical strikes, all at the D rank novice level. The other 2 skills are only E rank for now, with 0 karma, making dragon skills inaccessible. Z is still confused by all of this. Looking at the control panel, it seems like something out of a magic video, even capable of spatial manipulation. Not only that, the control panel could also be navigated with hand gestures. Z carefully examined the control panel again, but the information on it was a bit difficult to understand, since Dragon Tongue was no longer used in modern times. Z recalls his master saying that in ancient times, people were classified into professions based on their strengths, and each profession trained a specialized technique called a skill. Jack's class is a healing mage, so he can use a skill called Heal, a skill that nearly killed him during his master's brutal training. Remembering it now still sends shivers down his spine, but according to the system window, he is now a healing mage. Jack immediately tests his abilities. In his past life, he became a healer at the age of 20. Immediately after unlocking the E-Hall, Jack focuses his energy on himself. A surge of purple energy surrounds him. Just as he thought, the E-Hall is now open. This means that even though Z has been reborn into the past with a shrunken body, his power, skills, and memories from his previous life remain unchanged, making him far more powerful than before his regression. Just as Z was about to investigate further, a knock on the door startled him. There was no escape, and he hadn't finished reading the information. He couldn't even figure out how to close the system window. And just then, Jack's personal servant, Decker, walked in. Unbelievable that the young master isn't ready yet. Z nervously asks what he's supposed to be preparing for. Luckily, Decker couldn't see the system window. Hearing Z's question, Decker suddenly became a little annoyed. The terrifying aura radiating from him sent chills down Z's spine, reminding him of his childhood fear of Decker. Even with the mind of a 32-year-old, he couldn't forget the fear etched into his body. But then, the system appeared, activating the Calm Mind skill. In an instant, Z's fear and anxiety vanished completely. The Calm Mind skill ensures the user's mental state remains unshaken no matter the situation. They'll be able to maintain their composure, Z thinks with satisfaction. It's a good thing this system can activate skills automatically. Decker was still nagging ZCK. Of course, he knew he was talking about the Pancrayon evaluation, the one that wrecked Z in his past life. All members of the Drew family go through a training system called the Cradle, starting from the age of 7. For 5 years, they endure rigorous basic training, and each year, instructors evaluate the new students through swordplay competitions and no-holds-barred Pancrayon combat. The instructors choose the opponents, but sometimes students can challenge each other if both agree. And since there are no rules, some end up seriously injured, or worse. But because this competition determines which class the students will attend, the children have no choice but to fight with everything they have. In a vast arena, a group of students stands in neat rows. The squad leader, with his hands clasped behind his back, began the session in a loud voice. As you all know, today is Pancrayon Day. He continued. I trust you all know this is the final part of the evaluation, correct? The students responded in unison, yes. The team leader, also known as Head Instructor Pan, nodded. Good, it seems everyone's spirits are high. Then let's begin immediately. Get ready. The students responded in unison. Yes. At this moment, Jack Dracker stood among the students, the target of their mocking whispers. It's Jack. After last year's humiliation, he's still here? If I were him, I'd have run away. How could he be a direct descendant? How pathetic. With an emotionless face, Jack Dracker thought to himself, I heard everything. At that moment, the instructor called out for Arangata, and a voice responded. Yes. 2 students step onto the arena, ready to fight. The instructor raises his hand, signaling them to prepare. And then, to begin. One fighter lunges at his opponent with blinding speed, throwing a punch, but is immediately met with a counter kick to the chin. The other fighter coughed up blood, eyes rolling back as he fell. Z Dracker, watching from his seat, yawned with boredom. That match is over. That's what happens when you don't defend properly. The battle ends with Gata unable to continue, and Aeon wins. Zraker watched the fight, resting his chin in his hand, bored. I used to be so afraid of him as a kid, but these guys are nothing. He yawned again, unaware that a pair of cruel eyes were watching him from across the stands as Leon Conrad cracked his knuckles and grinned menacingly at Jack Draker. In the next match, Jack Draker and Leon Conrad enter the arena as Ban M asks, Are you both ready? He said eagerly, Yes. Wearily, he agreed, rubbing his eyes as he realized his opponent was Leon. Leon Conrad sneers, noting his return, and suggests he didn't take care of him enough last year. Zaker remained calm, remembering the utter humiliation of his past defeat. If you want to live, then beg, you parasitic insect. I beg you, Leon Conrad, please spare me this time. Jack Draker knew this was a foolish plan set up to target him. After all, he's always been my rival every year. I'm sure he's been up to no good behind my back, and his family will say some nonsense, like you have to overcome dirty tricks like that to become a true dragon slayer. Looking at Leon Conrad's detestable arrogance, Zaker felt disgusted. How could such trash be his cousin? Whenever he thought of family, Zaker always remembered his 4 direct siblings. In his past life, the 4 direct siblings never had a chance to meet, but a dozen cousins were always ready to bully him. Suddenly, Leon Conrad interrupted his thoughts, saying, I have to admit, Zeker's voice dripped with sarcasm. You really had the nerve to come back after getting your butt kicked last time. Leon Conrad then looked at him and tapped his head mockingly. Or maybe the system will activate a skill. Calm mind. Zdraker sighed, trying to remain calm. It had been a while since he'd heard Leon's nonsense. He looked up, meeting his gaze, and said firmly, I won't let it slide if you call me that again. Leon Conrad, taking advantage of his height, ruffled Jack's hair and coldly challenged him. So, what are you going to do about it? You low-life mutt. Boom! Jack Dracker stood firm, striking Leon Conrad's face with a single, powerful blow, sending him reeling back, completely unprepared. 503 server. Error, service unavailable for URL. HTTP. Stadurar. GPT1 stium premium. Sadruds.com. Sfibimanir chat. Completions. The bloody scene unfolded as Leon Conrad clutched his face and screamed, My face! My face! Zaker senses the overflowing magical energy, a little bewildered as he opens his hand. I only meant to knock him unconscious, but my skill activated with a normal punch. I really can't control my abilities well. Instructor Pan shouts what are you doing? Z Dracker crouches down, protecting Leon Conrad, and criticizes the attack before he even announced the start. But Jack Dracker retorts, Who says you have to be ready on the battlefield? He grins maniacally. The first to strike gains the advantage. That look darkens Instructor Pan's eyes with fear, and he sweats, wondering if what he just felt was bloodlust. Beside him, Vion Conrad trembles, and Leon Conrad weakly gets up, saying, "I'm okay, sir." Instructor Pan looks at him anxiously as Leon Conrad slowly rises, blood dripping. With difficulty, he said, "Please begin the match. I, Conrad, will punish that lowly trash." Jack Dracker sneered, thinking he was too stupid to learn his lesson. Instructor Pan restarts the battle, ready to begin, and Leon Conrad rushes toward him, eyes full of resentment. What nonsense. I was just shaken by that last punch, not scared. A jolt of realization struck Leon Conrad. The arrogant one thought he was nothing to be afraid of if he was on guard. What he needed to guard against was Leon Conrad's left hand, now clenched tight. His left-handed counterattack. As expected, Jack Dracker swung his left arm as he approached, but Leon Conrad unexpectedly ducked low, seizing his weak point. He throws him to the ground, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. "Fall, you inferior dog." Suddenly, Leon Conrad's face twisted in pain as his senses faltered. He limped backward, retreating from Jack in disbelief. What? What just happened? Professor Panmar stared in terror at Jack Dracker, who simply clicked his tongue in disappointment, unfazed. Looks like that wasn't enough. Instructor Panmark's face paled as he reflected on what he'd just witnessed. Are you kidding me? Is this really the combat sense of a 12-year-old? He slowly replayed the fight in his head, the moment Leon dodged Zick's counterattack and tried to take him down. I thought Leon would win. He continued to analyze. However, Z punched Leon in the jaw and broke free. It was Leon's mistake to let his guard down, assuming he had Z. But Jack was too calm, despite the failed counterattack. The focus and precision required to deliver effective, accurate damage. Instructor Panmar must now see Jack Dracker in a completely different light. Is this really the Jack Dracker I know? Leon Conrad thought, now noticing his battered face and reeling mind, cursing inwardly. Oh no, I can't do anything like this. Leon Conrad knew he had to create some distance. In the next instant, Zaker kicked his leg's weak point with precision, the force nearly knocking Leon Conrad off balance, and he panicked. Damn it! How can someone so small be so strong? Leon Conrad struggled to control his twitching calf. He muttered, "You lowly cur, yelling like that." Then he threw a punch, but Zaker's eyes glowed purple, and every movement seemed to slow down. He thought gleefully, yes, this time he could control the power. The system announced the activation of the Sense Awakening skill, temporarily enhancing his senses. Zaker dodges Leon Conrad's attack, reveling in the familiar sensation. He gathered power in his arm, thinking he was finally used to controlling Jack Dracker, and easily threw Leon Conrad over his shoulder. He decided it was time to end the match. Bam! Jack Dracker slams Leon Conrad down, the force so great the ground cracks, dust fills the air, and the instructor's limbs tremble. What's he muttering? Jack Dracker pins Leon Conrad down. The system announces the activation of Precision Strike, a skill that targets an enemy's weak points for critical damage. With the skill activated, Leon Conrad's bones and organs shattered, but Jack Dracker, showing no mercy, raised his fist again, gleefully saying, "Even an idiot like you can do it." Leon Conrad was on his last breath. But it didn't stop there. Bam! Jack Dracker lands another punch on his cheek. Leon Conrad coughs up blood, and under the shocked gazes of the instructors and students, he continues, having learned a lesson. "From here, right?" Jack Dracker silently rose from Jack Draker's broken, motionless body. The air crackled with bloodlust. He said they'd find out soon enough. He slicked back his sweat-drenched hair, a satisfied look on his face, and said to the remaining hesitant students, "Now I can recognize who's here, so stop looking around." Zaker waves his hand, taunting them to come at him, saying if they have something to say, come down here. A ginger-haired guy bursts out laughing in the stunned crowd. He boomed, "Jaker, I choose you as my Pancasian opponent. Because as you said, I have something to say." He looked up and Zick recognized him as his cousin, Jane Varidex. He quickly agreed, taunting him with a smirk, "But you alone would be boring. Why don't you join too, Liam Stone? That way the match will be more balanced." Jakin was fuming, grinding his teeth, his eyes like bullets as he stared and asked, "Are you provoking me?" With an innocent face, he nonchalantly replied, "That's right, you idiot." Jakin, veins bulging, vowed, "Zraker, I'm going to beat you to death." As the two sides entered the arena, head instructor carefully instructed him, "Don't do anything before I signal." He was excited to see Liam, the mercenary king, here. Even in his past life as Jane's servant, Liam had been involved with the nursery and academy, but as a distant relative, he was left behind in his education. He begged to join the advanced studies at Valhalla Academy, but ended up joining a knightly order in a small country called Baran. And when Baran fell, he finally became a mercenary. But amidst the chaos, people flocked to the strong, and after a long stint as a mercenary, he became a Crimson Knight and formed his own stone mercenary corps. He united the 3 largest mercenary guilds and quickly became known as the Mercenary King. With the Empire backing the Stone Mercenary Troop, Liam joined the Continental War, and Z and the Northerners faced Liam as enemies. The cheer echoed like lightning as he closed in on his opponent, but Jen stood still, saying slowly, "I told you to come at me together." Jakin swatted his hand away, glaring. "You think I'd fall for your cheap tricks?" He spoke as he unleashed a powerful kick. Thinking he had the upper hand, Jack predicted the move and blocked with his elbow, sending pain through Jan's leg. He looked down at his leg, and as he looked up, Dracker's fist was already raised, ready to strike. He instinctively raised his arms to shield his face. "It seems you're a little too scared. You can't even see through a feint. That's why I told you to rush him together." Zaker delivers a decisive blow to his opponent's left side, causing him to cough up blood, and Jen collapses from the single strike. He shouts, "Liam, kill this bastard." Liam said nothing, silently unwrapping his hand bandages, still wary of his opponent, Man-On, despite his mental preparation. Is he really our age? The most annoying thing about fighting him is his insane reach. If he strikes first, Dracker won't stand a chance. He has to take the initiative. Without hesitation, he activates his E-rank slash skill, unleashing a flurry of attacks to obscure his opponent's vision. The audience is stunned by this technique, never having seen anything like it before. Northern fist fighting in the Central Lands where swords reign supreme. Despite being born with every advantage, his weak body is already screaming in pain. Faced with Draker's relentless attacks, the Mercenary King simply defends and endures, without attacking or dodging. His condition is the real problem. The continuous attacks are rapidly draining his stamina. His body is reaching its limit. He puts most of his strength into one hand for a decisive blow, but Liam easily tilts his head and dodges it. Doctor grits his teeth. He can't even see ear with his eyes. Everyone here possesses extraordinary senses. Jakin tries to take advantage, grabbing Dracker's wrist while he's distracted, but he escapes with a knee to the face. A school skill has been activated as Doctor twists around to choke Liam with his legs and lock his arms. He thought no matter how strong Liam's body is, without oxygen to the brain, it's useless. But Liam did something that made him cry out. This madman. Everyone tensely awaited the victor. Jakin, on the sidelines, smirked. "Good. That's the minimum I expected from you. Only then will you be worth dethroning." Zake Dracker in his private chambers. Decker's worried voice echoed. "I heard you were seriously injured during the Pancrayon competition. Are you all right, young master? If I may be so bold, could I check your pulse?" He's actually trying to see if he's awakened his mana. Jack reached out, and the moment he touched his hand, a blue light coursed through his body. Was he a blue knight? When checking if someone has awakened, they usually just look at the Dantian, but he's being thorough. It's hard enough to transfer aura into someone, let alone control it so precisely. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are created equal. They're ranked by combat prowess and their mastery of mana. White swordsman is the basic level. Most children who haven't undergone the rite of blessing are white swordsmen, while yellow swordsmen are those who have awakened their aura and opened their Dantian. All cradle trainees become yellow swordsmen after the rite of blessing, and once you learn to control mana at will, you'll earn the title of knight. A cyan knight is one who can enhance their sword with aura, while a blue knight can unleash an aura blade. And the realm of transcendence, the realm that Liam, the Mercenary King, and ZCK reached before rebirth, is the Scarlet Knight. There are also black knights, but there are only a few monsters like that on the entire continent. He kept wondering how someone strong enough to be a commander ended up taking care of him. But it didn't matter. There was no way he could find out about his E. There are only 2 people in the world who can use it. Decker released his hands and asked, "Young master, do you have something that can help me?" He looked into Decker's eyes and asked, "What is it? Are you hiding something from me?" The atmosphere instantly went silent as Rick waved dismissively, trying to leave. A question stops him in his tracks. Why the sudden change? "Young master." He turns, his gaze sharpening. "That's the wrong question. You should be asking why I didn't change sooner. The master has changed in many ways since then. Everything will fall into place, so all you need to do is follow me." The servant bowed his head. "Understood, young master. I've prepared the training room as you requested." Zaker waved his hand. "You can rest now." On the surface, he seems calm, but his mind is racing. If he was ordered to watch him, then he needs to keep him close to extract information instead. The question is, who ordered him to watch me? I doubt it was someone from my mother's side. It must be one of my siblings. He stopped before a room, glancing around. Inside was a fully equipped and luxurious training space. Was this a personal training room? This family certainly lives up to its reputation. He sits down and opens his system. Low-level administrator status window. Rare class. Healing mage. Title. Blessed by the ancient dragon. Class skills. Healing. Calm restoration. Heightened senses. Current karma points. 0. His slashing skill has become proficient, a skill naturally activated based on his actions. Jack pondered. So does that mean I already had it? If I learn something new, will it be added here as a skill? What's the difference between a skill and an affinity skill? They're activated similarly, and the Dragonkin skill requires 10 points to unlock. The system suggests using karma points. You can earn karma points by killing monsters. The dungeon is teeming with them, but I need to be at least a 4th stage knight to go there. More than that, he's curious as to why he was reborn in the past and what this system is. These skills and classes tell him that it's definitely related to that ancient treasure. But he has too little information. He'll wield the sword however he can, as long as it makes him stronger, whether it's the system he's using or a Zed member. There are 2 known powers in this world, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights amplify light energy in their dantian, while mages wield spirit energy with magic circles. 2 opposing powers, so awakening one prevents awakening the other. However, Dracker was unlucky enough to awaken neither the dantian nor the magic circle, leading to his rejection by the family and his fateful meeting with his master during his wandering days. His master taught him many things, but the most useful were healing and the E-compartment, allowing him to harness the energy of nature. He, his master, and his master alone were the only E-users in the world. After only 2 hours of training, he felt faint, barely able to stand, leaning on his sword to keep from falling. The system activates 2 consecutive skills, healing and vitality restoration, healing being an exceptionally rare skill. If he used it in front of others, they'd think he was a freak. That's why ZCK couldn't use it in the fight against Liam, despite being severely injured. In a short time, his body fully recovered, brimming with energy, and he continued to practice swordsmanship until dinner. The once tidy room is now filled with slashes, looking ravaged. A week later, in the Cradle's dining hall, the knights whispered amongst themselves, "Have you heard? He's a completely different person now. Could that night of failure have involved dark magic? Nonsense. I hope he straightens out those stronger guys." That's right. There's a table in the hall where 4 young masters are seated away from everyone else. That's Jaken, Vordex, and their friends, each with their own personal servant. Rina Turun eats with a disgusted look on her face as Owen Jaimin speaks while cutting his steak. "You need energy for swordsmanship." Rina asked if he was trying to provoke her. Owen replies, "I'm just being friendly, but it seems your inferiority complex is quite severe." Vina abruptly stands up, slams the table, and shouts, "What?" Owen dropped the piece of meat he was cutting, his face turning purple with anger, but Jaken spoke up to defuse the situation. "So, what's the plan?" Zaker's fight against Pan Grayson was savage, but impressive. However, he'll be pathetic when he switches to swordsmanship. What can he do if he can't even hold a sword? That's right, he's so weak he needs a custom sword because the regular ones are too heavy. There's no way I could have lost to that lowlife. I'm sure you all saw it, he only won that match against me because of luck. Rina leaves the banquet, and if you truly believe that, then you don't deserve to be knights of the Dreer family. A sword fight unlike those in Pancrayon. Real swords are used, and they're the cause of most accidents in the pot. It's also where the skill gap between students becomes most apparent, and a month after the current exam, the blessing ceremony will be held, where the Drac family awakens their aura. The head instructor signaled Jack to step forward as he entered the arena with a long sword slung over his shoulder. The audience murmurs in disbelief. What's with that ridiculous long sword? Does he think a big sword will make him stronger? He's up against Jay Turin. He's burning with the desire to devour him, staring straight ahead as he says, "I choose you as my opponent." Jake lowers his sword. "That sounds good. I accept your challenge." Vina draws his sword, wielding the 2-handed blade with ease. Now, facing him, I can tell this is no longer the Rach I knew. He could barely hold a sword before... Is it because he's grown? What am I saying about his aura? I can't let him intimidate me before the fight even begins. I have to face this with the confidence I always have. But facing the Thunder Knight is quite stressful. Veneturun, also known as the Thunder Knight, is one of the knights who made a name for themselves in the Continental War. She's also known as one of the strongest of the next generation of the Drow family, having awakened her aura before the blessing ceremony. She must have awakened it years ago, but didn't use it in the cradle, wanting to improve her fundamentals. The signal to begin the match sounds, and Vina quickly closes in on him. Her every strike was skillful and decisive, forcing him to retreat for now. She was better than expected. A shout erupts from the stands. "Don't play with him. Finish him, Ja." Jan watches on, thinking, does it look like Ja is playing around? The battle below was intense, with neither side gaining an advantage. The arena seemed to shrink, leaving only Zacher and Jenna, yet within that space, he sensed an opening. But no matter how quickly he tried to capitalize, his sword met hers as if to commend the effort. And then, an opening appeared. Indeed, this is like a mock battle used to teach rookies. After the head-on fight, both have learned a great deal about their opponent. So, this is how the Thunder Knight fights in the cradle. Her swordsmanship is so straightforward. Expected of someone obsessed with the basics, but that's what holds her back. Let's see. How about I help her break out of this? He thought, lowering himself into an extremely low stance, planning to close the distance in one strike. Rena braced herself. Her speed was nothing to scoff at, but even prepared, she didn't expect Dracker to be so fast. Faster than a panther. Rena narrowed her eyes, focusing intently. As long as there was distance between them, reacting to his movements was impossible. He slashed at the ground, shattering the arena floor, and two rocks struck Rena square in the face. By the time she lowered her hands, the blade was already upon her. It seemed Zeke had victory within his grasp, but no. Rena sent Jack's sword flying. The students gasped. Jack had lost. Jenna is indeed different. Like always, she didn't use pure energy, something only Panmar truly understands. His face pales. The students don't realize it, but as the attack neared, she used the smallest amount of aura possible. It was such a small amount, it was almost undetectable. Rena, who promised never to use aura until officially enrolled in the academy, was forced to do so. While Joy-Na wasn't paying attention, Rena rushed in with a punch. What is she doing? Before she could react, the punch landed squarely on Ja's throat, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. The audience was furious, pointing and jeering, saying this was a sword fight, and they wouldn't stand for such a cheap attack. That's right, a knight who abandons their sword. This is Jaina's victory. You don't have the qualities to be a knight. What a disgrace. RCK ignores the judgment and asks, "Want to continue?" Rena clutches her throat, insisting she hasn't lost, that he only struck because she was careless. If he hadn't been unarmed, if he'd had a dagger, she might have conceded, "I've lost." The audience is stunned by this turn of events. Jack Dracker, who just days ago was called human garbage, has defeated one of the most talented scions of a prestigious family. Loud calls echo. Zacher, it's Jen Turun. It opens on a desolate scene. A burnt castle, blood-soaked streets, injured soldiers lying everywhere, those covered with cloth, corpses piled at the foot of the mountain. A black-haired knight nervously asked, "An, how can you drink tea in a situation like this?" "Z, they say this bastard defeated Jay." Aben set down his teacup and calmly said, "William, you're always so serious. How long until the blessing ceremony? We have time until the next full moon. It seems like the right time for a visit home." Aben said, turning towards the door, alarming William. "Are you planning to go there yourself?" Aben replied, "He's piqued my curiosity. I'm curious to know what kind of awakening my youngest has experienced." Although his victory shocked the entire cradle, he simply returned to base and continued training. A month later, on the day of the blessing ceremony, Disher was training so hard he was drenched in sweat, wiping his face with a towel. He truly couldn't understand how he became the Crimson Knight in his past life with this body. Opening his status window, he sees his precise thrust skill at enhanced proficiency, chop at novice, critical strike at seasoned, and nimble footwork at seasoned. As expected, one of his skill proficiencies has surpassed the proficiency level, and the skill has been upgraded, and the proficiency reset. Darker even improved his mastery of agile footwork, a skill he gained in combat. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and he asked, "Dicker, what do you want?" From outside the door, a voice replies, "We depart in 2 hours. I'll be along shortly. See to the preparations." They traveled in carriages, and as he sat inside, he reflected that it had been a long time since he'd been to the main residence, the Dro family's estate within Duke Choi's territory. Though the main house is in the heart of the continent, at the Four Seasons Fortress in the Central Lands, the blessing ceremony must be held at the main estate, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. Arriving before the estate, he stepped out of the carriage, the Dreer family's main estate, the Dragon's Lair. The other young masters were already here. After gathering in the hall, they lined up in neat rows and stood at attention. Jack looked around. He'd never noticed before, but all the guests were famous people he'd only heard about in the continental news. The family must have sent people to keep tabs on me. Whatever their intentions, I'm sure they'll ignore me if I fail to awaken. His eyes landed on someone and his whole body burned with anger. Why is that bastard here? On the platform, two men shake hands. It's been a while, hasn't it? Indeed. So, what brings you to this blessing ceremony? Has someone in this class caught your eye? So that mysterious person was Aben. He smirked and said, "No, I have another reason. It just so happens that my cute little brother is here." As he spoke, he looked down. Abend Dracker is the second son of the Draker family, the Lion Sword. Aben's eyes lock onto Jack, and with just one look, chaos erupts in his mind. The Lion Sword, not the Butcher Knight. Aben. He calmed himself, realizing there was nothing he could do at the moment. In my past life, Aben would never have come to see my blessing ceremony. Have my actions changed the future? If so, this could be my chance. The ceremony begins and the officiant calls out names, starting with Aaron, who steps forward, rolls up his sleeve and puts his hand in the water. A sharp object pierces his palm, causing blood to flow freely, and the pain quickly spreads. Through the rite of blessing, all members of the Droa bloodline awaken the aura that was sealed away when they graduated from the cradle at the age of 12. One by one, others were called. An astonishingly rapid awakening compared to ordinary nights. Among them, a rare few would awaken a dragon slayer trait known as spirit suppression, along with their aura. When Zaina's turn came, the mana lamp malfunctioned, emitting a red light. They would at least reach the yellow swordmaster level, with a select few even rivaling red and black knights, and undergo true blood awakening. Looking at Jaina Ban, Mac ordered gloves for me, because those with spirit energy suppression are required to wear special gloves made by their families. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live a normal life. When someone proves themselves a descendant of true blood, they are granted the Draker family name. Along with that comes unimaginable support from the clan and countless privileges. As it's ZCK's turn, the guests in the gallery begin to get excited. Ah, it seems we've finally arrived at the main course. I wonder what kind of awakening he'll experience. A true blood awakening, of course. He defeated J-Rex, confidently approached the pool, never imagining he'd stand before this damned statue again. The last time was terrible. Though the blessing was the only thing that pushed me through the cradle, I received a shameful title. But this time, things were different. Not only could I heal, but I could also use it. Above all, I didn't give up and surrender. I stood up on my own will. So, lend me your strength, you damned statue of stats. Just as the sword was about to strike, it suddenly stopped. Everyone in the room was shocked. This had never happened before. N, standing above, also looked bored. Jack withdrew his hand, thinking he shouldn't have expected things to change. That bastard made me overconfident, they whisper. What? He failed to awaken. How is that possible? But why? Looks like the head family's blood isn't enough to suppress the cursed blood. Shut up. Then how did he defeat the vines? He must have used some trick. A disgrace to the family. He looked at the noisy crowd with disgust, thinking they would never change. Oh well, no matter. There are other ways to grow stronger besides awakening. The system suddenly appeared saying, "I apologize, Jack Dracker. Due to a processing error, a message was delayed. Necessary information was found to be missing from the identification device during job identification. Job information has been entered using system administration privileges. Necessary information was found to be missing, but the input of your job information is now complete. The system has identified your talent as a healing mage, and your class unlock is confirmed. The acquired class has been determined as a rare one, and a brilliant red light surrounds the statue. Again, the auditorium buzzes with excitement. It's red, a true blood awakening. He started with red, and the system windows keep popping up. The machine has made a connection. The blessing of the ancient dragon sealed within the user's soul has been activated, awakening the talent of the warrior bloodline. Your awakened talents have merged. With this combination of rare abilities, a new class has been created. A unique, immortal class. The audience buzzes with excitement, whispers filling the room. Golden light, what is this? Is this a true blood awakening? There's some red light. So it was true. Rich listened silently, lost in thought. Of course they're suspicious, but speaking up here would only hurt me. The guests still whispered, but the spirit light showed nothing. Was the sword statue broken? There's no spiritual pressure, so it can't be a true awakening. N clapped twice, drawing attention, and smiled faintly, saying, "Why is everyone so serious? We have 2 true blood awakenings in one batch. Isn't that cause for celebration?" The crowd then awkwardly chimed in. "That's right, 2 blood awakenings. What a blessing. What are you all waiting for? Get the gloves for our newest member." Z put on the gloves, which felt a bit heavy for him. He glanced at Aben, whose intentions were clear, but accepting his help felt like taking fool's gold. After all the young masters had been examined, the head instructor announced the end of the blessing ceremony, followed by a celebratory party for everyone to enjoy. Leaving the cheering crowd behind, Rex headed straight for the door. This stupid party. There must be a training room somewhere around here. Suddenly he heard his name called. It was Abin. The party's just starting. Where are you wandering off to? He asked. It seemed Wretch's attitude had changed, and he was quick to start a conversation. Abin smiled, but his eyes held no warmth as he reached out his hand. Congratulations on awakening your true blood. A handshake? Refusing would reveal his hostility, so he decides to play along for now. He reluctantly reached out his hand, but remembering his past life, he instinctively pulled back, causing Abendraker to chuckle with amusement. This tea party is so awkward, Jack thought. He glared at him with resentment, refusing to shake hands with this scum, even for appearance's sake, and waved his hand, saying, "Oh well, you'll just have to be satisfied with seeing his face." Clapping, he says, "See you again." Hearing that, Jack's face contorts with rage. At the party they were still discussing the two new true bloods. Yes, Z's golden aura was quite unexpected. This is the first time this has happened, right? I thought he failed to awaken at first. Where is he? Jack Dracker returned to his room, relieved to remove his formal wear and gloves, thinking he'd suffocate. But setting that aside, why was he unaffected? All awakened bloodlines should carry spirit energy suppression. It's the ability to prove you're an enemy of dragons, the source of spirit energy. However, since most machines use spirit energy as fuel, true bloods are required to wear the family's gauntlets. He pondered if he truly was of pure blood. Shouldn't there have been a problem the moment he removed his gloves? Jack summoned the system window, noticing some new updates. Unique Undead class, Novice Rank D Combo Slash, Seasoned Rank D Critical Strike, Seasoned Rank D Agile Footwork, Novice Rank A Spirit Reversal, Novice Rank A Overall Muscle Mass, and a current Karma Point total of 100. After reading, he ponders, this is completely different from before, not suppressing spirit energy but reversing it? I need to read this carefully. The skill, Reverse Spiritual Energy, creates a distortion field to nullify nearby spiritual energy, so it's classified as a skill. The spirit lamp is unaffected because it's not a passive skill. Before the ceremony, Jack was a rare healing mage, but now he's a unique immortal. As if struck by a sudden realization, Jack Draker began to piece things together. Wait. All the other graduates awakened normally with blue mana, but Jay had a crimson awakening. His was originally red, but it turned gold. The system said the identifier was missing essential information. Did it mean that bronze statue? As soon as the system input the information, the statue, which had been frozen, emitted a red light. Jack scratched his head furiously, realizing how the statue judged people. That bronze statue doesn't determine if you're awakened. It identifies your traits and your profession. Red signifies a rare class, and gold, a unique one. This bronze statue is an ancient artifact from before Terracon's time. The founder of the Drow family didn't have the concept of professions, so it was only used to determine if someone had awakened. Perhaps they mistakenly established that the red light, an indicator of a rare profession, was a sign of true blood awakening, and no family had ever discovered this. He spends 10 points to view dragon skills, Dragon Eyes, Dragon Might, and Devour, all at level 1. Among them, Devour allows the user to eat and digest a lot, requiring 50 points to unlock. Too risky. He spends 20 points to unlock Dragon Eyes and 30 to unlock Dragon Might, but after activating them, he's disappointed when nothing happens. He'd expected more from the detailed information, but nothing seemed to change. Then he remembered something. Opened the door and his face lit up. The statue in the garden feels like it's right in front of him, and the system displays, "Do you want to receive detailed information about the detected object?" He tapped yes, and a flood of information appeared. A main candelabra, an Oliver Wood table, an L Dynasty chair, an M Empire dresser, and a Draker family ceremonial robe. The rug was made in the Roman Empire. Any object that catches his eye will have its information pop up like this. Suddenly, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he began to collapse. He sat down in a chair, his entire body drained of energy. If all dragon skills are like this, I can't use them often. The faction skill is activating self-healing. Vitality recovery has been activated. What's with the flinching? I wasn't planning on using healing. You read it in the system. Wait, all class skills have been converted to passive abilities, and their levels have increased by 1. Healing might seem overpowered, but it can't be spammed, and its effects are limited. However, self-healing is infinite, so I have to test it out. With that thought, he grabbed a fruit knife from the table and slashed his hand, drawing a line of bright red blood. As expected, the self-healing skill activates on its own, and the wound heals instantly. 5 years to graduate from the academy, huh? 5 years, he smirks. 2 years will be enough for him. Drakkar Academy, the continent's greatest knight academy, where those with knightly ambitions are willing to pay a high price for admission. Choi Dushi, where the academy is located, is full of life every spring with the new semester. Wretch strides through the nights, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. The upperclassmen are no different from adults. They are trained to perfection, but compared to those from the cradle, they're still just children of great houses. And it seems they've already staked their claim. This family is rotten to the core. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Drakkar family, the 3 most influential are known as the 3 great families. Turun of strength, Jim of wisdom, and Vade of wealth. Even the children of those 3 families are in this situation. He walks away from the crowd, not wanting to get involved. In the upscale Platinum Tower dormitory, complete with training halls, libraries, and every amenity imaginable, only senior students are allowed, and even those from prestigious backgrounds can't easily enter. But for true blood awakeners, they're granted the exclusive privilege of owning an entire floor, known as the Platinum Floor. As Jack entered the hall, a servant bowed, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Zaker. We've been awaiting your arrival and will escort you to your designated floor." In the hallway of the floor, dozens of servants lined up on both sides, and they said in unison, "Welcome, Master." He felt a little awkward. Isn't this a bit much? Even if it's true blood. An elderly servant spoke up. "Mr. Decker is waiting for you in the room." Jake entered and asked, "What's going on?" He had a chest ready on the table, saying, "I have something to deliver to you." Seeing the item, he smiled with delight. It's on a completely different level from the temporary gauntlets. I'm glad you like it. Z proposed, "Now that I have new gauntlets, I want a new sword to go with them." "What do you think?" Decker agreed. "An excellent choice, young master." He gazed into the distance. Because the Duke Choi territory is close to the giant mountains, it has a lot of high-quality iron and outstanding blacksmiths. So much so that many say a graduate trainee's first weapon is junk. Hearing this, Decker quickly said, "Then I will find a skilled blacksmith." He picked up his sword and said, "No, that won't be necessary. I already have someone in mind." He handed Decker a piece of paper with a smile. "I'll go myself, so arrange an appointment." Decker unfolded the paper. "Ganhanb. I've never heard of that name. I'll contact them immediately. Also, classes start tomorrow, so please review the related materials beforehand." Alone in his room, Jack Drakkar sits in his chair, reading documents. With the Platinum Floor completely isolated, he'll be free to develop his dragon skills. Someone knocked on the door and Ja said, "Come in," as a maid greeted him at the entrance. "Excuse me, sir. Master Joy has sent an invitation to dinner." Hearing your name, I accepted, without hesitation. Entering Jenna's place, he uses hairspray. How interesting. It looked like a southern party, and Rai was already waiting. "Welcome. Z Drakkar, my family is a bit unusual. Please excuse us." She invites him to dinner on a breezy campus, and as he sits down, he says, "Thank you for your consideration." Her guards leave her to order with the chef, and he's surprised. Lightning Night, she's radiating a blue light. She's optimizing her Dantian to control aura, and has her eyes on the 4 colors night position. Then why is her swordsmanship stagnating? He sighed. What a waste of potential. After the meal, he was shocked by her appetite, easily 3 times that of Ja. He thought to himself that he was a big eater, but this was beyond his expectations. Rena slowly wiped her mouth and said, "We're done eating, so I'll get to the point. Accept the support of the Turun Zaker family." He replied, "It seems you've forgotten, but we are both true blood awakeners." Rena explained that he seemed to misunderstand what it meant to be a true blood awakened. "It's true we receive many privileges. Even this platinum tier is proof enough, but we receive no benefits when it comes to growth. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge accumulated in the academy, a personal instructor to efficiently enhance abilities. Without these things, no matter how rich you are, you'll fall behind. That's why support from your family is essential. Even Abendricker, one of our true bloods, the youngest to ever achieve the titles of White Knight and current Black Knight, receives support from his mother's family, the Himen family. Although the Turun family head didn't tell me why, he told me, 'You must not receive help from your mother's family.' I'll say it again. Accept the support of the Turan family, Zake Drakkar." Her eyes burned with more passion than before, while Jake simply waved his hand dismissively with a blank look. Rena was stunned, not expecting such a string of benefits to be rejected. She asks, "Why would accepting the Turan family's support be a disadvantage to you?" Z scoffs, stands up, and turns away, saying, "It's not that. I don't need anything more than what I've already received as a true-blooded awakened, and not much at that. But in return for the meal, I'll give you some advice right now. There's too much power behind your sword. I'm guessing you're too mindful of those guys. Rich touches a tree, causing its leaves to fall in a dreamy scene. Listen closely. Your greatest strength is the flexibility that comes from having a lithe body. Don't meet force with force. Instead, deflect their attacks with agility and strike with precision. If you can do that, you'll grow far beyond your current strength. With that, he thanked her again and leisurely left without looking back, leaving Rena to grit her teeth and slam the table, her mind racing. The Turan family symbolizes strength, and I'm simply following tradition, not caring about others. But on second thought, he's right. I've been obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the Turan name, and as a result, that unconscious desire has been transferred into my sword. He simply saw right through it. When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius, and no one gave me real advice. She picks up a leaf, wondering, Zeke Dracker, who are you really? As he walks home, he reflects on what happened, realizing all of his faction skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How are they okay after practicing all night? In my past life, I thought this place was hell, but now that I'm a true awakened, it's heaven. His face filled with satisfaction. Money and power aren't everything, but there's nothing quite like it. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Owen and his entourage. So, you're in the special class too? He asked. Owen Jimin is the third young master of the Heeman family, one of the three great families. Scheming is the Jimin family's forte, so he uses others to bully and cunningly maintains his image. Receiving no response, he pressed further. I invited you to dinner last night, but you didn't reply. Did you not receive the invitation? Rez doesn't interrupt, wondering why he's acting so friendly now, as Z raises a hand to his chin and smirks. Oh, you mean the thing on my desk? He retorted. Why don't you answer? Jack replied softly. Well, aren't you a funny one? Why should I answer? The moment he said that, a large foot stomped down, and the man chuckled, cracking his knuckles menacingly. You're incredibly rude, especially after the young master showed you such kindness. Jack Dracker is bad news for this guy. He's one stubborn king. He asks who he's dealing with, then sighs and walks away. It seems those from the cradle are worthless. I understand you want to impress your young master, but remember who you're talking to. The man said nothing, using aura to attack, but his blow was blocked with one hand. It seems the senior trainees can manipulate basic aura. The large man spread his arms and shouted, My name is Durban Rosgill. They call me Mighty Durban here. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson. Zrak Air sneered, channeling his aura. Durban the Mighty? A trainee who isn't even a knight yet has a code name. Laughable. He strikes like the wind, punching the self-proclaimed Mighty One in the gut, sending him flying back dozens of meters, spewing blood. Rich cracks his knuckles. So, who's next to face the mighty sloth? The young master steps forward, whispering, You really like basking in the glory, don't you? Jack Dracker. With that, he and his lackeys left, leaving him dumbfounded. Dracker Academy is mainly divided into two classes. The regular class, which teaches that if you lack talent, you must overcome it with effort, and so they follow a strict regimen from early morning until late at night. And then there's the special class. The special class where even in this academy of elites, students can freely choose subjects beyond the basics. So he had some expectations. But most of these people are just former cradle students. A special class? More like the cradle class. The instructor called for order, announcing a very special guest to encourage the new students of the special class. The commander-in-chief from the Eastern Empire War, 20 years ago, a hero who single-handedly stopped the Empire's invasion. Please welcome General Hao Drucker, who is also the headmaster of this academy. With silver hair and a gentle smile, he waves, Pleased to meet you all. The war hero, Hao Drucker. He's revered as a war hero and tactical genius, but the truth is the information he leaked to the enemy to save his own skin inadvertently threw them into chaos. He's just a lucky traitor. Rick loathed the sight of that rat. Not a hero, but the mastermind behind his expulsion from the academy. I lost the only place I could return to and ended up wandering the Troy Duchy, eventually being captured by slave traders and sold to the south. I'll make you pay. After his greeting, he leaves the classroom. The instructor continued the lesson. I trust you all remember the headmaster's words. Now, we'll begin the basic class immediately, so grab your swords and head to the arena. The class replies in unison, Yes, sir. At the special class's indoor arena, they gather to learn, and Z is quite intrigued. Who knew even the special class had to learn the basics of dragon slaying? In my past life, because I couldn't use light energy, I wasted 2 years learning what should have taken 3 months. Another instructor is appointed, a blonde-haired man who welcomes the students. I'm Andre Dracker, and I'll be teaching you the basics of dragon slaying. The students below were bewildered, whispering to each other. Who is he? He's so young, and that's the official God O.C. Dracker uniform. Only Z knows that's Rose Knight Andre. Though not a pure awakened, he graduated early from Vana as valedictorian, a rare genius in a century to be granted the Dracker name. Even the special class's teacher is on another level. He was also known for his inflexible personality. Andre's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot, and he uttered 2 words. Order. The entire class froze, not daring to make a sound. He continued, now that introductions are over, let's begin the lesson. Draw your swords. Everyone drew their thin swords from their sides, except for him, who drew a long, large sword from his back. Student, what is that sword? Andre frowned slightly, calling him to the arena. Student, don't you know you're supposed to choose a sword that fits your body? Jake sighs, knowing this would happen, and all his efforts to impress with the sword draw were for naught. He looks up and replies, I can defeat you with this sword, sir. Better show him my skills, or his face will get scary again. Activate Unyielding Spirit Defensive Faction skill. Andre Dracker gently draws his sword. I see, student. If you wish to learn with your body, if your sword so much as touches me, you'll not only be excused for your rudeness, but also exempt from this basic dragon-slaying class. But also from the Dragon Slayer class, don't worry, I have no intention of using aura on a student. Z looked pleased. I can avoid class if I beat Andre, since I know his weakness, but Ain is watching. It's too risky to draw attention like I did at the cradle. I'll just graze his clothes and give up. He thought, then swung his sword quickly, but it was blocked by the teacher's sword. No surprise. He's a blue knight. This won't be easy. Zai moves incredibly fast to every corner, but Andre easily blocks each attack without even moving an inch. The students below were amazed. A true Dracker knight was on a completely different level. After 30 minutes, he hadn't even managed to graze his clothes. The sword in his hand began to tremble. Both sides were exhausted. Andre Dracker gritted his teeth. What absurd stamina. Even suppressing my aura, I can't believe I'm losing to a student. Truly, the existence of true blood is unfair. Z saw through his weakness. His stamina was still lacking, and suppressing his aura was only making it worse. The Dracker family's aura cultivation method was known for its peculiarity. You must activate your aura during training, in everyday tasks, even while eating and sleeping. Basically, maintain it like breathing. In other words, Andre is essentially holding his breath, and his awkward swordsmanship only drains his stamina further. But losing like this doesn't sit right with me. There's no choice. I have to force him to use aura. Creating an easy opening is pointless. I need something that will make him use his divine energy unconsciously. In other words, a desperate situation. Z activates his nimble footwork skill. Andre realized it instantly, but couldn't believe a student could use nimble footwork. Taking advantage of his inattention, the student appeared behind him and activated a fatal blow. As the sword was about to strike, Andre instinctively used dragon-slaying magic to evade the blow. Chapter 1. Part 1. Severing the Sky. Unable to dodge in time, he took the full brunt of the attack, leaving him severely injured. Damn, that hurts. His body activated the school's self-healing skill. Now, he could finally pass out. With that thought, he fainted, and Andre Dracker sheathed his sword, making his declaration. This student no longer needs to audit this class. Anyone else want an exemption? Silence falls over the class. I'll take that as a no. Andre continues the class. Now raise your swords. From now on, the students will observe 1. Jack Dracker has been taken to the infirmary and received first aid. Though injured, he was elated. It was quite the performance. Even though he didn't land a hit, he forced Andre to use his aura, something he said he wouldn't, and acknowledged his ability. In the end, Andre learned a lesson, and I got some free time. A win-win. Andre's final attack was the most basic Dragon Slayer technique. Chapter 1, Part 1, Tearing the Sky. However, because it was unleashed by a blue knight, its power wasn't all that impressive. Still, I was able to defeat a blue knight thanks to my stamina and infinite healing. But that wasn't enough to live freely. To be unrestricted, I needed unstoppable power. The power to never succumb to anyone. And then, a strange voice pulled him back to reality. A long-haired man drinking alcohol stood by his bed. He smiled and said, "So, you're Aethor's youngest son. You have the same eyes as that stubborn bastard." Aethor. Rich jolted. Who the hell is this? I couldn't sense him, even with that strong smell of alcohol, and he dares to call the current head of the Dracker family that? He asked, "Who are you?" But instead of answering, the man posed a question of his own. "How did you do it before, kid?" he asked, taking a swig of his drink. His actions were clearly arbitrary. He retorted, "What are you implying?" The man placed his bottle on the table, feigning ignorance. "You suffered internal injuries earlier. How did they heal so quickly? He stared him down, and sweat dripped as he became more alert. Had he discovered his self-healing? The unyielding mental defense skill has been activated. It can't be revealed. No one at the academy knows about healing. He denied it, but the man pressed. So, you're going to keep acting like that? Then he attacked. Reacting instantly, he dodged the blow, threw a blanket in his face, and activated a series of combat skills. His sword at the ready. Kill or be killed. He easily grabbed the blade, praising, "Your adaptability is admirable, just like a mercenary." The sword was easily blocked, and he grinned, saying, "Just like." With that, his eyes suddenly gleamed strangely, and he continued, "Like a mercenary." At that, Zeke quickly jumped back, disappearing from his previous position, a hint of worry flashing across his face as he wondered, just what kind of monster is he? A mercenary? And what did he know about his past life? Duke, still carefree, toyed with his sword as he spoke. A dragoon drops his sword and retreats. After a moment's thought, he raised a finger at Duke, looking at Jack, and said, "I think you're more suited to being a mercenary than a knight." Hearing this, Jack was startled, thinking, is that what he means? I haven't felt this way since meeting my master. After that first battle, I knew there was a huge gap between our abilities, so vast that he could easily kill me if he wanted to. He's at least a master knight. Pointing directly at him, he asks, "That great sword is Cradle's standard issue, right? With your talent, why use such a weapon?" "No, he might even be stronger," Wretch gasped, as someone suddenly entered through the doorway, breaking the tense atmosphere. The man spoke up. "So this is where you've been." He seemed surprised to see the person before him, thinking, "Andre? Why him?" Andre continued, looking at Duke. "You're Dexter, the groundskeeper." Hearing that, he stared blankly and exclaimed, "That's the gardener? That guy?" Duke then spoke up. "This bastard. How did you know I was here?" Andre replied, "You were in the training room earlier." He continued, saying that he was unpleasantly quick-witted, and Andre suddenly glanced at the reminder. "If you're healed, you can go back." The student quickly turned away and replied, "Yes, sir." Just as he reached for the doorknob, a voice boomed, "Kid, the person I'm talking about is none other than the Duke." He continued, "If you have time, come to the Academy's West Greenhouse and I'll teach you something useful." This left R frozen in place, unsure of what was happening. After a moment of contemplation, he refused outright. Hearing this, Duke flew into a rage, yelling, "Look at your mouth, you're just like Ather." After closing the door, Rick smirked to himself. "The gardener, Dexter? Who are you trying to fool?" He recalled his words from before, so he was Ather's youngest. He thought to himself if he was at a level where he could easily call the current family head a Dracker by name, then he must be the one who only had one disciple. Andre, his entire life. In ZK's mind, he pictures DC Draker, the Whirlwind Knight, a black knight whose strength could single-handedly oppose an entire kingdom. He was a hot topic when he suddenly disappeared one day. I didn't expect him to be living in seclusion at the academy. Perhaps Andre came here because of him. As Z quietly walked, he thought, Duke is said to have a terrifying determination. There are even rumors he earned the title of Black Knight simply because he liked the color black. Surely that's just nonsense. Duke is currently showing a strong interest in me, but I'm not interested in receiving ordinary instruction based purely on a whim. With that in mind, an idea struck him. If he was going to learn something, he'd at least learn the old man's secret techniques, turning that interest into resolve. Meanwhile, in the academy's main building, a man stood at a podium asking, "In this situation, do you know what will happen?" He's the magic theory professor at Fa Nong Academy, and after that question, the air was completely silent. The entire student body is dozing off. The professor asks again, "No one knows." With no one answering, he forced a smile and said, "Ha ha. Well, when creating the spirit formula just mentioned..." A voice then interrupted him. "Due to the resistance, you've actually been injured." The one who spoke was Ja, who raised his hand and said, "I don't understand the law of spiritual energy flow you mentioned earlier." Hearing that, the professor exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, huh. Rec called again, Professor." The professor then replied, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've received a question regarding the flow of spirit energy to explain the concept. That's interesting. That's how spirit energy..." The discussion flowed smoothly, and before they knew it, class was over. Everyone got up and started talking, wondering why they were learning about magic theory at a night academy. It was basically nap time. But he couldn't disagree more. It was an easy-to-follow lecture, and this professor was no ordinary teacher. But just as he thought this, someone called out from behind him, Wait a minute. It was the professor who surprised him when he turned around and asked, "What is it, Professor?" He panted. "It's nothing much." He smiled and continued, "It's just been a long time since I felt like I taught a decent class, thanks to you. So, if you have any questions, come to my research lab anytime. I was a scholarship student at the great Dioa Magic University, so I know a thing or two." Surprised, he thought to himself, "I knew he wasn't just any mage," and replied, "Understood, Professor." Even after class, the professor is enthusiastic. He smiles, thinking it can't hurt to be close to a mage. A mage who's good at math is usually quick-witted, making them better colleagues than knights. Fan, huh? Let's see if he's useful. Thinking this, Rick suddenly stopped, his eyes wide, as Duke lay waiting in a chair before him. He was more impatient than he thought. It had only been about a week. Duke glanced at him, asking, "Are you done?" Rick chimed in. "He didn't even let you finish before he jumped up and asked why you weren't coming to the greenhouse." He continued, "Surely you understand what I mean by teaching you useful things?" Hearing this, he replied wearily, "I told you, I'm not interested." This infuriates Duke, who jumps up and yells, "What? Why?" Jack calmly replied, "I know you're incredibly skilled, but I'm busy with my own training right now." He chuckled. "Of course, personal training is paramount." As he said this, Duke appeared behind him, asking, "Did you think I'd say that?" Sensing something was amiss, he quickly glanced behind him, but he was a step too slow. Without a word, he struck the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. After a while, Rick finally came to, his eyes slowly opening. He groans, clutching his head, lamenting that he was knocked out. It seems a week was too long for him to wait. Thinking this, he looked around, wondering, "So this is the West Greenhouse?" Seeing him awake, Duke put down the watering can and spoke. "You're awake, kid?" He looked at him warily and asked, "Did you kidnap me?" To that, the man eagerly approached him, replying, "Yes, I kidnapped you." He grinned, adding, "I'm quite interested in you, kid." Hearing this, Jack silently thought, he's not even trying to hide it anymore. He seems quite impatient. Just as he thought this, he immediately used the system's skill, activating the agile footwork skill, and as he rushed away at breakneck speed, he grinned and said, "But now is not the time." But before Rick could run very far, he was caught up to, and a voice boomed right in front of him. Seeing this, he quickly changed direction and jumped to the other side, but it was no more effective than before. A hand appeared right in front of him. Rick stared at him in disbelief, thinking he was still being toyed with and that he needed something to ignite the flame. He then asked, "What is it about me that interests you so much?" Duke immediately replied, "I asked how you heal internal injuries so quickly." The statement stopped him in his tracks, a smirk creeping across his face. "So that's what's bothering him?" He continued, "If you're so curious, then make me answer." Suddenly, Duke vanished from his spot without a trace. Ree looked around in shock, thinking, he's gone. He stood calmly, wondering, where is he? But just then, something hurtled toward him from behind at breakneck speed. Sensing the danger, his eyes widened as he glanced upward. He immediately dodged and caught the object, a sword hurled at him. Luckily, he managed to block it in time, though the force pushed him back. Jack glanced back worriedly and asked, "What are you doing?" Duke slowly approached and replied, "You want me to make you answer, but that's too easy. Let's make a bet." He said, "If you can land a hit on my clothes, I'll grant you a wish." Rich immediately raised his sword, thinking, "You asked for it." At that moment, Duke's expression turned sinister as he smirked and continued, "But if you give up in this fight, you'll have to tell me everything you're hiding." And so, the fierce battle unfolded in the Academy's west greenhouse as the sun slowly set. Inside, dust swirled, obscuring vision as Duke stood, fist clenched, sighing, wondering what the boy was made of. The scene before him was a terrifying wasteland of ruin. Everything was a mess, and 3 hours had passed. From behind the rocks, a hand reached out and gripped tight. He thought to himself that the boy not only had good stamina and endurance, Duke said as he looked at the figure rising before him. His stamina and wounds recovered without end, a flicker of disbelief crossing the old man's eyes. That kid? Meanwhile, his clothes torn to shreds and face darkened, the system window suddenly appeared. Faction skill. Self-healing activated. Faction skill. Endless stamina activated. He glanced at him, thinking, I could do this all day, but I can't win the bet. Dragon's Way, it seems dangerous, so I've never used it. With that thought, he charged forward, making his decision. The Black Knight wouldn't be a problem. Their eyes changed in an instant, a palpable bloodlust and power erupting. Keep it coming, he said with a delighted grin. That look in his eyes makes the Black Knight laugh, praising him. Good, that's how it should be. Rich stood still as a whirlwind kicked up dust all around him. A system notification appeared, announcing that the agile footwork skill had been activated, and he shot off. He frantically swung his sword, but Duke was no pushover, dodging every blow with ease. He watched the incoming sword strike, a smile creeping across his face, thinking, he's repeating the same attack. He may be fast, but compared to that leech and the Turun girl, he's nothing. But his malice surpasses even persistence. I'm so enamored. As he thought this, he reached into his pocket, wondering if he should use some light energy. But before he could, a terrifying golden gaze appeared beside him, stopping him in his tracks. He immediately swung his hand, shattering the sword into pieces. Duke's face darkened as he thought, I didn't even get to finish my sentence, before a thick cloud of dust rose, obscuring his vision. Duke looked around, wondering, he's obscured my vision? But it'll be hard for him to find me too. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he appeared behind him with a piercing gaze, and the system announced that the Dragon Eye skill had been activated. But as the sword drew near, Duke realized immediately, what he struck was not a person, but a mere illusion. He vanished from his position without a trace, his movements so swift they kicked up a cloud of dust. Rick, bewildered by the whirlwind circling him, wondered, is this Duke's secret technique? A simple dash creates a powerful gust of wind. Is this why he's known as the Gale Knight? As he pondered, his opponent whispered from behind, scared? Startled, he swung his sword, but missed. What? Suddenly, he lunged forward with a punch, yelling, call it even, kid! The blow landed before he could react, sending him flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. The system displays a notification. Due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion has exceeded acceptable levels. Z smirks, saying, like master, like disciple. The system issued another notification. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. Immediately, his vision blurred. Damn it. After a period of unconsciousness, Wretch's eyes finally fluttered open. He was back in his familiar room, clutching his throbbing head as he sat up. He blinked, trying to focus, and confirmed that this was indeed his room. Did Duke bring me back? With that thought, he sighed in frustration. I almost had him. He collapsed onto the bed, muttering that the Black Knight lived up to his name. I thought I did everything I could, but it was useless. I tried to distract Duke by repeating attacks hundreds of times, created an opening with Dragonmight at the decisive moment, and used Dragon Eyes to attack him. But it still wasn't enough. That technique Duke used at the end must have been his special move. I guess I did lose consciousness from overusing my dragon skills. But because of that, I got to witness his secret technique, an absurdly high-speed movement he achieved with his extremely trained body. That secret technique must be what allowed Andre, who was physically weak, to become a Scarlet Knight. It's a little disappointing. It's a shame I missed the chance to learn his secret technique, but it was worth it. Dragon's Way's pressure makes even the Black Knights hesitate. Most small fry would be crushed upon contact with this skill. Suddenly, a notification popped up, startling him. An unread message. Confirm, yes or no. Seeing this, he wondered, an unread message? The system continued to notify him. The Agile Footwork skill has been converted to C grade. High-speed movement, your soul has evolved due to the strong display of your will, along with the development of your soul. Your system functions have been activated, and the next function can be activated by using karma points. Z's eyes glazed over. What? What was that? The system announces a minimap, where geographical features can be seen through a map display. 20 points have been locked to unlock it. The storage can hold as many items as it can accommodate. 20 points locked to unlock the beginner quest book, including guides and quests for the effective development of low-level administrators. 4 points locked. Current karma points, 40. After reading through it, he sat in contemplation, a bunch of things popping up in his head. According to the description, besides the storage, after thinking, Z didn't hesitate and directly pressed the agree button on the system panel. Let's check the storage first. An immediate notification appeared. If you choose the item you want, it will be stored in the storage. When taking the item out of the storage, you can think of the name or shape of the item. The space an item occupies in the storage is determined by its size and weight. Use karma points to increase the storage size. After hearing the explanation, he glanced to the side, wondering, choose the item I want? He quickly approached and picked up his broken sword. If I can activate skills by thinking about them, then storing items must be the same. He gazed into the storage, realizing the greatsword had vanished, taking up 24 slots. So that's what the system meant when it said the space an item occupies depends on its size and weight. To retrieve it, he just needs to think of its name or appearance. Just as he thought, the sword appeared in his hand. He grinned, saying, I was thinking about a subdimensional storage, but this is even better. That treasure is expensive, and it's hard to find something to put it in. And I can even expand the storage space using points. Above the notification board, it reads, Jack Dracker, low-level admin, unique immortal, blessed by the ancient dragon, low-level admin functions. These overpowered perks are only the beginning. What will happen when I level up? If these points are so valuable, I can't afford to use them recklessly. Looks like I'll have to change my plans. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice from outside the door. May I come in? Young master, he thought. Dexter, what the hell? Then he replied, Come in, what is it? He replied, There's a message for you. He then produced a piece of paper, handing it over as he said you'd know who it's from if I mentioned Dexter the gardener. Understanding dawned, and a smile crept across his face as he began to read the note. Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come any time. He thought to himself, so it wasn't a complete defeat. Rec recalls his opponent's earlier words. Consider this a draw. So, he calls that a draw? He wondered, clenching his fist in excitement. Either way, it means the opportunity still exists. Decker suddenly spoke up from the side. I have one more thing to tell you, he continued. I found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Hearing this, he exclaimed, Oh, really? When is the appointment? He adjusted his glasses slightly and replied, There's a problem. Dick announced that the blacksmith had refused the appointment. Hearing this, Rex exclaimed in surprise, What? Why? Meanwhile, at the blacksmith's, the space was dark. Weapons were strewn about and he was lost in alcohol, explaining that he no longer crafts weapons. The very next morning, a foot stepped down from a carriage. Ree stood before the blacksmith's house, thinking it had been a long time. Above the sign it reads, Benar Bread, the breath of PNIA. He grimaced, forcing a wry smile. Ha ha, quite the prestigious name for a smithy. Thinking this, Jack slowly pushed the door open and asked, Is anyone here? From what he remembered, Graham, the Aura Sword, was Janan's masterpiece, the price for researching his network, worthy of the title Soul Smith. It's said he reads the soul of the smith before crafting their weapon, and he lived up to that reputation, forging a sword with the very ability I needed most, the ability to replace aura with E. The greatest blacksmith on the continent forged that sword. Thinking this, Jack looked at the man drowning in alcohol, wondering what his current state was. Sensing a presence, the man looked over, confused, and asked, What's this? A kid? This is no place for children. Get out of here. He's a soul forger, Hanbok said sternly. Before that, Zimen looked around at the mess, wondering, even though he's sentimental, it shouldn't be to this extent. What happened to him before he met me? Immediately, he grabbed a bucket of cold water and splashed it right in Ham's face. Then, tossing the bucket aside, he approached him with a smile, asking, Are you awake now? He continued. I want to know why you refused my request. After a moment, a dazed Ham finally noticed the emblem on Jack's gauntlet. He trembled, uttering, Dracker? Ham bowed his head, exclaiming, I apologize for my disrespect. Trembling, he continued, Please forgive my rudeness, but I'm not accepting any requests right now. How can a wretch create something someone else wants when he can't even create what he wants for himself? Hearing this, Z understood something. Even Jion had gone through such a phase. Come to think of it, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith when I met him, and Gon never told me about his life before that. Hanbael clutches his head, lamenting, Why am I so useless? Will I ever be able to forge weapons again? His whole body trembled, a blacksmith who couldn't forge weapons. He roared, Jion Hamb. Startled, he snapped to attention. Please forgive my discourteous behavior. Rick replied, Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed products. Hanbak quickly replied, Let me take you to the back. He thought to himself, There's no other way. I have to guide him back to the right path myself. A moment later, they were both in the backyard, and Ham spoke up, I apologize, sir. I shouldn't have let things get so messy. Rick replied, It's all right. It's all right. He gazed at the pile of weapons before him, adding, It's quite captivating. Hanbok responded, Thank you, sir. With that, he continued forward, picking up a sword to examine it, prompting Ham to warn him. Sir, please be careful. Even though they're failures, they're still very sharp. Ignoring the warning, Rick examined each sword, one by one. They're not failures. They're of the same quality he forged when he was hailed as the continent's greatest blacksmith. The system notified him that Dragoneye had been activated, just as he suspected. He then asked if there was something wrong with his furnace. Hearing this, Ham asked in surprise, How did you? Z replied, I'm asking you, haven't you optimized your own forging style? Z continues, "It seems you mixed metals to create a lighter and more refined material." He swings his sword, shattering it instantly, and says, "But the durability is terrible. In such cases, it's due to impurities not being properly removed during heat treatment." If it's him, he thought before saying, "Sir, this may not be a coincidence, but I have a favor to ask." A moment later, inside the house, he stepped forward and asked, "What is it?" Han replied, "Could you take a look at this first?" With that, he placed a large scroll on the table and unrolled it as Rick approached for a closer look. Galleon's secret, revealed years later, the blueprint for a magical furnace. He recalled Ham's words, "Why hide anything from the man who saved my life? It's a furnace with a temperature that can be freely controlled by magic. This is my secret." Thinking this, he smiled and said, "With this, your alchemy will work perfectly." Hanbak happily continued, "I knew you'd realize it right away." Z then asked, "You have the complete design, so why not make it yourself?" Han paused, then replied, "The most important part, the spirit energy law design, is still there, but the cost to build the magic tower is 10,000 gold. So it took him 10 years to scrape together that kind of money." Han continued, "That price is absurd, which is why I want to ask you for a favor. You are a Dracker and a true blood awakened, so if you create this furnace for me, I will fulfill any request of yours, free and unconditional, until my last breath." Hearing that, he thought to himself, "This is going to be difficult. It would be possible if I were the family's guardian knight, but it's impossible for me, even as a true blood. To get 10,000 gold in support, but he can't give up Graham, the Aura Sword. His problem is the law of spiritual energy." Just then, an idea sparked, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wait!" He smirked, wondering, "The law of spirit energy?" Without further hesitation, he unrolled the blueprint and said, "Okay, I accept." Hanbi asked again, confused, "Really? Is that true?" "Yes, sir," Arch replied. "I can ask a mage I know, and I'll get back to you with an answer as soon as I can." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, "Oh, and stop drinking." But before he could finish, Hanbok fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, and cried out, thank you so much." "This liver will serve you for life as my savior," a loud voice echoed from within the house. Thank you, sir. Good heavens, I get it. Stop already. I'll let you know when it's done." Moments later, at the Dracker Institute in the professor's research building, he walked along, thinking, why do those magic tower bastards charge so much for implementation? The structure looked simple. Fan Nong's specialty was the design of magical energy circuits, and this was his research lab. But just as he thought this, he suddenly froze, a bad feeling washing over him as his eyes darted to the side. Just beside Z was a dark alley, and a terrifying memory suddenly surfaced. Back then, Jack was dragged into an alley and beaten, forced to beg for mercy on his knees. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please." But those guys had no intention of letting him go. With a furious look, he roared, "What was that?" Jack sobbed, "I beg your forgiveness, my lord. Conrad, this lowly one dared to lay hands on you." Hearing this, he immediately stomped on his head, praising him. "Well spoken, Jack." He continued with a contemptuous smile. "As a reward, I'll give you the chance to clean the ground you've dirtied." Unable to resist, he could only kneel and stammer, "Thank you, R." Back in the present, Rick could no longer contain his resentment. He slowly approached the alleyway filled with curses. Damn it. Meanwhile, inside the alley, the sounds of cursing and brutal beatings echoed. "Vin, you're just an obstacle to everyone else's survival." Conrad, panting, continued, "That bastard, too, with his unprecedented golden light reaction, a true awakening, surpassing all others." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, kicking Vin and cursing him. Failing against that lowly mutt was unavoidable, because of his cheap shot before the fight even began. But why did that lucky, useless piece of trash become a true blood awakener? Just as he said that, a figure approached from behind and spoke up. "Hey, babyface." Rex smirks. "Already found someone to replace me?" As he says this, his smile fades and his face darkens. He pointed directly at him, warning, "You have 3 seconds to get on the ground or else." Hearing the familiar voice, Konar slowly approached, asking, "What's going on?" Trying to maintain his composure, he pointed and continued, "Your arrogance has skyrocketed since you awakened your true blood." "Draker, are you sure you've really awakened?" Before he could finish, he was cut off. Silence. His eyes filled with a murderous intent as he coldly stated, "Kneel or face the consequences." Feeling his pride trampled, he gritted his teeth and roared, "How dare you order me around, you lowly cur!" Finishing his sentence, Conrad immediately charged toward the giant tree. "What are you waiting for?" "Get him!" As they charged, he calmly warned, "Don't blame me for this." He barely finished speaking before dodging an attack. Before he could understand what was happening, a lightning-fast punch landed squarely on his face, sending him reeling backward. The others, seeing this, were slightly intimidated but couldn't stop themselves. Jack relentlessly punched them, knocking out their teeth one by one. It seems none of these men are a match for him. He can defeat them all with ease. Jack throws them around like trash, showing no mercy as he uses knees and kicks to take them down one by one. Each blow he landed was swift and precise, and finally the last man standing fell. Having witnessed everything, Connor was frozen in place, drenched in a cold sweat. He looked at his fallen men, unable to believe what he was seeing. Impossible. He kept asking himself, is this bastard really the Drakkar I know? Jack then approached him, reassuring him. "Don't be afraid. I believe you know. It will only hurt for a moment." Conrad immediately draws his sword, trembling as he points it at Jaewon, shouting, "Stay away! I'll cut you if you come any closer." Jaewon coldly replies, "Did you really draw your sword outside the training grounds? You know what that means, right?" He reached for the sword behind him, continuing to face the murderous intent of Leon Conrad, who drew his sword outside the sacred training grounds. Hearing this, Conrad cried out in fear, "Wait! Wait!" But with no intention of stopping, his face full of murderous intent, he growls, "I, Drakkar, will answer in the name of honor. This next battle will end only in death for one of us, and we alone will bear the responsibility, absolving our opponent of all blame." As he said this, he looked at the man on the ground and continued, "Limestone, you are my witness." Without wasting another moment, he began to swing his sword. "Now let's continue." Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Connor desperately begged for mercy. I'm sorry." He was so scared he wet himself, kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. "Mr. Zaker, please let me live." He trembled uncontrollably. "Spare me, please." Hearing those words, he slowly lowered his sword. He remembered being in the same position once. I beg you for mercy, Leon Conrad. Please spare my life." The memory fuels his rage, the dead fool. In a flash, his sword strikes, slicing off RZ's ear. Sheathing his sword, he said, "I'll take your ear as payment." Hearing this, the man clutched his head and groaned in pain. He approached, placed his hand on Connor's head, and warned, "If your ear is reattached when we meet again, the next thing I take won't be your ear. It'll be your head." With that, he slammed Connor's head into the ground, then stood up with a sigh of relief. Sun watched him go and called out to Z, who stopped. He asked, "Why? Why did you help me?" To that question, Jack bluntly replies, "Don't think about it." He smiles and continues, "I'm not helping you." As he turned to leave, he thought, "I'm helping myself." Rick scratched his head, sighing. "Is Gon influencing me?" I almost said something embarrassing. Back at Fan Nong's research lab, a voice wondered if it was possible. "Professor." Looking at the Z design, Fan Nong replied, "Let me be frank, it's feasible." He continued, "Really? Then I want you to take it on." Fan Nong adjusted his glasses and replied, "Hold on, it'd be better if you heard my explanation first." They both look at the blueprint as he continues. "Like you said, the overall structure is simple. However, the problem lies in the core, which is responsible for the energy output, the heart of this machine. But the circuit paths have extremely troublesome limitations. Though small, it requires sufficient power, and we'll need a way to adjust the output without delay." Panon exclaimed, "This is unprecedented." Zik asks, "But is it even possible?" He replies, "Yes, there are two options. Based on the core's condition, I can personally adjust its design, but it will take at least a decade, no, 15 years, to revise it." Hearing this, he exclaimed in horror, 15 years? Fan Nong replied, "Yes, it would take a significant amount of time. As for the second method, we could skip the core design and use similar materials. But while that would save a lot of time, the raw material needed is high compression spirit stone." A response that made Z incredulously ask, "What? Isn't that an ancient treasure that can't be made with modern technology?" He responds, "Exactly, ancient treasures are already rare. However, finding treasure in ruins is even harder than finding spirit stones that can withstand our design, and it would cost more than 3,000 gold." This statement crushed Z's hopes, leaving him looking dejected. He dejectedly thought he might be kicked out if anyone found out he couldn't use light energy, but 15 years was too long, yet 3,000 gold was too high. He couldn't believe he couldn't give up Graham, the light sword. Ear is considered a power difficult for humans to control, However, except for the spirit sense skill of the original spirit that my master taught me, I can't use any sword skills that utilize light energy, and even with that skill, I can only strengthen and swing my whole body. Compared to others, aura is much easier to use and more versatile, which is why I need Graham, the aura sword. Realizing this, he lamented, "Damn it, how am I supposed to find high-density spirit stones?" Suddenly, Fa Nong spoke up. "By the way, the creator of these designs is extraordinary. Even considering the complex core, it's a superior design." He added that it would be difficult to create even with the treasures of the Golden Age, which gave him an idea, causing him to freeze and exclaim, "Treasures of the Golden Age." A smile crept across his face. Why didn't I think of that before? Wasting no time, Rick slowly rose to leave. "Please, keep the design safe until I return." Professor Fan Nong, confused, asked, "What do you mean? You want me to spend 15 years perfecting it?" He chuckled. "Ha, of course not." He tightened his grip on his sword and continued, "I'll bring one to you." With unwavering confidence, ZCH declared, "I mean a high-density mana stone." The Golden Age, the Liberation War fought to escape the dragon's rule, ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut by Turk and Draker, bringing humanity a century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in dragon caves, relics from the age of the Hero King. The Golden Age of Magic. All of the treasures discovered possessed techniques and magic that far surpassed modern standards. Among them was a highly compressed spirit stone, containing enough vital spirit to sustain an entire village. A treasure from the age of the Hero King, cut to the Drakkar Academy, Central Library. Though rarely used, the Central Library was maintained, believed to have been established by Turkhan himself during the archive's expansion, and treasures from the Golden Age were discovered. This led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Archmage Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation. In those months, countless treasures from the Golden Age were discovered, and news of it spread through the continental press, or at least that's what would happen 10 years from now. In the archive's Central Library, he was present as well, looking around and thinking that no one had discovered the treasures or even realized they were there. With that, he sighed in frustration, knowing he could search all day and still come up empty. But then, the system alerted him that Dragon Eye had been activated. Jack's eye glowed, and undeterred, he continued to search the library. As he walked, he suddenly noticed something, stopping in his tracks, his eyes widening at the ground. A brick was emitting a faint red light. "There it is." He approached and tapped it, thinking it should sound hollow. "Yes, this is it." He quickly uses the spirit energy skill he learned from his master to cut the only E application for spirit energy skills. Because Azer materializes the user's will, applying certain attributes like cutting and using it in various situations is possible. However, it requires the user to expend a great deal of energy to perform any action. No sooner had he thought this than his head began to pound. It seems using it is still too much for him. At long last, the final tile is slowly removed. Rich climbed down into the darkness, carefully replacing the tile as if nothing had happened. Below was dark and damp, so Rick lit a torch to see. He looked around and said, "The news didn't say it was this deep." Just then, a sudden noise startled him. Right beside him, two figures were faintly walking. He wondered in surprise if someone else had discovered these ruins at least a decade ago. Rick risked a peek, wondering if someone had already found this place. But the sight that greeted him wasn't human. It was two skeletons moving about. He exclaimed, "Skeletons? And they're holding hoes and spades. Okay, looks like it wasn't made by spirits." Z immediately took out the sword from his inventory. With critical hit activated and moving with lightning speed, he made short work of the skeletons. After dealing with them, a system notification appeared. You have received 2 karma points for defeating 2 skeletons. Skeletons defeated, 2. Karma points, 2. Hearing this, Jack laughed with glee. Oh right, he could get points from killing monsters. I was so focused on the treasure I forgot all about this. Thinking this, he became extremely excited. Wait, isn't this a great chance to grind for points? Without hesitation, Jack immediately grabbed his sword and dashed forward, shouting, "I'm coming for you, precious points!" And just like that, each skeleton was continuously defeated. The system then displays that 1 karma point has been earned for defeating a skeleton. Skeletons defeated, 20. He smiled and said, "That was easy." The system continued to notify him. Current karma points, 22. Low-level admin status window ZDER, unique immortal class. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Function, system storage with 25 slots. Minimap. Locked, requires 20 points to unlock. Novice level quest log. Locked requires 4-5 points to unlock. Self-healing faction skill. Calm mind restores vitality, heightened senses. Precise stab skill. N level. Proficient combo slash. D level rookie. Critical strike D rank veteran, nimble footwork D rank veteran, and reverse spiritual energy A rank rookie. Northern overall level A rookie. Dragonkin skill level 1. Dragon Eyes rookie. Dragon's Might rookie. Devour is locked, requiring 50 points to unlock. The second level. Dragonkin skill cannot be viewed and requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 40. Seeing this, he thought to himself that he should take a closer look in case he found something to use his points to unlock. The beginner quest was 4 years, and the minimap was 20. The Dragonkin Devour technique and the locked second level skills both require 50 points. It seems I can only buy the minimap for now. The minimap function activates before Z, displaying a map with his current location, prompting him to observe, it's similar to a magic map. He then pressed a button on the edge, wondering, what's this? The system responded. Minimap switched from 2D to 3D. Excited, he laughs, perfect, this is exactly what I wanted. His eyes focus on a room emitting a red light. Why is that the only room with a different color? The system prompts, navigate to the Dragon Slayer's selected location. The vault, yes or no. He thinks, the vault? Without hesitation, he pressed the accept button. After all the days the team spent searching, he found it this easily? We will now provide the fastest route to your designated location. Rich looks at the detailed directions and laughs. Ha ha, unbelievable. With this, how could I ever get lost? And so, after some travel, he finally stood before a great door, the system chiming. You have arrived at your destination. He looked around, saying, I guess this is it, but how do I get inside? As he touched the door, he said, looks like it won't open by just pushing. But as soon as he said that, a strange red light emanated from the point of contact above the door. Not only that, but a massive surge of lightning blasted his hand back. He thought in shock, a security spell. The reason the Magic Tower and Great Wizard Nirvana are connected must be this door. Zik stared at his smoking hand, a wave of relief washing over him. If not for the glove, he would have lost his hand, and he wouldn't have been able to overcome the spell. System, can't you open it for me? The system responded. Administrator request received, connecting to security device. The security spell has been disabled. Automatic device activation was unsuccessful. We will now switch to manual device activation. What did you say? Jack asked in disbelief. Wait, are you responding to what I'm saying? The system responds, yes, I have. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Dracker? He stood there for a moment, stunned. Can I talk to the system? He continued. Then why force me to be reborn? The system responds. I cannot answer the question posed. Z continues to ask. What is this administrator system? The system responds. I cannot answer that question. Still unwilling to give up, he continued. Who created you? The system responds, I cannot answer that question. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Dracker? Z sighs in frustration, realizing he hasn't gotten any answers to his important questions. He says, whatever, just open the door. The system responded, we have confirmed the request of the Dragon Slayer Tomb Administrator. The vault has been opened. And just like that, the massive door swung open, revealing a sight that made him exclaim, wow, treasure chests? A treasure chest? As the name suggests, it's a chest filled with valuable treasures. Finding even one treasure is a miracle. Without hesitation, he opens a treasure chest and a brilliant golden light shines from within. Ha, so there are hundreds of these? Treasure chests were quickly emptied. I'll take this. Oh, this looks promising. I'll give this to Fanong, he says with a smile, finally finding what he was looking for. Inside a small wooden box lay 4 condensed spirit stones, high compression stones, and 4 of them at that, all the better. Wretch happily stores everything in the storage compartment, thinking he'll use 1 point to expand it by 4 more slots. I still don't have enough space for everything. Guess I'll have to keep coming back until I graduate. Having taken what he needed, he stood up to leave, deciding he'd done enough for one day. But before he could even process that thought, a strange aura washed over him, sending a chill down his spine. He glanced around anxiously, but sensed no one else's presence. Rick wondered, what's this eerie feeling? Suddenly, his hand brushed against the stone wall, triggering a burst of red light. Sensing something was wrong, he recoiled, but it was too late. Strange markings appeared, enveloping him. He wondered in shock, what in the world? Before Jack could finish his sentence, he vanished without a trace. After teleporting, Jack appears in a completely foreign place, one he's never been to before. He glances around, bewildered, and asks, "System, where am I?" The system responded to his eerie surroundings, stating that he was now in the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary. Hearing that, he glanced up and continued, "The Dragon Slayer's Sanctuary?" The reports didn't mention a room, just chests. With that, he opened the minimap to observe, a thoughtful look on his face. As expected, it wasn't too far from his previous location, but there was no path leading to the Dragon Slayer's Sanctuary. If that's the case, this must be a location I never discovered in my previous life. I can't afford to miss this. As the chest opened, revealing a strange suit of armor, RCK exclaimed, "Armor?" A system notification appeared. Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment discovered. Intrigued, he sets the armor upright to examine it, carefully studying the legendary Dragon Slayer equipment. It certainly doesn't look like any armor from the Golden Age I know. What is this? Jack examined the back of the armor, wondering, a hole for plugging something in? He paused, eyes widening as an idea struck him. Could it be? Unable to wait any longer, he grabbed a compressed spirit stone, realizing, I can't just leave it like this, can I? The system displays a notification. Spirit stone battery installed in the Dragon Slayer exclusive gear. Activating gear. As the notification ends, the armor's eyes suddenly glow with sentience. Jack grew even more curious, eager to discover what lay hidden within the armor. Suddenly, the armor began to shake violently, leaving him utterly perplexed. He exclaimed in shock, "What's happening?" Just as he said that, a huge explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and dust, as the system announced that the equipment had malfunctioned due to overload, and activation had failed. "A small explosion is expected. Please evacuate immediately." Hearing this, Jack slumped to the ground, covered in soot. It exploded. The system apologized upon hearing this. He slowly stood up, gazing at the burning armor, and wondered, so a high-compression spirit stone is just the power source for this armor? This made him wonder what functions could possibly require such a massive power source. Was it to ask for a farm? Not wanting to waste time, Rick continued onward, deciding to explore first. After a while, he finally stood before a vast room, unlike the empty ones before. This is the last room. He scanned his surroundings, noticing only a glass case in the entire space. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him, catching his attention, and Jack's expression changed as he furrowed his brow. What? He chuckled, shaking his head. Terra Dranker was truly insane. The system reads, you have discovered the legacy of Terrakin Dranker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon, Bahamut. Rich wonders if he left the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy. So, this is the eerie feeling he sensed in the warehouse before. But now his body slowly moves and something feels different. The system displays that the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. His hand rests on the glass case as a mysterious black aura emanates from it, accompanied by a voice, "Very well, I hear you." His expression shifts, his eyes widening blankly. It seems there is no other choice. "Okay, it's like I'm being controlled, no longer myself," he mutters. "I will kill them all." In his moment of peril, the system activates the unyielding mental defense skill. Thanks to this skill, Z finally returned to normal, clutching his head in confusion, wondering why him. But just as he said that, he suddenly felt an intense pain in one eye, his pupil turning black. A strange black aura enveloped his body and the glass cage. He cried out, "What's going on?" The dark energy seemed to grow stronger, engulfing the entire space around him. Z wonders, what is this? Suddenly, a system window appears. Urgent quest. Quest reward. Ownership of Turkin's legacy. Seeing this, his mind grew even more clouded. Skills were being activated in rapid succession. Unbending spirit defense skill. Activating. Skill failed. A dark aura emanates from Rich, utterly eerie, his eyes black as terrifying laughter echoes in his mind. Faced with this, he charged headfirst into the glass cage, the impact so great that cracks appeared. With a grin, Rick says, "You're so annoying, always nagging." Through the glass, he sees a completely different, human-like version of himself. "You speak of freedom? Freedom is something you must seize. Fool." As he finished speaking, the mirror shattered into pieces. The system displays a notification. You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. A Dominion quest complete. Reward acquired. Terrakin's legacy. Hearing this, the battered man collapsed to his knees, thinking, damn, that was close. I can't believe my skill almost failed to activate. What was that? The system appears, activating self-healing lineage skill, activating endless stamina lineage skill, beginning to absorb the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. After waiting for his body to stabilize, he wearily looked up. Before him, the heart of the evil dragon Bahamut was glowing. Suddenly, he was swept away by that power. His eyes turned white and his veins bulged. In horror, he wondered, "What is this?" Pure spiritual energy is flowing into me, but I have no spirit rings to receive it. This vast energy is destroying my body with nowhere to go. Things are getting dangerous. What do I do? Without hesitation, Rick slowly raised his hand, gritting his teeth as he struggled to create a large, black orb, his ultimate sealing technique. Instantly, the radiating spirit energy is drawn back in. He thinks to himself, encasing the spirit energy in E and sealing it within the E compartment. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupts, shaking the surrounding earth. From where Z is standing, a massive column of black smoke billows up, leaving a huge, deep hole in the ground. Z's body contorts, and his eyes glow brightly. His body felt like it was about to explode, but after a moment his face darkened and he breathed a sigh of relief. He fearfully stepped forward, wondering, am I alive now? Rich slowly approached, standing before the glass case in silent contemplation. He peered into the glass cage, thinking, the heart is gone, so that spiritual energy must belong to Bahamut. I see. Just as he thought this, he suddenly noticed something, his eyes widening. Reflected in a shard of glass, he saw a strange mark appearing on his body. What is this? Z reached out and lightly touched the dragon-shaped mark on his chest, wondering, did I seal Bahamut's spirit? Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him, stopping him in his tracks. It reads, "You have absorbed the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Following that, a series of system alerts appear, stating that the absorbed spirit energy has refined the administrator's body, and the administrator's constitution has been changed to the divine bone physique. Administrator power detected as unmanageable. 95% of power compressed and sealed as inheritor. You have gained access to the Terrakin Ranker's secure archive, activating the beginner quest book, providing guidance for low-level administrators. Hearing this, Z was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Celestial bones, the Terrakin Ranker's vault, a guide. Why is there always so much weird stuff? I'll look at it later, put it aside for now. Wait, he reached out and tapped the system panel, saying, keep this one. Z's expression turned incredibly interested, a slight smile on his lips. His ancestor was indeed generous. The system prompts, do you want to unlock another legacy of the Terrakin Drinker? After a moment, a pile of items materialized before Ja, and the system announced the unlocking of the Terrakin Drinker's second legacy. Looking at the pile of items before him, he exclaimed in shock, this was the night at the Platinum Tower. Inside the room, Z carefully stored all the acquired items in a locked cabinet. It seems the cleanup is almost complete. He happily looked at the system panel and continued. Let's take a closer look. A quick information panel appeared, listing status window. Low-level administrator Zaker. Unique undead profession. Title. Blessed by the ancient dragon. Heir of Terrak Drenker. Dragon sovereignty. Physique. Celestial bone body. System functions. 6-slot inventory. Minimap. Beginner quest book. Self-healing skill tree. Unyielding spirit. Endless stamina. Enhanced senses. Precise thrust. E. Consecutive slash. D. Novice. Critical strike. D. Experienced. Agile movement. C. Novice. Reverse spiritual energy. A. Novice. Overall muscle mass. A. Novice. C. Dragonkin. Skill. Lava. 1. Dragon Eyes. Novice. Dragon's Might. Novice. Word Magic. Locked unlocks upon meeting requirements. Devour locked requires 50 points to unlock. Requires 50. Dragonkin. Skill level 2 cannot be viewed. 50 points required to unlock. Current Karma. Points. 10. Dragonkin skill. Command. Imbue power into your words. Locked. Unlock upon meeting requirements. After reviewing the information, Zaker tapped on the system panel, noting the numerous extensions. The system displayed Dragonkind Sovereignty. Grants the right to summon and command subdued dragonkin. Celestial bone body. Optimizes physical abilities, accelerates martial arts learning, and enhances energy conductivity. Despite repeated studies, Zaker found it difficult to understand, thinking, descriptions alone don't tell me much. And before, he'd glimpsed not only Terrakin's second legacy, but also a system window related to Terrakin. He sat down on the steps and commanded, System, show me the notifications related to Terrakin again. The system quickly responds, Accessing Tarakan's secure archive requires data synchronization. Hearing this, Z tapped the system panel, wondering about Tarakan's secure archive as the system responded. Please move to a synchronization point. Do you want the synchronization coordinates displayed on the minimap? He sighed. What? So I have to go to the designated location to access it. Show me the location. Immediately, a minimap appeared before his eyes, and he muttered softly. Jack's expression turned puzzled as he wondered, Vanilla? As far as I know, Vanla is the top knight academy. Thinking this over, he scratched his head in frustration. No one but authorized personnel could even approach it, let alone enter. Even for me, sneaking into Vanla is impossible, and it wasn't part of my plan. But if the Tarakan legacy is there, it's worth changing my plans. Looks like I'll be stuck with this cursed family longer than I thought. The system displays a message. The beginner quest guide has been activated and will now guide the low-level administrator. After the tutorial, quests will become available to aid the administrator's growth. Completing them will grant rewards. Hearing this, Jack stroked his chin thoughtfully, so he accepts quests and gets rewarded upon completion. A structure similar to adventurer guilds or mercenary tasks. But what is this tutorial? But just as he said that, another notification popped up, beginning the tutorial for low-level administrators. Before he could even understand what was happening, the scenery around him began to change, and everything turned into an endless, dark space. Jack stood there, bewildered, wondering, what is this? Where am I? He recalled something from before, wondering if he had been teleported again. No, this felt different, as if the entire space had changed. As he finished speaking, a series of loud noises suddenly erupted behind him, startling Reich, who turned to see several giant monsters charging toward him. He exclaimed, "Orcs!" Then he glanced down at the system window, which displayed a tutorial quest. Defeat the monsters within the time limit using at least 2 skills to earn points and access the system store. Time limit: 60 minutes. Hearing this, he drew his sword, thinking, so the orcs just happened to appear in a conveniently timed quest? So, this guide creates situations where I can actively use the system. This should have been provided sooner. As he spoke, the Orc's massive club slammed into the ground, shattering the earth and sending dust flying. But he was already gone, having dodged the attack. Activating high-speed movement and combo slashes, the orcs froze, trembling, their bodies marked with dozens of cuts. Immediately after, their bodies exploded before they knew what was happening. He thought to himself, dual swords, they feel as light as a feather. The system displays celestial bone physique, optimizing physical abilities, accelerating martial arts learning, and enhancing transmission intensity. Or wonders if this is the effect of the celestial bone physique. At this level, even commander-class enemies will fall easily. The system then announces the tutorial quest is complete. Instantly, the surroundings revert to the original room, and he exclaims, "Oh, I'm back." He sheathed his sword, thinking, so was it all just an illusion? The realism was no joke, as a notification appeared. Critical hit chance and time bonuses have been added to the rewards. Quest rewards of 40 points and the shop category have been unlocked. He excitedly looks at the system panel, wondering if he can buy items through the system. The system panel now displays countless strange items. Giant skin, 10 points. A potion that temporarily increases defense, similar to a giant's tough hide. Low-grade ancient text, speed 7 points. A magic stone inscribed with ancient runes that slightly increases movement speed, and the potent breath of a fire giant. 20 points. A potion containing the densest breath of the fire giant, unleashing an unquenchable flame. Wings of the sky, 5 points. A potion made from the feathers of the chimera, temporarily increasing agility. Reading through it, he exclaimed, "What? This is too convenient." Giant skin, the potent breath of a fire giant, these are all treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just selling the items in the store will be enough to make me rich. The notifications continued, instructing him to place the items he wished to sell in the designated window. Items stored in his inventory could also be sold. Two-handed sword for training, this item cannot be sold. An elf's dagger. Do you want to sell this item? Selling price: 4 points. Hearing this, Damsu contemplates, but selling only seems applicable to the 3 ancient artifacts. 4 points for this dagger? I could get at least 100 gold for it at auction. Selling it won't help unless I desperately need the points. With that, he stretched wearily and walked away. Whoosh! It was an exhausting day. The lights quickly went out and the heavy door slowly closed. Tonight, I'll sleep soundly. The next morning at Dragon Academy in Professor Fanong's research lab, he asked, "You actually managed to bring back a high-compression spirit stone in just 1 day. How did you manage that?" He replied, "It's complicated." He picked up his teacup and asked, "When will the operating device be complete?" "It's already complete," Fanong replied, surprising him. So what? You truly are extraordinary. He continued, bringing this here is even more extraordinary. His calm demeanor only made him suspect something was being hidden. How suspicious. Whenever high-compression spirit stones are discovered, the major powers on the continent register the various ancient characters as serial numbers and manage the ownership of the valuable spirit stones. So, by checking the serial number, you can determine the excavation time, location, and current owner. RCK thought to himself, but there's no way what I brought is registered in that book. The Encyclopedia of High Compression. Mana Stone serial numbers of the Central Continent. It's his own brand new discovery. Thinking this, he slowly put down his teacup, setting aside the suspicion. He does have good judgment and skill. He quickly approached and asked, now that you've confirmed the registration code, can we go? Startled, Panyan turned and replied, oh, you knew? You're too talented for this place. The scene shifts to Hanbak's forge, where a voice echoes from within. All right, I'll activate it. A green seal formation quickly appears. It's like the main mechanism connecting all the surrounding parts of the forge. Everything is working perfectly now. Even Ham couldn't believe his design had finally come to life, as Z and Fan Nong looked on, overjoyed for him. The professor spoke up. Now, I must go teach. Han happily replied, thank you, Professor. Later, with everything settled, he happily looked over and said, I never imagined I'd see a fully operational magic furnace in my lifetime. Thank you so much, sir, he replied. It's just the plague, no need to go that far. Reaching into his bag for something, he continued, you haven't forgotten the conditions we agreed to, have you? He replied, of course, please make your request. With that, Jack presents an item, requesting a sword be made from it. Seeing the item, Han is taken aback, his eyes widening as he exclaims, Sir, this is inside the wooden box. It's a fang, a dragon's fang, the hardest fang of Bahamut, the cursed evil dragon. Ham, drooling over the item, exclaimed, the size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where did you even find this? From the heart to the teeth, it's like grave-robbing Terrakan Drenker's second treasure. He smiled, saying it was complicated to explain, but he stopped short, taken aback by Ham's sudden change in demeanor. He trembled, snot running down his face, and said, you not only made me a magic furnace, but you also gave me the chance to forge dragon fangs. With that, his aura exploded as he shouted, I will repay your trust. With newfound resolve, Hanb exclaimed, I, Gan Hamb, will risk my life for your sword. This immediately reminded Jack of a familiar scene from the past. I, Gan Hamb, will risk my life for your sword. Those words put him in an awkward position. That kind of talk is too much pressure, please don't. Rich smiles to himself, satisfied, thinking, he's certainly determined. Very well, I'll trust him. And with that, he happily turned to leave, eager to see what kind of sword Jack would forge. He was very much looking forward to it. Cut to Jack's bedroom in the Platinum Palace, where he sighs, pulling at his shirt. Making a sword really takes it out of you. He recalls his fight with Duke. It's been a week since he received the message telling him to return after the bet with Duke ended. He suddenly stops, eyes widening, realizing trouble is brewing. From outside the window, footsteps slowly approach, filling the air with dread. Then, a voice echoes from behind Jack. Why didn't you come this time, kid? Hearing that, he trembled and forced a smile as Duke, enraged, glared and demanded the truth. Seeing that, he was terrified, thinking he looked like he wanted to kill him. He waved his hand and said with a smile, well, you said to come back if I wanted to challenge you, but naturally I didn't intend to, so I didn't come. As he finished speaking, Duke suddenly approached him, asking again, I told you to be honest. He grabbed Z by the collar and lifted him up, then without a word, threw him backward. Zai was thrown out the window before he could even react. His eyes widened as he stammered, what? Realizing his perilous situation, he glances down, a worried expression on his face. The scene below is truly dizzying. Too high? To save himself, Rick quickly jumped back up. At this height, I'll die instantly without a chance to heal. His arm reaches out, desperately grabbing for the railing. But before he could, a large hand reached out, gripping his neck tightly, as Duke, his face dark, asked, don't you want to challenge me again? I didn't think you were so dense as to misunderstand me. If anything, it's the opposite. You didn't come after losing, not even to the infirmary, as if you were deliberately provoking me. Hearing these words and feigning confusion, what was he really thinking? Does he know yet still goes along with it? He continued, I'll give you 5 seconds. Answer truthfully this time. 5. He smirks and whispers, how absurd. He tightened his grip on the man's neck and continued counting, while the man retorted, You haven't even revealed your true identity. After the count of 2, he continued, Am I wrong? You're Dexter, the gardener. Those words stopped Duke in his tracks, a sly smile creeping across his face, before he hurled Jack inside. Leaning against the wall, he rubbed his aching head and groaned, Oh man, he keeps talking. All right, kid, you're right. Ducker then approaches Jack, introducing himself. I was once a Black Knight of the Dreher family. Jack thinks to himself. Was? He happily continued. I am Duke Drecker. After a moment of shock, ZCK touched his chest and replied, Elder of the clan and former member of the Black Knights. He bowed slightly, continuing, I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I have shown as a knight. Seeing this, Duke pointed at him in surprise, asking, That expression, knowing this would happen? What is that? He scratched his head, dumbfounded. Not at all. Then he stood up and asked, But you said you used to be a Black Knight. How is that? He replied, Simple. I used to be a Black Knight, but now I'm a Red Knight. Jack was utterly perplexed by this statement. How could that be? A knight's rank can increase, but I've never heard of it decreasing. He interrupted, Enough, don't speak of it. Noticing his trembling hand, Jack responded. He confidently placed his hand over his chest and added, Since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll return the favor. He then asked, So you knew my identity from the start and deliberately provoked me to become my official disciple? He replied, Yes, that's exactly right. To that answer, Duke exclaimed with great interest, You're quite the cheeky one. With that, he slapped his thigh and boomed, Done. With a wide smile, Duke happily declared, I'll take you as my disciple. It all happened so fast, Rick barely had time to process what was going on. Huh? Is that all there is to it? Without hesitation, he knelt, thinking to himself. Before the man changed his mind, he began reciting the Dracker Oath. I offer this disciple's oath to the great Duke Dracker, knight among knights. I vow to follow my master's teachings with diligence, cultivate virtue, learn, and strive to uphold and elevate my master's honor. Hearing this, he replied with satisfaction. Oh, you even know the disciple's oath? That's rarely used these days. He smiled, adding, Cultural knowledge is a virtue of a knight, right? Duke Dracker replied, I'll take that as a compliment, you ragged little devil. With that, he glanced up and asked, But master, may I ask a question? The man replied, Calling me master already, are we? Then ask, he replied straightforwardly. What did you see in me that made you decide to take me as a disciple? Known for his reluctance to take on disciples, even the prodigy Andre had to beg for years to become his only student. Why did he accept me so easily? I have a theory. He must have seen my potential in that bet, something far beyond Andre's talent. He clearly has an eye for talent. To that question, Duke chuckled and asked, Why do you think? Guess again, the straightforward disciple replied. Of course, it's because I'm a supreme prodigy, he said, leaving the old man speechless. His confidence is admirable. If that were the reason, I would have taken you as my disciple already. He continued, It's because you have determination, something not all so-called prodigies possess to reach the level of a red or black knight. Those who grow up without hardship crumble easily before the smallest challenges. Hearing this, Rich thought to himself, He's right. Many prodigies expected to reach at least the red knight level end up stagnating at violet or blue. The first lesson begins now. Rich responds with excitement. Yes, master. The scene shifts to a greenhouse west of the training grounds, and he looks around, thinking, who would have guessed there'd be a place like this under a greenhouse? What is he planning to make me do? He told me to run, so I ran. His expression was unreadable, but it had been 3 hours. Just as he thought this, the old man suddenly shouted for him to stop. Surprised, he asks if he can stop running now. He continued, Yes, but I want to ask you something. He happily waved his hand in response. Yes. Master, what is it you wish to know? Suddenly, Duke appeared behind him without a trace and spoke softly. Nothing much. He quickly reached out and grabbed Jack's hand. Sensing something was amiss, he immediately recoiled, his expression turning wary. Jack glanced down at his reddened hand, a flicker of concern in his eyes. At that, Duke Domchi spoke up. Checking your energy isn't easy, is it? These words confuse him, and sweat pours down his face. He continues, saying that something was off from the start, in the infirmary, during the test, and even in the greenhouse during the bet. And after 500 laps around the training ground, I sensed no aura from you. And when I tried to check your meridians, you evaded me. Kid, don't tell me that from these assumptions. He made a statement that stunned Jack. You can't use aura. Duke spoke up. The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? He slowly approached and continued. The unprecedented golden light caused a commotion and brought you here. Stepping in front of Jack, he paused. Then why did you stop me from checking your meridians? Not knowing how to respond, he cast a cold glance at Duke, thinking that curiosity wasn't suspicion, and while a dyer unable to use mana was serious, his interest seemed paramount. Luckily, I'm dealing with a Duke. Once I obtain Graham, I won't be suspected of lacking mana. Until then, I must be cautious and avoid unnecessary lies, unlike in my past life when I was the family's first failed awakened. Thinking this, he pulled off his glove and replied, "Yes, Master." The system suddenly notified him that the spirit energy reversal skill had been activated, and he continued. I even have the ability to influence spirit energy, a hallmark of true blood. But for some reason, I can't use light energy. Jack held his hand out to Duke, thinking this truth would shield his deception. He began to act, saying, I'm sorry, I was terrified of what would happen if it was revealed that a DRA could not use light energy. Tears streamed down his face as he continued. I'll be exiled, a fitting principle for this situation. At that, Duke reached out to sense Jaw's aura. His expression grew somber as he asked in surprise, What do you think? His master's eyes darted downward as if to say something. He thought to himself, a kid with such resolve at this age, but why can't I sense any aura even after he's awakened? The more Duke thought, the more puzzled he became, unsure how to explain this situation. Rek darkly pondered that even if he checked his pulse, he wouldn't be certain. The blessing ceremony was of utmost importance to the Draker family, Rek thought to himself. He thought, even if I really can't awaken aura, he'll likely find a reason to explain the truth himself. But all his speculation stopped when he exclaimed, A mutant. Rek closed his eyes, thinking, A mutant? Of course, this is the way things are headed. If he didn't understand the concept of a class, that conclusion would be reasonable. He feigned innocence and asked, What's a mutant, Master? He replied, It refers to people with abnormal abilities, like those who use both aura and spirit energy, or those who can see the future, things that defy common sense. That's why mutants are often mistreated, so don't go around saying you might be one. He continued to run, and I asked, Then why do you think I'm a mutant? The Master replied, Your abnormal stamina and regeneration. No matter how minor, internal injuries take time to heal. But you recover instantly, so I'm certain a massive amount of energy is being consumed. What do you think that energy is? He replied. Aura? He continued. Exactly. My hypothesis is that any aura you create is immediately consumed because your physique and recovery leave no trace for you to sense. This made Rich think. Well, that's actually pretty convincing. He approached and asked, Does that mean I'll never be able to use aura? Master, he chuckled. Don't worry. With that, he glanced at him, grinning. The Gale style doesn't need light energy. It's a special technique. He explained that special techniques are unique skills developed by highly skilled knights. Normally, they involve applying or enhancing dragon-slaying techniques, which require light energy, but my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical training. With that, he began to warm up his limbs, saying, I'll show you. Watch closely. With that, he moved with lightning speed, leaving a large crater in the ground. This speed is mesmerizing, forcing Z to focus intently. His every step is swift, with only the faintest sounds echoing everywhere, yet he remains unseen. After a moment, Duke stopped right in front of Jack, looking at him and asking, Did you see it? He slowly stood up and replied, I just need to follow in your footsteps, right? A statement that surprised Duke. Well, if that's all you think it is, then I don't need to explain further. He continued, I've seen enough. He chuckled, exclaiming, Your confidence rivals that of a Black Knight. Very well, show me what you can do. Immediately, Zik took his stance, his eyes reflecting a confidence few could possess. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot, leaving only a small footprint on Duke's larger one. Zik's body darted back and forth, taking Duke by surprise. He thought to himself that by following in his footsteps, paths previously unseen had emerged. Every step was deliberate, whether to attack, evade, close the gap, or create distance. Not a single step was wasted. After moving around for a while, Zik gradually came to a stop, leaving Duke to think, Unbelievable. It's only been a week, and he already has this much talent. But his level, he looks towards him, lost in thought. The stride is quite different. What exactly happened in 1 week? The more he molds him, the more intrigued he becomes, exclaiming with a smile, A perfect prodigy. ZTK glances at him, a confident smile on his face, and asks, I'm worthy of the Black Knight level of confidence, aren't I? Seeing this, he thought to himself, if only he could get rid of that detestable attitude. He rushed over, grabbed him by the neck, and scolded, You little brat, you were just crying a minute ago, and now you're already acting so cocky? He quickly pulled him back. You're not going to show off that thing, are you? That depends on her attitude. What kind of discreet former Black Knight is that insolent disciple? Time passes in the Academy's dining hall, where a lavish spread of savory and sweet dishes is laid out. As he was scarfing down his food, a figure approached. It was Andre. He spoke. Could you spare some time? Zer was surprised, thinking, Andre? But he wasn't worried, shrugging slightly as he replied, If it's here, then sure, because I'm very busy. He continued, That's fine. Andre pulled up a chair, sat down, and asked, How did you convince Dexter? He thought, Straight to the point, huh? Looks like he's panicking that I've become a disciple, even though I haven't yet. After a moment's thought, Jack replied while chewing, Persuade? It wasn't necessary. Dexter chose me himself. This made Andre even angrier, and after a moment of grinding his teeth and scrutinizing Jack, he said, In the end, it's because you're a true blood. Hearing that, he exclaimed in disbelief, What? Then he slammed his knife and fork onto the table. Without hesitation, he asked, Is your inferiority complex really that severe? Andre, struggling to contain his trembling hands, replied, Is that all you have to say? He continued, No, only half. Z wiped his mouth and added, Even if he was initially drawn to your lineage, do you think someone like Desire would accept a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I became his disciple, beyond mere interest, is my talent. He throws the paper at him, saying, So instead of wasting time on petty jealousy to boost your confidence, why don't you strive to become someone worthy of being chosen? Cut to the greenhouse west of the training grounds, where Rex stares blankly at Duke, questioning. What's going on? Master, he replied. I'm wondering the same thing. They both looked at Andre, who was running tirelessly despite his exhaustion. What's wrong with that kid? I have no idea. He begged to stay close, even offering to be my servant. I told him to run 300 laps without aura if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it. Hearing this, RCK was shocked. 300 laps without aura? Duke's eyes, holding his head. What a madman. He smiled to himself, thinking he'd pegged him as just arrogant, but it seems he has resolve. The next morning at Dwarker, the atmosphere was more bustling than usual, accompanied by whispers. Fool, have you forgotten what day it is? The head of the family is visiting today. Soon after, the thunder of hooves echoed as a pristine white carriage adorned with gold markings appeared. A man shouted, The head of the family is arriving. Habiu stroked his beard and said, Everyone, prepare yourselves. His subordinates replied, Yes, headmaster. All eyes turned to the stopped carriage as soldiers quickly lined up to open the doors. From the carriage, a platinum-haired figure slowly descended, saying, Long time no see, Habiu. Hearing this, he bowed respectfully. Greetings to the head of the Dreer family. As he spoke, all the surrounding soldiers shouted in unison, Greetings to the head of the Dreer family. As the clock struck noon, an aura of terrifying oppression emanated from the Dreer family head. He raised his large hand and reached out, placing it firmly on Howard's shoulder. The head of the family spoke. You've been through a lot, I can imagine. He replied, My efforts are nothing compared to yours, master. The head of the family smiled contentedly and continued, I will continue to rely on you then. He is Ather Drasher, head of the Drasher family, one of the 8 great Dragonslayer families. Hogward respectfully spoke, The sun is rather intense today. Let's go inside. But he was cut off. The students all rushed out, drawn by the commotion. Is that the family head? Where? Arthur stepped forward, faced everyone, raised a hand and declared, Young Dragon Slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train harder and harder. Your growth. With a glint in his eye and a smile, he boomed, The very growth of Draker. The students bowed their heads, replying in unison, We will keep it in our minds, master. The sunlight grew ever more intense as Aether turned and said, All right, let's go. Hal responded, Yes, master. A moment later, a voice echoed from outside the head's chambers. To the master of all knights and honorary protector of the Dragon Slayers, at Draker. I, Zake Draker, a member of this family. He stood before him and continued, I offer my respect and greetings. Hearing this, he turned back with a smile and said, Even those at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore. Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea, so I brought something exquisite that I hope suits your taste. Rek replied softly, Thank you for the tea. He sat, looking at him with a hint of suspicion, thinking, Even my tea preferences are reported to the family? There's a saying that even the Emperor may not know everything, but the Dracker family knows all. And now I understand. Just then, Athos spoke. The reason I summoned you is because I heard some surprising news. Duke has taken on a disciple. His words startled Rick, who thought straight to the point. No beating around the bush? Thinking this, he replied, Duke is simply being generous with me. With a calm expression, he continued sipping his tea. Is that so? If that's what you say, then so it is. I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings, you will become the strongest on the continent. As he finished speaking, Athor's golden eyes flashed with calculation. He continued, stronger than anyone so you can live more freely than in anyone else. With that, he gently placed his teacup on the table as Jace cheerfully replied, That's my goal. Seeing his confident expression, his face darkened, and he remained silent. Suddenly, the surrounding space warped under immense pressure. He followed up. So that includes surpassing me, doesn't it? Rick froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Could this be, within this domain, the life and death of all beings is controlled? Despite the discomfort, he was intrigued, a smile creeping across his face as he thought, the pinnacle of celestial swordplay with light manipulation can only be achieved by Black Knights. Athu glanced down at his son, a slight smile playing on his lips, but Rick stood firm, meeting his gaze. Of course, at that confident statement, he smiled, picked up his teacup, and immediately the massive amount of aura in the room was withdrawn as he said, Of all the things I've heard lately, that's the most interesting. With a worried look, Wretch thought to himself, as the man continued, I came to the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, encouragement alone is not enough. Seeing this, he exclaimed, The current master of Draker, a true Black Knight. With that, Arthur placed a card on the table. Seeing this, he thought, I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is on a whole other level. He continued, It's a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. Surprised, he asked, This is... The continued. Black card, R is shocked and blurts out, Father is giving me this? He continued, Judging by your reaction, it seems you know what it is. He took the card, thinking to himself that it was only given to a select few VIPs. Known for its incredible benefits and unlimited spending, he never expected to see this legendary card in person. Athos smiled. I'll add you as a co-user, so feel free to use it. Thank you, Father, Rick replies. I'll be sure to use it wisely. He glanced at the card, thinking, his words are kind, but his intentions are clear. The card will record my spending, making it easier to track my actions. Even so, the fact that he used a superficial method instead of brute force means he doesn't care too much about me. Athor continued, I can't waste any more of your precious time. You will become the strongest. He waved his hand dismissively, ordering, You may leave now. He bowed in response. Understood, he replied. With that, he quickly left the room, quietly closing the door behind him, and returned to his own quarters. Inside the room, the silence was suffocating as Atho leaned back, eyes closed, when suddenly Duke appeared behind him, looking displeased, and said, What a detestable guy. Hearing this, he smiled and asked, Why are you so worked up? Duke smirked in response. He was neglected at birth, and now you're playing the doting father? Atho glanced over and he added, As the head of the family, I have no choice. You know that. And those words of yours slander the head of the family. Duke waves his hand, sits down, and sighs. Ah, fine. Arrest me. Asio reached into his robes, pulled something out, and said with a smile, This is why you're the only one I can talk to comfortably. What he took out was a bottle of wine. He smiled and continued, Let's talk over a drink. Seeing the bottle, Duke exclaimed excitedly, Dragon's breath, and red, no less. See, you do have a knack for this after all. The two continued their conversation. You've heard about the strange situation on the continent, haven't you? I'm stuck in the academy. How would I know? Duke said with a smile. Atho retorted, asking if his eyes and ears across the continent were still functioning, his face flushed with mockery. You already knew, so why ask, you old fox? Obsessed with immortality, the Emperor searches the continent like a madman, asking, Do you think it's possible? These words caused Duke to exclaim, Of course not. Eternal youth might be possible through magic, but immortality is absolutely impossible. Hearing this, his eyes narrowed as he continued, I agree. But what if it involved an ancient dragon treasure? This revelation caused Duke to stop in his tracks, exclaiming, What? From within Athe's room, a lively conversation unfolds. Even if magic can make one appear younger, immortality remains impossible. In a nearby room, someone observes, wondering what this could mean. He stood silently, using his spirit transformation skill to listen to the entire conversation, undetected by Athe and Duke. They discuss the possibility that the artifact he seeks is related to ancient dragons, but it's just a possibility. Duke wondered if he had already found its location, to which Athor replied that it was possible. The Black Knights have reported that the artifact is most likely located on the northern continent. He asks, the northern continent? He then asks, the people of the Empire don't know about this yet, do they? Athor replies, no, but it's only a matter of time before they do. This reminds me of the past. That mad emperor started the Continental War as soon as he took the throne. The war only stopped after he conquered half of the central continent. I thought he'd give up on his mad, decaying dream, but perhaps I was wrong. Just one of those artifacts could grant immortality. Before Duke could finish, Athor interrupted, this continent will once again be engulfed in flames. He continued, realizing the importance of this, I've decided to travel to the north alone. Hearing this, Duke exclaimed in surprise, what? You're abandoning your post, knowing that bastard emperor will run wild? He smiled knowingly and replied, that's why I've come to see you. Hearing this, the Duke understood and sighed, asking, were you a fox in your past life? How are you so cunning? And so, the two came to an agreement, while someone nearby listened intently. I knew I could count on you. You always make me do the hard stuff. Hearing this, he suddenly collapses to his knees, exhausted, realizing he's overused his spirit transformation. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, he can't overcome the side effects. Ancient dragon. So the statue I held before regressing must have been an ancient dragon relic. The voice I heard in my head before death, and the system message I saw right after rebirth. Now it all makes sense. I stole the relic the Emperor wanted, and he even sent hounds after me. I didn't even care what it was at the time, but I've found a clue. The administrator system that brought me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon's treasure. But who created it and why? Thinking this, he slumped to the ground, his head in a mess, sighing. In the end, I have even more questions. After their conversation, Duke started to leave, saying, that was great. I'll act immediately. Athor waved in response, saying he was counting on him. After seeing his friend off, he quickly returned to his room, his footsteps swift and powerful. Then suddenly, Athor stopped dead in his tracks. He cast a probing gaze into the closed room, sensing something was amiss. Inside the room, he sat pondering, wondering if this was truly the treasure the Emperor sought, and what rebirth had to do with eternal life. Just then, a loud noise startled him, his eyes widening as he looked toward the door. Just then, Athor burst through the door, only to find the room completely empty. Not a soul in sight. It turned out he'd jumped out the window at the last moment to escape. He stood there, wondering, was I mistaken? A moment later, Zich returned to the training area. During training, a loud knock suddenly echoes from the door. He says, didn't I say not to disturb me in the training room? Dickon replied, forgive me, young master. A fellow student has come to see you. Shall I send them away? This made him wonder, thinking, a fellow student. What friends do I have at the academy? Is it J.A.? Thinking this, he agrees. Exhausted, Reich looks at the man kneeling before him, thinking, it's Liam Stone again. How am I your friend? He remained kneeling on the ground, pleading, please, take me in. Hearing this, he sighed, thinking he should have just left then. Thinking it over, he asks, accept you? What? As a subordinate? Liam bowed his head and replied, yes, master, I pledge my loyalty to you. Jack followed up, what about the flag? Hearing this, Liam clenched his fist into the ground and said, I abandoned him. His face darkened, sweat pouring down as he anxiously continued, I need to get into Vanla. Seeing this, Jack wondered, why is he so obsessed with Vanla even in this life? Liam wouldn't give up, begging Van, please, just take me. Jack replied, are you stupid? You should have chosen Heman or Turin. I don't have a family to back me up. He picked up a sword and continued, meaning I'm useless in helping you get into Valhalla. His eyes narrowed. Why should I trust you? Frankly speaking, what he said next made Liam's face darken, so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. You could be a spy sent by Ja. He suddenly pulls out a dagger. He was more determined than ever to prove his loyalty. Liam gritted his teeth and unflinchingly brought the knife to his ear. He sliced off his own ear to prove his loyalty. Liam raised the knife and declared, you're right to doubt me, but I will prove myself to you. If you want me mute, I'll cut out my tongue, no matter the cost. He trembled as he continued, if you want me crippled, I'll cut off my legs. My life is yours to decide. Master. His words confused Jack, who returned a cold glare. He recalled a past scene. To spare your worthless life, I'll take this ear. Liam spoke with utmost seriousness. So, please, take me in. He recalled a familiar scene, one where he said, "I want to become stronger." He stood before his master, surpassing all others, his eyes mirroring Liam's own. "Please, teach me." The master returns to the present, facing his past self once more, unsure of what to say. He continues to beg, "Please, I'm begging you." As soon as he finishes speaking, the master responds by launching his sword straight at him. With a pointed finger, he declared, "Endure one strike from me, and I will take you as my student." These words gave Liam hope, and he replied with a smile, "Thank you. Thank you very much." After a moment, Jack asked, "Are you fully healed?" He replied, "Yes, I am." He worried, thinking, "I thought this would be easy since I can undeniably use the Draker family's aura, but is he really my age?" The aura emanating from Zoe terrified him, his body trembling. His eyes glazed over as he gasped, "I can barely breathe." Before Liam could react, Jack lunged forward, sword in hand, leaving him no time to think but to desperately swing his own blade. The clash of their swords created a massive shockwave, sparks flying as the blades collided. Suddenly, a sword goes flying, Liam's sword. He slumped to the ground, and seeing the fear in Liam's eyes, Jack asked, "Is that all you've got?" He said with disappointment, "You're a letdown." Z looked directly at Liam and said, "I acknowledge your determination, but..." He turned away. "You should give up on your dreams of Valhalla." Hearing this, he jumped up in shock and shouted, "Mr. J!" Jack thought to himself that it seemed he really had been abandoned by Yakon. Otherwise, a distant relative like him wouldn't have been able to study at Gradle. Even I, a direct descendant, was expelled from the academy. It's no surprise Liam might be expelled now. But then he paused, realizing Liam had reason to worry, glancing back to see him kneeling, clutching his leg. But is it worth clinging to so desperately? In his past life, Liam was expelled from the academy, and his knighthood was dissolved. He would later become a Red Knight and the king of mercenaries. Now, helpless and in tears, Liam pleaded, "Please, just give me one more chance." Seeing this, he thought with great difficulty, "This guy really doesn't intend to give up?" Thinking of this, he said, "All right, I'll give you a chance." His face darkened as he continued, "But there's a condition. You said you'd cut off your tongue if I wanted you mute, or cut off your legs if I wanted you crippled, right?" Rick gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He ordered sternly, "Then cut off your right arm." Liam froze, his eyes widening in horror. Seeing his hesitation, Rick asks, "What's wrong? Is that arm too precious?" He thought to himself, "This is like asking a swordsman to give up his life. No sane person would accept this offer." Yak stood and said, "I have a mountain of training to do, so if you can't do it, leave." A moment later, Liam suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Jake glanced back thinking, "I don't know why you're so desperate, but I hope you don't give up, Liam. Even if you can't make it to Van Law, you can still reach the level of a Red Knight." Just then, the sword stuck in the ground slowly began to rise. His eyes widened in shock as Liam prepared to sever his own right arm. Z angrily charged forward, thinking this guy was insane, and brought his sword down. In the nick of time, Liam manages to shatter his opponent's blade. Neither could comprehend what had just happened, and they stared at each other in stunned silence as the broken blade clattered to the ground. Liam, seeing this, breathed raggedly, fearfully looking down at his hand. And Rick couldn't take it anymore. He rushed over, grabbing him by the collar, and angrily asked, "Have you lost your mind?" "What if I change my mind after you cut off my arm?" he asked, his face filled with sorrow. "That's because," he continued, "I can't give up something even more important than this arm." Hearing this, Jake turned around and said, "If you ever do something this stupid again, I won't hesitate to get rid of you. Whether you're loyal or not, remember this well." Liam was overjoyed to hear this. "Mr. J.K., you cut him off before he could finish. Hurry up, Liam. What will people think if my subordinate only has one ear?" He happily replied, "Yes, I understand, sir." Later, inside the dining hall, the two sat together, enjoying a meal, Liam's ear now fully healed. He asked worriedly, "Can I really use such good medicine?" Rick smiled. "Don't worry, you're worth the investment." He gently placed his teacup on the table, his expression turning serious as he asked, "So what exactly happened? Is your right arm more important than your life?" Hearing this, Liam clenched his arm and replied, "It's my mother." He explained, "A few days after being kicked out by Ja, I received news that my mother had collapsed with a high fever. Luckily, the fever subsided quickly, but her body was covered in rose-like red spots, and she was growing weaker by the day." Rich asked, "So you're aiming for Vanla?" He replied, "Yes, the medical benefits Vanla provides to its trainees and their families are said to be the best on the continent. Hearing this, he irritably grabbed his pen and ink, writing something on the paper as he said, "Red spots that look like roses? Recurring high fever and rose-like red spots all over the body. These are the symptoms of the red rose disease. A disease that would spread across the central continent in the next 5 years, claiming countless lives with its high infection and mortality rates until a groundbreaking cure was developed, ending the pandemic." Thinking this, Jack handed the paper to Liam, saying, "This is the formula for the cure to your mother's disease. It's not too difficult, so the village healers should be able to make it." He took the paper in astonishment, replying, "Thank you, sir. But how did you know about a disease that even the village healers couldn't name?" The genius alchemist siblings, Anne and J.P., developed a cure that saved the dying central continent. But the Alchemist Guild was blinded by money, exploiting the desperate for huge profits. When the brothers found out, they released the formula publicly, and the information spread so far that even mercenaries like me knew about it. Rick smiled. "Let's just say I know a skilled alchemist." He continued, "Now that you have the cure, there's no reason for you to go to Manhwa or become my subordinate." Hearing this, Liam shot up, exclaiming, "How could I ever do that?" He stated frankly, "I've already given you my life." With that, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. Liam knelt before Jack and said, "From this day forward, I pledge my life to your service." He smiled to himself, thinking, "A vow of loyalty? Having the mercenary king as a subordinate is definitely reassuring." With that, he says, "If you fall behind, I'm leaving you, so keep up." "Yes, I understand, Master." And just like that, time flew by and darkness fell. From inside a room, a voice echoed, "What's going on?" How asked student Owen, who continued, "Yes, Dean, I have something to say. What do you think about increasing the difficulty of this semester's evaluation exam?" This surprised him, and he asked, "Why?" Owen replied with a smile, "You may find this arrogant, but this year's freshmen are very talented. They all come from prestigious families, and there are even 2 pure-blood awakeners. If the exam is as easy as last year, it won't accurately assess their abilities." Ward agreed with the answer, finding it reasonable, especially considering their Damen's lineage. "I'll consider it," he replied with a bow. "Thank you, Dean." With that, he quickly retreated outside and the door closed behind him. Hubble turned to the window, sighing heavily as he thought to himself that blood never lies. It seems she shares the same thoughts as him, considering the potential threats in the future. Then it's best to nip it in the bud during the dungeon exploration on the semester evaluation. The dungeon exploration test is a special assessment at Dracker Academy where a team of 2 must escape the dungeon within a set time, and each team is assigned to dungeons of varying difficulty and variety. Inside the dungeon, Rick turned to Liam and asked, "Are you worried, Liam?" He replied, "Yes, a little." Hearing this, he smiled reassuringly. "It's okay. It's normal to be nervous, but too much worry leads to mistakes, and too little leads to arrogance, so it's best to worry just enough." Nearby, Rena was also incredibly nervous about the test. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, "Jack Dracker, Liam Stone." Hearing this, he says, "Let's go." Liam responds, "Yes, Master." As they entered, a figure stopped them, saying, "Hold on," then pointed, "You 2 will go this way." Before them lay a dark, frigid dungeon, shrouded in mystery, and sensing something amiss, Jack scanned the surroundings. Seeing them still standing there, the professor urged, "What are you waiting for? Get inside, students." Hearing this, he simply smiled without replying, and they both decided to enter the designated dungeon. All right, whatever you say." The difficulty varies by dungeon, but since this is a Dracker-managed assessment dungeon, there's no major danger. The ultimate goal is escape. Each team will receive a timer upon entry, and the time limit is exactly 96 hours. Basic combat skills are also part of the evaluation, and bringing back the heads of defeated monsters will earn extra points. However, the most important thing is escaping the dungeon. Failing to escape within the time limit means failing the test. Inside the dungeon, he calmly says, "We just ate, so you should rest." Liam replies, "But you set up camp and prepared the meal yourself. Or perhaps you should rest first." He continued, "I can go without sleep for 4 days and be fine, so don't worry about me." Hearing this, Liam didn't dare argue. "Then if you don't mind, I'll rest first." He replied, "All right, I'll wake you if anything happens." And so, in the dark and cold dungeon, the 2 set up camp and rested by the fire. Rex stared at his watch, thinking, it's been 16 hours since entering the dungeon, and he'd been awake for 3 days before the test, making it about 90 hours in total. However, infinite stamina only restores physical fatigue, not mental fatigue. In a place where anything can happen, it's best to minimize risks as much as possible. All around him, a series of alarm bells have been set up to guard against any major disturbances. His eyes began to droop. I'll switch with Liam when he wakes up. Suddenly, an image of a bell in a snow-covered space flashes in his mind as Jack's eyes close and he succumbs to sleep. A strange scene he's never witnessed flashes in his mind, a red flag bearing a great lion above the city gates. Everything was desolate and ruined, as if a war had just taken place. On the white snow, a girl's corpse lay sprawled, soaked in blood. He couldn't make out the girl's face, but as a bell rang out, Rick woke up with a start, eyes wide, drenched in sweat. Before him was the familiar dungeon and the flickering golden fire. He groaned, clutching his head, struggling to breathe. Damn it, that dream again. But wait, he was sure he'd heard a bell somewhere. It was then he remembered the bell cord was outside the door. Ress quickly douses the fire with water and wakes Liam. Wake up, Liam, the enemy is here. I'll check the situation first. Don't you dare light a fire, he replied. Understood, master. He warily hid by the edge of the door, thinking to himself, using the dragon eye for a 4-day test is too risky. It's best to let my eyes adjust to the darkness. But just as I thought that, a strange scent wafted into my nose. Is that the smell of sulfur? Don't tell me it's a creature that smells of sulfur and hunts in packs. A level 3 threat, hellhounds. Z grips his sword, recalling how J.A. brought back orc heads in his evaluation, never expecting to encounter hellhounds here. He glanced into the distance, observing the situation, but strangely there wasn't a single one in sight. Wait, something's not right. Even the pack leader shouldn't weigh more than a few hundred kilos. With that thought, he slowly raised his sword. Through the reflection on his sword, he looks toward the cave entrance. But with this tremor, it feels like it weighs at least several dozen tons. Could it be a mutation? Before he can understand what's happening, a massive tremor strikes. Damn it! The rocks around the cave are breaking apart and falling down in large chunks. Thankfully, Rick used his sword just in time to steady himself. Liam rushed over, worried, asking, "Sir, are you all right, master?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, those damn demons. Before him, a massive hellhound approached, clearly behind this, but it doesn't end there. The hellhound's eyes darken as its severed head hangs limp. What emerges is a colossal orc. Liam asked in horror, A troll shaman? A first-class threat, capable of swallowing hellhounds and orcs whole. Their blood is a key ingredient in making recovery potions, but more importantly, they have an absurdly strong regenerative ability. Before Z could say anything, Liam stepped forward. He raises his sword, blocking the path, and says, "I'll distract it. Please, run while you can, master." Hearing this, Rich knew he'd chosen the right person, smiling with satisfaction as he approached Liam, tapping him lightly and saying, "Don't say such hopeless things." They stood back to back, ready to fight. What kind of master would abandon his subordinate? He continued, "I believe in your efforts, Liam. You're not weak. I'll support you, so go wild." Hearing this, he felt more confident despite being extremely tense. "Thank you, master." Immediately, the two coordinated, dashing like lightning toward the monster before them. While the Conan reacted, it was struck by countless fatal sword blows. ZCK glanced at it, thinking, not bad, quite impressive that he could damage the Chow's tough skin. What's more, he's targeting the joints with precision, making him wonder, has he been studying these monsters? As Liam thinks this, Jack cries out, but just then, the Chow's club suddenly strikes. Luckily, Jack reacts in time to block the blow, saving Liam's life. He cleaved the creature's club in two with another strike, prompting a worried Liam to apologize. I'm sorry, master." "It's all right," he smiled. "Not bad for your first real fight. Targeting the joints was the right choice. But you underestimated its regenerative abilities. Remember, a Cho can heal minor wounds almost instantly. So, direct attacks are useless against its regeneration." Zeddy, looking at the Cho raising its hand, continued, saying it seemed a bit too much for him. His eyes narrowed with a murderous glint. The sword spoke, "Let me finish it." After a furious assault, the Cho's head is finally blown off, triggering a system notification. "You have defeated a troll and gained 30 karma points." Jack says, "That'll get us a lot of points, collect it quickly." Liam then approached and responded to the quest, and while diligently collecting monster heads, he glanced at the system window. He saw a sudden quest, kill 100 monsters of 10 types in the dungeon within 72 hours for double karma points and 2 random boxes. He smiled, pleased. What? Double karma points? The system then states the mission status. 2 types, 14 monsters, and docile monsters will not be counted, with 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds remaining. Z glanced at his watch, realizing there were 79 hours left in the test, so the 100 monster condition wasn't a problem. But finding 10 different types would be tough. Even though this place is vast, it's still just a test dungeon, so there are usually only 3 or 4 types of monsters. But since this is a trap set by those Heman bastards, who knows, maybe we can find all 10 if we search carefully enough. Completing the mission and escaping, it won't be easy. Liam then said, "We also got a bag to store the heads of the monsters we kill, along with the timer. It's not a spatial bag, but it's enough to carry the spoils." Thinking this, he replied, "All right, let's go, don't fall behind." Liam then added, "Understood." And so the two continued their fight. Time continues to pass. 67 hours, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. 64 hours, 7 minutes, 60 seconds. 61 hours, 3 seconds. 5 hours, 47 seconds. 47 hours, 1 minute, 6 seconds. 41 hours, 1 minute, 41 seconds. The two of them discovered monster after monster. 39 hours, 8 minutes, 4 seconds. 31 hours, 33 minutes, 44 seconds. And so the mission's end drew near. 27 hours, 47 seconds, 20 hours, 8 minutes, 49 seconds, 12 hours, 26 minutes, 26 seconds. A moment later, ZCH turned to Liam and asked, "How are you doing, Liam? We've hunted quite a bit. Are you getting used to real combat?" He forced a smile and replied, "I'm not sure." Seeing this, ZCH smiled reassuringly. "It's okay. Everyone needs time to adapt." He then turned his attention back to the system screen. 50 minutes and 54 seconds remaining, 9 out of 999 monsters identified. He thought to himself that even after catching the tiny blood-sucking leeches, they only had 9 types, and there was nowhere else to look. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. These dim-witted diamonds are useless. Why couldn't they prepare one more type? But just as he thought that, he suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as he sensed something approaching, and he glanced warily to the side. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open, and Jack yelled, "Liam, drop the bag!" He didn't understand what was happening, his face blank. Suddenly, a slash tore the bag in two. From beneath the earth, a colossal monster emerges, its blood flowing freely as Liam, paralyzed by fear, watches on. Luckily, he arrived just in time to save him again, but Jack's hand was injured. After a moment of shock, Liam anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, "I'm fine. It's just the monster's blood." Raising his hand, he continued, "Stay out of this one, Liam." Before them, a grotesque monster with a mouth full of fangs emerged. "I don't think I can fight and watch over you at the same time," he said. He thought to himself, "A dungeon worm? That's an extremely dangerous monster, usually requiring a dozen experienced death knights to control." Thinking this, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, the Heman, are they really going all out to kill me?" The dungeon worm lunged forward with terrifying speed, kicking up a cloud of dust as Liam anxiously called out, "Master!" His face darkened as fear washed over him. Then, remembering something, he glanced back. Liam rummages through his pouch as Z struggles to fend off the monstrous worm's attack. He nimbly dodged to the side, swinging his sword at it, but it had no effect. He thought to himself that even the Blue Knights would avoid encountering a dungeon worm in a place like this, because it tends to dig and move underground if we don't eliminate it quickly. Just as he thought this, a large crack suddenly appeared from beneath the ground. Wretch quickly sensed its presence and turned to face it. Just as he suspected, the dungeon worm emerged, lunging with its fanged maw, ready to devour him whole, or he'd be buried alive. Without a second thought, he leaps aside to dodge the attack. Then Jack swings his sword, plunging it deep into the monster's body, gritting his teeth as he tears it open. The dungeon worm couldn't react, blood gushing from its mouth as Jack gritted his teeth, resolute. "Keep struggling, I'll cut you in two." His legs buckled under the weight, shattering the ground as poisonous barbs emerged from its tail. But he no longer cared about anything else. His mind focused on one thing, cutting down the wretched worm. But even as he thought this, the dungeon worm's body began to constrict. It coils around him, leaving him no escape, and once he's trapped, it strikes with both tail and jaws. Just then, Liam arrived and stabbed the dungeon worm, catching it by surprise and causing it to roar in pain. Sensing something amiss, Jack realized the constriction had weakened. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly retreated, escaping the dungeon worm's grasp. Seeing Jack, Liam asked, "Are you all right, Master?" He wiped the blood from his mouth and asked, "What did you do?" Liam then coated a vial of medicine and replied, "I applied a layer of anesthetic to the sword." Hearing this, he realized that the main ingredient of the anesthetic was belladonna, which only causes mild numbness in humans. But for a worm, it's like a deadly poison. To remember the Detour's weakness in such a crisis and improvise with anesthetic as a substitute? Liam Stone, the mercenary king, your judgment and adaptability are truly something. With a smile, Jack said, "Liam, when I give the signal, stab it again. Bringing him along was definitely the right call. With that, he nimbly continued to leap onto the monster. He weaved toward its head, raised his sword, and shouted, "Liam!" At the command, Liam quickly stabbed the dungeon worm with his anesthetic-laced sword. The blow sends it reeling back, roaring in agony as the poison paralyzes its body. Taking this chance, Rick uses his sword skill, spiritualization, and slashes down from its neck. And just like that, the monster's body tore in two, and it died on the spot as a system notification appeared. You have completed the surprise quest. Karma earned during the quest has been doubled. You have acquired 2 random boxes. Your current karma is 780. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, an announcement rang out. The students had successfully escaped and should report for scoring. Those who were finished could leave. A professor, eyeing the pile of monsters Jay had collected, said, "All right, let's start tallying the score." She simply replies, "Yes." The professor continued. Base points for escaping the dungeon, 30. 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, 1 orc, for a total of 180 points. Upon hearing this, the other students buzzed with excitement, noting that it was nearly Ain's record of 200 points, and as expected, a pure-blooded awakened was on another level. The professor also praised her, saying she lived up to the Tarun family name, exceeding the passing score by 130 points. She put her hand to her chest and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." After she spoke, the professor looked towards him and said, "All right, I'll start calculating the score now." After tallying the scores, the professor announces a total of 120 points. You exceeded the passing grade of 70. Well done. His teammate happily replies, "Thank you." Owen, now furious, glared and thought, "Tarun, your arrogance won't last forever." He smirked. But if anything goes wrong, he can just deal with her like he did Jack. Just as he thought this, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, "Wow, how long has it been since I've seen sunlight?" He immediately turned around, thinking, that voice. Just as he thought, it was Jack who appeared, and Liam was carrying the head of a dungeon worm. Why is he here? The students standing nearby were shocked. Is that a dungeon worm? Wasn't the orc supposed to be the highest-ranked monster? Why is he here? Did they really take down that dungeon worm together? Having arrived before the professor, the two dropped the worm to the ground. Reich smirked at Owen, asking, "Why do you look so surprised?" "Oh," he continued, "aren't you happy to see me?" This made Owen grit his teeth in fury, thinking what an arrogant bastard Rick was. But he didn't stop there, continuing to tease, "Where's your usual emotionless face?" He put his hands in his pockets and added, "Oh, well, I like you better this way." Owen was speechless, his face darkened as he remained silent. Rick watched him turn and leave in anger, asking, "Leaving so soon?" Silently fuming, he thinks, "Damn those purebloods, I'll make them pay for looking down on me." Watching them leave fills Jake with satisfaction. "How frightening," the professor spoke up. "Has your little squabble ended?" The student smiled. "Yes, it's over," he said. "Professor Andre," he says, looking at the paper, "I will now begin the scoring." Z asks, "We only have one. Do we need a separate scoring system?" He replies, "As long as I'm the one scoring, rest assured, I won't miss a thing." He asked, "Did you guys lose your head pouches?" Z replied, "Yes, we did." Faced with the gruesome scene, the horrified students covered their mouths and fled, while Jack smirked to himself, thinking, "Looks like I got lucky. That damned dungeon worm ambushed me, and I lost all the heads I'd collected over the past 3 days. I can't afford to fail, so I had to quickly take its head to make up for the loss." Who but Andre would meticulously examine the bits of flesh and skin stuck in those teeth? After a moment of examination, 2 gloves covered in monster blood were discarded. The professor announced, "So far, the identified monsters are gremlins and goblins," causing a stir among the crowd. "How about Cho? Is he Asian too?" Andre continued. "Judging by the amount of blood, there were quite a few of them. But if we acknowledge that, it wouldn't be fair to the other trainees. So we'll count each identified monster type as 1. Furthermore, Chos and dungeon crawlers aren't on the scoreboard, but according to records, they're equivalent to 3 and 6 orcs, respectively. So that's 90 and 180 points. The 368 total points impressed the professors. How many points did we get when we were students? Back then, hellhounds weren't even on the scoreboard. 368 points? To reach such a score? An irate student suddenly stepped forward, shouting, "Seriously, the only corpse here is that of a dungeon worm." Another student responded that the worm alone was worth 180 points, and what did it matter now anyway? Think about it, people. If you encountered a dungeon worm or even just one of those dogs, do you think you'd survive? They exclaimed, "Is Rare really that talented?" Seeing their reaction, Rick thought they were overreacting. This felt different from when they mocked him before. Not bad, but he'd attracted attention again. Did the Eamon really manipulate the dungeon test just to eliminate him? Was Owen solely responsible? No, even he wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's test. It must be Hyman themselves who got involved. I'm more watched than I thought. Concealing my strength too much might backfire. From now on, I should just go along with it and observe. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind, calling out to Dracker. It was Ja, and he was surprised. Reyna? With a scowl, she brushes past him, saying, "Consider this your win." With that, they silently walked away, leaving Dracker to wonder if he had really won. What's this? A moment later, in the training room, he looks at the system screen and says, "This is what you wanted, right?" The system displays first-level Dragon Skill Devour, allowing you to eat more and digest more, requiring 50 points to unlock. Current Karma points, 780. He thought to himself, I ignored it because it seemed useless, but spending 50 points now is nothing. The system asked, "Do you want to activate the Dragon Skill Devour?" He replied, "Yes." And as soon as he said that, the system window underwent a massive change. Resh was startled, thinking, has the skill description changed? The system displayed, first-level Dragon Skill, Devour. When used, everything can be digested and converted into energy. Furthermore, consuming monsters with bloodline abilities allows you to absorb their power. Hearing this, he smiled with interest, absorbing the power of monsters. I should have activated it before the test. To understand better, let's try converting energy first. The system appears. Activate Dragon Skill, Devour. Before Rick could bite into the meat, a black aura suddenly pushed it away, and Jay glanced back in surprise. The scene before him was bizarre, and he exclaimed, "What is this?" On the ground, the meat was being pulled down by some force, sinking as if into a swamp. Is the meat disappearing into the darkness? Suddenly, the system announces that it's replenishing lost energy with the energy it just absorbed. My headache is gone, like I just took a nap. Did it really reduce my mental fatigue? Not only that, but my whole body feels full of energy. Mental fatigue, physical fatigue, even my MP, though only a little, has definitely been restored. Activate Dragon Skill. Devour. With that in mind, he continues to throw more meat down below. It's definitely worth the 50 points. With this skill alone, I can mitigate the risks of all the others. Mental fatigue can be relieved with Devour, and physical fatigue is handled by infinite stamina. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he threw his head back and laughed. He could train for 24 hours straight without eating or sleeping. Time to get to work. Just as he was getting excited, a knock on the door killed his momentum. He wearily asked, "Dicker, didn't I tell you last time? Don't bother me when I'm training." The man outside replied, "My apologies, master, but I have an urgent message for you." He asked, "An important message?" The man replied, "Your sword is complete." Hearing this, Jack exclaimed with joy. Finally, a moment later, at H. Bear's forge, Jack spoke up. "Is my sword finished?" He replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." He sat in a daze, thinking that in his previous life, the sword he received from Galen was forged from marine and pure iron. The legendary sword, Graham. Anyone could see it was a masterpiece. Even though I provided dragon fangs this time, I thought it would look like Graham. But his expectations were shattered when he saw the sword. Instead of a gleaming gold sword, a solid black blade rests in the wooden box. What is this? Rich held the sword up, examining it, silently judging its crude appearance. Jack then asked Hamb, "Did you intentionally leave the blade unsharpened?" Hamb replied, "This sword was originally made this way." Jack glanced at him, then placed the sword in its case, saying, "So this is the form you think suits me best?" Hamb hesitated. "Yes." Hamb thought as he looked at the man before him. "Most would be perplexed, but you understand my intentions exactly." Seeing Jack's contemplative expression, Hamb thought, if it's him... Hamb said to Jack, "Master, this sword doesn't actually have a name yet." I tried to name it, but nothing came to mind. Then he asked, "Will you name it yourself?" The master points to his face in bewilderment. "Ah, name it myself." Jack's eyes suddenly changed as he recalled that Graham, marked on his temple, was a name given by Gion himself. But now he's saying Graham has a new look and is made from dragon fangs. But it's a completely different sword. With that thought, Arch decisively pulled out a sharp knife and slashed his hand. "A name, huh?" Hanbok was shocked to see him do that, exclaiming, "Master, what are you doing?" Wretch ignored his question, thinking that even with auto-recovery active, it was still a skill he used, and he should be able to control it. Poor Hanbok was beside himself with worry, urging him to stop the bleeding. The system displays a message. Administrator request confirmed. Self-healing skill temporarily disabled. A blue aura surrounds his hand, and the cut stops healing on its own. Rich thinks to himself, all right, it worked. Now he closes his eyes and drips his blood onto the sword. Hamb watches these actions with some curiosity. Could this be a sword-naming ritual? A sword-naming ritual. A traditional dwarven ritual to bestow a name upon a weapon, where the user infuses their aura or spirit into the blood. The ritual begins as blood slowly seeps into the sword, plunging the initiator deep into their subconscious. They will wander through endless time until they find the sword's name. A dangerous ritual, nearly forgotten. But he knows this ancient dwarven ritual. How is that possible? Among countless names, he must find the one he will move forward with. A name for a new path, a new name. And so Jack came up with one. The Black Sword, Bahamut. Then a system notification appeared, confirming the Black Sword Bahamut had been registered as equipment. Jack looked up at the glowing sword before him. Rich named the sword, but he stared at it suspiciously, wondering why he'd pulled the name of an evil dragon out of all the names he could have chosen. Was his subconscious okay? Harb, oblivious to his thoughts, just kept praising him, saying, "You're amazing, master. Even the dwarves barely know the sword-naming ritual." Rich humbly replies, "I happened to learn it while researching dwarven history." He looks at his bandaged wound, wondering, why is it that I haven't used bandages in so long? Suddenly, Haruth steps forward, proactively offering Z, "Master, will you take a break? There's something I'd really like to show you." All right, take your time," Z replied casually. Har thanked him profusely, and once he was gone, Z looked down at his bandaged arm. Recalling when the system announced the faction's self-healing skill would be temporarily disabled, he realized the significance of controlling his passive skills. Recalling the memory, he mused that it meant he could prevent his abilities from being exposed, like with Duke. Touching the bandage, he told himself he didn't need to reveal all his cards. "Sorry, Jen, but I'll have to unwrap the bandages later." He glanced at the sword in the corner and chuckled. "But for now, what's more important is that I need to check this first. System. Display information about the Bahamut Black Sword. A sword forged by a master smith with mystical insight, using the strongest fang of the cursed dragon, Bahamut. Forged with azure spirit energy, indestructible, converts light energy, sealed special features that unlock as the user grows." Z seems excited after reading that. The seal unlocks as the user grows. I've never heard of a weapon like this. And it even has indestructible properties, made from a dragon's fang. But this is absurd, he thinks, then picks up the sword. Well, even so, his face is reflected in the sword. The most important thing is converting aura, and Z reflects on the hardships he faced helping Galleon create magic electricity and forge the sword. It's not just his superior skill, but Graham's core ability to convert aura. Z begins to slowly feel the sword's power, a unique ability to convert spirit energy, or any energy into aura. From Z's sword hilt, a blue aura of light energy began to emanate, enveloping the blade. Born without spiritual energy, this is what brought me to the rank of Red Knight. Har scratched his head as he emerged from the room. Whew, finally found it. Forgive me, master. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? But as he stepped out, he was astonished by the scene before him. Recht, with the sword over his shoulder, smiled at him. "You're here?" Har gasped. "Oh, the aura." He marveled inwardly at the pure aura surrounding the sword. His master had surpassed the Violet Knight level. Rick tells Har that this sword is truly unbelievable, and thanks him for his hard work. Hab chuckled. "What's this compared to the forge? What's more important?" Holding out the scabbard to Jack, he asked, "Would you mind taking a look at this?" Z eyed the item in Har's hand with curiosity. "A sword sheath?" Haupt continued. "My master personally crafted this sheath." Z pondered, staring at the scabbard. Even in his past life, he'd never heard of Galleon's master. Gonrin Yob? An idea suddenly struck Z. What? Gonrin Iober was Gonrin Iober, known as the pinnacle of smithing. Gonrin Iober, the continent's greatest blacksmith, whose skill among the dwarves was unmatched. Gonrin's creations approached perfection, possessing unique abilities that made them worth tens of thousands of gold to collectors. Z stroked his chin, looking at Harbert. "So you're Gonrin's disciple," Harbert exclaimed. "As expected, you can read the dwarven language." Zai continued, "If it's from Gonrin, it's no ordinary scabbard." Harb was confident. "Of course." Then flicking a switch on the sheath, he said, "If you turn this knob, it will transform into a shield like this." As he spoke, the scabbard transformed into a sturdy shield, made from wandbone and mithril. It can withstand most attacks, and twisting the knob on the handle will revert it back into a scabbard. He then handed the scabbard to Jack, saying that while it was far from repaying his master's kindness, he should accept it as a gift. Z wondered if he could sell it to make a furnace, but Ha burst out laughing, saying he couldn't sell his master's work to just anyone. Z tried to persuade him, saying it was worth tens of thousands in gold, surprising Ha Bat. What? Really? But then he continued, well, I'll gladly accept it. Jack picked up the scabbard and compared it to the sword in his hand, noticing the scabbard was smaller than the blade. He thought as he tried to fit the sword into the sheath, if it was made by Gon and Yober, it was sure to be perfect. As the scabbard morphed to perfectly fit the sword, Jack smirked, just as I thought, this exceeds all expectations. Jack happily thanked Harb, saying he had received a truly precious gift. Thank you, Harb says, pleased that Gon is so satisfied with his gift. I'm glad you like it. Back at his place, Zik resumes his research on the gloves he just received. Meteorite iron? That's an incredibly rare material. The system displays information about the gloves he's admiring. Glove information. Gloves crafted from durable and lightweight meteorite iron. Unique ability? None. Special feature. Unique abilities are activated when the full set of meteoric iron equipment is equipped. 2 random boxes were given as quest rewards, and Rick eyed the first opened box with a mix of surprise and caution. This random box was an unexpected quest reward. I thought it would be treasure, but what's inside is far more valuable. With 1 box left unopened, Jack quickly unboxes it. Now for the second box, slowly being revealed. But upon seeing what was inside, Jack's face was filled with question marks. What is this? Jack picked up a piece of paper that looked quite old and worn in many places. Curious, he wondered, what's this, a map? Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened in astonishment as a system notification appeared. We have detected a map containing traces of Grand Master Kaiser. Rick wonders, Kaiser? Could it be the hero King Kaiser? The Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, a popular book across the continent, recounts Kaiser and his knights' journey to overthrow the kingdom of Kronos, once a glorious civilization. However, the story was considered pure fantasy, lacking historical evidence. But the system's notification made Jack clutch the map, trembling. So, the Hero King Kaiser was real after all. The system displays a message saying it's restoring and analyzing the damaged parts of the item. Analysis complete, location confirmed, and marked on the mini-map. Rex stares at the system screen, then glances at the map. A colossal mountain range? That's man territory. This might be easier than I thought. Rex sits in thought when suddenly a small system screen appears beside him. He reads it. Based on user level, the tutorial process is complete. Zik was confused. Before he could process the first announcement, another appeared. You have discovered an item linked to the quest, Achievement Quest, Kaiser's Legacy. Collect Kaiser's vision from a relic bearing Kaiser's mark. Limited time, no rewards, System Administrator level up quest. Current level, low-level administrator to mid-level administrator, Zik understood. The tutorial was a system designed to bring me to a certain level. Z chuckled. I've taken the first step. And now, the real game begins. He was a little excited. Even the rewards were on a completely different level. After reviewing the rewards and notifications, he slowly stood up. Good, he smiles resolutely. He'll devour it all, leaving nothing behind, and first, he'll use his accumulated points. The system displays notifications, one after another, that the Level 2 Dragon skills are now available. Looking at the Level 2 Dragon skills. Dragon Scale Armor. Hardened scales provide excellent magic resistance. Locked. Unlock cost 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summons a powerful dragon claw to slash enemies. The price is locked at 80 points. I have quite a few points now, but I don't know when I'll have the chance to accumulate this many again. As much as I want to, I should only invest in some potions and level 2 dragon skills for now and keep 400 points in reserve. With that thought, he tapped the screen, and the system immediately notified him. Activating Dragon Scale Armor, activating Dragon Claw. Soon, the dragon skills are activated on Jaw, and he quickly tests his new abilities, starting with the Dragon Claw. Rex swung his hand in a wide arc, instantly creating a huge gash in the floor. Looking at the mark he had just made, Rex exclaimed, this is even better than expected. Next, he swung his sword to test the remaining dragon skill. All right. Next, Dragon Scale Armor. A deafening crash echoed as the sword in his hand was violently thrown back. Rex is surprised. He didn't use mana, but even when he used his full strength, instead of cutting through, the blade bounced back. It's as if he's wearing full body armor without a weapon. Zack rotates his shoulder and thinks, Dragon Claw for attack. Dragon Scale Armor for defense, very straightforward. All warmed up, let's continue. The scene shifts to the central training ground at the Drakkar Academy. A voice echoes through the training grounds. Now, before we begin the practical exam, let me explain the rules. The instructor, sword in hand, continued, "Behind me, you see training dummies, specially designed so that ordinary physical attacks can't even scratch them." He slashed a dummy with the tip of his sword, then added, "However, if you infuse your attacks with aura, they can be easily destroyed." After the demonstration, he sheathed his sword and continued, "If you can't even break it, you will fail." He then stared at everyone with a chilling gaze. "Regardless of your previous evaluations, you'll all be starting from scratch. Starting over means no promotion." The instructor calls for silence. "I'll call your names and you'll step forward. Next, Aaron." Aaron hurriedly stepped forward, his face etched with worry as Owen watched from behind. The rookies were nervous and anxious, and then he flashed a triumphant smile. "But for me, this training method is just like my family's light technique. After all, the Academy's light energy curriculum was created by the He-Men family." Then, he glanced at Jen and Jack standing behind him, thinking that no matter how talented the True Blood Awakeners were, they couldn't surpass him in controlling aura. At that moment, the instructor called out the next name, and N confidently stepped forward with his sword, ignoring the instructor's instructions to wait until he was ready. He stomped his foot and swung his sword, watching the aura envelop him. Everyone around was astonished. Sword resonance. The examiner turned to the instructor, saying it was remarkable that he'd achieved sword resonance at only 13. The instructor coldly replied, "Well, he is from a prestigious noble family." A flash of light, a puppet torn asunder, another decapitated, streaks of light, and the rest are shredded. The other students are speechless at the sight. Owen's sword tore through the training dummies, leaving them in tatters, earning him high praise from the examiner. Impressive, as expected of that guy. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him, saying he might even surpass A.A. Ben. But instead of basking in the praise like the other students, he gritted his teeth, shook off the hand, and stormed off, prompting the examiner to mutter, "What's with that attitude?" The instructor crossed his arms and frowned. What an arrogant kid. Then the sounds of the test continued as the other students took their turns, but it seemed none of them were doing very well. The examiner scoffed at the score sheet, noting everyone was struggling, and the instructor added that they must have lost confidence after seeing Ja's attempt. He glanced at the students, thinking that no one had failed yet. Even a small fragment, all the students in the specialized class could transmit light energy into the blade. But even in a place full of elites, the strong always stand out. It was J.A.'s turn to take the test, and she spoke up, "I'm ready." Before her test, she tells the instructor, "Professor, I have a request." He replies, "Speak." With unwavering eyes, Rena voiced her request. She wanted to be evaluated on her Dragon Slayer technique. The instructor told her it was an assessment for the upper class, but Rena remained resolute. "I know the lower-level students think she's become unbearably arrogant since awakening as a true blood. The difficulty of channeling aura and dragon-slaying techniques is completely different. Maintaining aura on a blade is already incredibly difficult. But dragon-slaying requires precise control to allocate the right amount of aura to each movement. I doubt she can swing it more than a few times before losing control." "Ha! Rena Turin, your competitive spirit will be your downfall." The instructor suspiciously asks Ja if the terms of failure will be much stricter. "Are you really sure?" V affirmed. "I'm sure." The lecturer then agreed with her. "Well, it's up to you then." Vina bowed her head in response. "Thank you." With that, she raised her sword high, and as the other students watched Jay begin her test, a surge of energy enveloped Jana. She swung her sword down, slashing at the puppet, followed by a flurry of light that tore the puppet to shreds. With the last puppet, Rena decisively stabs its body, shattering it to pieces, completing her test. Behind her, the shattered remains of the puppets littered the floor as the awestruck students marveled at her overwhelming power. Owen was supposed to be the best at manipulating light energy, but he's nowhere near her level. Hearing the murmurs, Owen gritted his teeth, veins popping with rage. "Damn it!" Rena, breathing heavily, turned and pointed her sword at Owen, surprising him. He frowned, wondering, "What's this? Are you trying to skewer me?" But then his eyes changed. He turned around, his face tense. No, the sword was indeed pointed at him from the start, but there was a formidable figure standing behind him. Rich sneers, saying he's not even worth his attention. Wretch scratches his head, thinking he might be in trouble. He recalled Jay's gaze, and he couldn't ignore her expectations. Should he meet them? Thinking this, he raised his hand and said, "Professor, I'd also like to be graded based on Dragon Slayer magic." Hearing this, the professor looked displeased, his eyes glaring. He spoke up, asking, "Your name is J.K., right? Do you think Dragon Slayer magic will be easy for you just because you saw J.A. perform it with ease?" He continued, "Student J.A. is a pure-blooded awakened, but was cut off. The grading conditions will be the same as student J.A.'s. Is that all right?" Hearing this, Jay smiled confidently and replied, "Of course." Without hesitation, he took his position. The professor, still dissatisfied, retorted, "Why did you allow this? That student is marked present for every class, but I've never seen them attend even once." The professor replied, "That's because this student won a bet with lecturer Andre. You're new here, so you probably don't know. A pure-blooded awakened with unprecedented golden light. They say this student broke Lord Abin's record in the dungeon exploration test. The one standing over there, Zaker. The system displays a notification. The black sword Bahamut has detected E, activating Bahamut's unique ability to convert aura, and is now converting E into aura." His expression turned anxious as he thought, "Damn, suppressing it is harder than I thought." After a moment of composure, he tightened his grip on the sword, a grin spreading across his face. This should be enough, right? Without hesitation, he begins to swing his sword. Seeing the attack, Vina immediately recognizes it, her eyes widening as she exclaims that Z is using Dragon Slayer magic. Chapter 1-1, Sky Splitter. She worried, thinking that compared to Instructor Andre, it was almost perfect. With a single strike, he cleaves the training dummy in two. Dragon Slayer magic, honed over 2 years before his regression. From the sword's swing to the footwork and even the flow of aura, my body can now move automatically without thinking. With that thought, Rick planted his feet, restraining his body. He glanced at the sword in his hand, thinking that even though he was sick of repeating this technique, reviewing the basics wasn't so bad, and this should be enough to motivate Jaina. Just as he thought this, he was startled by the sudden whispers around him. Wait, he definitely enveloped the sword with aura just now, right? Yeah, I saw it too, the whole sword. So, does that mean I've reached the level of a Death Knight? Hearing those words, he exclaimed in surprise, "I must have gotten carried away." Behind him, the wooden puppets were completely destroyed. It seems he unconsciously revealed his aura. I only meant to adjust it to Jay's level. Damn it, I've drawn attention to myself again. The two professors were left speechless. A first-year student on par with a Death Knight? Hearing this, Owen clenched his fists, trembling with rage, a deep-seated fear rising within him that he didn't want anyone to know. Meanwhile, on Jenna's side, her fists were also clenched, but her expression was the opposite of Owen's, a slight smile playing on her lips. Moments later, in the Great Hall, a man set down his teacup and said, "I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. It seems you achieved an incredible result." Jack replied, "It was just luck." Without pausing, the man continued, "Reaching the level of a Death Knight at just 13 years old is just luck. So, Za, what do you think about taking the Accelerated Advancement exam?" Hearing this, he asked with some curiosity, "The Accelerated Advancement exam? Are you suggesting skipping a grade?" He replied, "It could be one, or even more. It's a program for outstanding students like you." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Looks like they took the bait faster than I expected." It seems Hogwarts has drawn more attention than expected, which is only natural. Thinking this, he smiles and replies, "All right, I'll do it." The conversation ended there, and as he walked away, Rex thought to himself, "Looks like he's got a plan. I'll play along." Inside Hogwarts' room, he sat facing the window, when suddenly he reached into his robes and pulled something out. He announced, "Ren Dracker and Jack Dracker, both pure-blooded awakeners, have agreed to take the test." A voice echoed back, "Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements." Hogwarts then reveals a sly smile, exclaiming, "Things are about to get interesting." Cut to Dracker Academy Advanced Aura Training Room. Meanwhile, Na was also present, glancing sideways at Lang Tran, who stood beside her, forcing a smile. He was sweating bullets, thinking, "At least pretend you're not spying on her." Just as he was thinking this, someone entered, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." He continued, "Overseeing today's advancement exam will be a high-ranking knight from the main family." Before them, a white-haired man with a scar across his face appeared, and the sight of him made Wendracker's eyes widen as he exclaimed, "Is that the silent flow sword?" A memory flashes through his mind, a dazed Own carrying a man in his arms. As he set the man down, the figure appeared behind him, and he asked with a glare, "Dracker?" Without a word, he drew his sword and asked, "Why are the Empire's dogs here?" But Ohm didn't respond. Rather than draw his sword, Rick surveyed the scene, noticing a child on the ground before him. Wen began to dig through the earth, and sensing his great loss, he said nothing more. He stood silently, watching Wen bury the child, when suddenly a sword pierced the ground, startling him. Reach approached and asked, "Need a hand?" Before he could answer, he continued, "Even if you refuse, I'll still help." He continued, digging as he spoke. "I'm Z Marita of the Northern Alliance Force. You're a DRA, right?" Wen replied, "No, I've abandoned the name Dracker." Z asked, "Then we're alike." "What should I call you then?" He replied, "Just call me Still Water Sword." Back in the present, Rick smiles at Wen, thinking, Wen Sao, a fitting name for a silent, cold sword. With that thought, they both raise a hand to their chest, bow their heads, and say, "Greetings, Mr. Wendracker. Does it really require a high-ranking knight to oversee the advancement exam of a mere first-year student?" The high-ranking knight is, in fact, the pillar of the Draker family. A high-level title requiring a balance of power, reputation, and experience, a position of great prestige. Just then, a professor spoke up. "The test will be a sword match, something familiar to those from CR. You can continue to challenge as long as you don't lose consciousness or give up. Give it everything you've got." Hearing this, Jay drew his sword and replied, "Then I'll go first." But the professor cut him off, saying, "No." He continued, "No need to go one by one. Just come at me all at once." These words infuriate Jay, her grip tightening on her sword, but Wretch immediately stops her, saying, "Don't be so hasty. You know the difference in strength." He glanced at her, smiling as he added, "Besides, the test has already begun, and if you rush in without controlling your emotions, you'll lose points." She sighed, then asked, "So, what should I do?" Zaire smiled to himself, thinking she really was a genius, able to assess the situation so quickly. He thought for a moment, then replied, "I have a perfect plan for this situation. We'll strike him with precision." And so the fight continued. They stood on either side, intently watching Wen. As he drew his sword, Rick observed that it was a unique, single-edged blade from the east, a wando. The wando is a single-edged, one-handed short sword designed for use with a shield, originating from the Joseon dynasty and named for the ring on its sheath, where a strap is attached for easy carrying. Realizing this, he mutters that the man has been using this sword for a long time. It seems Jay's pride is hurt, but what good are honor and pride to the weak? Thinking this, he looks her in the eye and nods, signaling that they need to put aside their personal feelings and focus on tactics. She quickly understands, her eyes firming as she nods in response. Having reached an understanding, they immediately charged at Wen, swords raised. But before their blades could even touch him, he unleashed a flurry of blows, easily intercepting their attacks. Not only Ja, but also Vina has tried her best to get close, yet it's been impossible. Neither of them will give up easily, and they continue to coordinate seamlessly. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates as Owen sends them flying back. Impressed by the previous moves, Vina marvels inwardly, so this is a high-ranking knight. Despite targeting his blind spots as ZCK instructed, I couldn't land a hit, let alone scratch him. Without hesitation, she unleashes her Dragon Slayer technique. Chapter 3. I must be ready to kill. With that thought, a sword came crashing down before Wenban Yuejan. But he was not an easy opponent, quickly retreating and then kicking Ya, leaving her no time to react. The powerful blow sent her flying backwards, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the others rushed to Ja, asking if she was all right. Hearing this, she grabbed a piece of debris on the wall and replied, "I'm fine." Wiping the blood from her mouth, she warned, "It's too dangerous here. Fall back." Even for a moment, had she really lost consciousness and created an opening? With her current strength, there's no way she could have done that. She looks over and wonders, "Did you really think I could?" Zeravina recalled his earlier words, which had infuriated her. Never would she participate in such a cowardly tactic. "Are you suggesting we tarnish an honorable duel, Jack Dracker?" Hearing this, he chuckled and retorted, "Can honor feed you?" "This isn't a duel between knights, it's a test. They're testing our ability to kill." Rena was speechless at his brutally honest assessment. She sighed. "Fine, I asked for your opinion, but do you really think that tactic will work? Our opponent is a high-ranking knight." He smiled, replying, "We just have to force the situation to make it work. Like when you fought me in CR, think back. Why couldn't you dodge that rock?" She continued, "Because I didn't expect you to resort to such a trick." He replied, "Exactly." Rex smirked, adding, "Even a high-ranking knight is the same. Wait for my signal. It's sure to work. A small opening is more than enough." Back in the present, taking advantage of the moment, Wen launched his vine attack. He used dragon-slaying magic and the wind technique, shadowless steps. Seeing the technique, Wen muttered in surprise, "That's a technique you forged?" No sooner had he spoken than he sensed something, his eyes sharply darting behind him. Just in the nick of time, he raises his sword to block an incoming strike, smiling as he says, "You should start taking this seriously." Before he could understand what was happening, the light suddenly went out, plunging the space into darkness. "I see," he thought. They're using the mana-suppressing ability of a pure blood awakened. Realizing he's been had, he deflects an attack, sending Rick flying, but the onslaught continues in the darkness. Seeing this tactic, Wen sighed inwardly. What a childish trick. Do they really think obscuring my vision will give them a chance against a high-ranking knight? These thoughts vanished as Wretch suddenly appeared beside him with lightning speed, leaving him wondering what this strange feeling was. Why, in this thick darkness where I can barely see, is she moving as if she can see everything? While Owen is lost in thought, Rich begins to act. This is the perfect opportunity to test my new dragon skill. After all, Owen isn't the type to brag. As the system notification appeared, activating the Dragon Claw skill on Owen's side, he stared at the destructive flames rushing toward him and exclaimed in shock, "Is this really the swordsmanship of the top male student?" Before him, he could clearly see the phantom of a magnificent black dragon. No, this wasn't just swordsmanship. Jack Dracker had far surpassed the level of a student's. Meanwhile, Jen Dracker doesn't seem to move as nimbly as Drake in the dark. Did she eliminate unnecessary power to control herself? Wen leaps into the air, striking at Z with his sword, but this tactic only works on equals. In the darkness, the sound of clashing swords echoes violently. The battle intensifies and Z is surprised to realize his opponent's movements are almost unchanged in the dark. Could he have already adapted to the darkness? Just as he thought this, a blade flashed toward him. The one who attacked was none other than Wen, who narrowly dodged in the nick of time. He frowned in anger. She's gone. I can barely see her. It's like fighting a shadow. As he stood there, a figure appeared behind him. Sensing something, Owen swings his sword behind him, but it's not a person. He wondered, mana lamps. It turned out that Zeke was above him, slicing through all the lamps. The noise is masking Zeke Dracker's presence, and a lightning-fast strike descends from above. Wen immediately raised his sword to block the attack. Zig was already facing him, a sly smile on his face. Before Owen could understand what was happening, he shouted, "Now!" Ray remembered the professor's words, simple in structure and materials, but only usable once. "What kind of magic are you planning to put in there?" Hearing this, the professor exclaimed in shock, "What? An exploding spell?" He smiled and replied, "No, the flash of light and the bang are more than enough." Back in the present, the bomb thrown at Wen emits a blinding light and deafening sound. Rich smiles, thinking, "Perfect timing, Reyna." This attack caught Wen completely off guard, leaving him no time to react but to collapse to the ground, covering his ears. His eyes glazed over as he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, I fell for their trap. Thinking it was unnecessary was my misjudgment." Just as he thought this, Rena and Z combined their efforts and charged forward with swords. He looked excited, a grin spreading across his face, but before they could act, Roan unleashed his dragon-slaying technique. Chapter 4-1. The Crescent Moon. Slash sends RK flying backward, crashing to the ground, and Rena suffers the same fate, unable to react. Wen stood there, stunned, his teeth clenched, his face etched with pain. Meanwhile, the wounded were being carried away one by one from the aftermath of the battle. A girl approaches to encourage him, telling him he's done a good job, but before he can reply, a man strides over, shouting, "You wretched On, you've completely ruined someone else's disciple, so that's his master." Seeing him, Wen bowed his head in greeting to his master, who waved back as rigid as ever. Duke placed a hand on Owen's shoulder and asked, "How is my disciple doing?" Owen remained silent. Thinking back, in the brief moment when the blow landed, Jack Dracker deliberately dropped his sword and went on the defensive. He could have countered, so why didn't he? Was his goal not to win, but to learn and improve? Was he only showing the necessary amount of strength? Looking at his hand, Owen said, "Draker is beyond our ability to assess at the Academy Advancement meeting, so I assume everyone agrees with this opinion." Everyone in the meeting spoke up, and Headmaster Andre replied that he had no objections either. Rena and Z were officially promoted to the 5th and 3rd years, respectively, and then kept as quiet as possible. After receiving the Duke's teachings, Andre replaced Jack, who drifted apart from Professor Panin after being chosen by Delpoa's Royal Magic Research Institute. Jacob no longer had any ties to the powerful noble families, but then something interesting happened. Owen constantly sought him out for duels and then, as if struck by inspiration, he took a leave of absence and locked himself away to train, and after 2 years he finally graduated from the academy. Blessings are pouring in for Jack, congratulating him on being the youngest to ever enter Van. "You must be very proud. Jack Dracker is now 15 years old." Decker happily replies that it's rare for the dean to personally write a letter of recommendation. Zeed responded, crediting his father, then thought about the title of youngest freshman. It seems 2 years of silence meant nothing after all. Z spoke up. The entrance ceremony is in about 3 months, right, Decker? Head to Atlas first. He was shocked to hear this, but stammered a reply. Yes, yes. And what about you, sir? The young master packed his things and replied, I'll retreat to a quiet place alone. He said, I don't want anyone disturbing me, understand? Disobeyed. Yes, master. The Kai Saidi ruins lie within the giant mountains under the guise of a secluded retreat. Rick planned to use the Argos Kingdom's Adventurers Guild to carry out an expedition, and it wasn't necessary to inform any suspicious individuals of his whereabouts. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Liam entered, kneeling and bowing his head. My respects, Jack Dracker. He turns around, saying, Liam, I told you already. That kind of formality makes me uncomfortable. A simple greeting will do. Upon hearing this, Decker says, Then I'll take my leave, young master. He replies, Why did you summon me all the way to the Platinum residence? Now, only Jack and Liam remained in the room. I heard you were transferred to the special class. Jack replied, As your master, how could I stand idly by? I've compiled everything you'll need during your time at the academy. He'll provide you with expected questions for academic reviews, training manuals, and materials needed for exams. Just go to Fapnea and show him this. He'll provide you with all the necessary items. Oh, and when you're a 4th year, you'll need a proper sword as well. You can also request it from Fapnea. I've already paid for it, so don't worry. I believe you will do well. Liam vows to never fail his master's expectations. Liam, deeply moved by these words, bit his lip to hold back tears, then bowed his head with newfound resolve. Just a minute ago, he had said it made him uncomfortable. I take that back. The Kingdom of A is located in the far north of the central continent, along with Delra, Tebea, and Alenia. It's considered one of the 4 great kingdoms of the central continent, with a massive mountain range separating the land of magical beasts from the mainland, and countless dungeons attracting fortune-seeking adventurers. Recognizing this, the first king of Agus incorporated adventurers and dungeons into the kingdom's primary industry. With royal backing, the colossal mountain range was divided into hundreds of areas, establishing transport routes and outposts for management. The origin of the Adventurers Guild that later spread throughout the continent. Next, number 546. 546. Is number 546 not here? Next, number 547. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Ja. Murray submits the paperwork at the ISL office. They'll issue your registration card, Murray replied. Thanks. As Jack Murray in disguise, he thought it best to create an adventurer identity for easier travel. Traveling as Dreher would attract too much attention. Now Z thinks it's time to begin the treasure hunt. At the gathering point, some carriages had already departed, while others awaited more adventurers. Among those leaving was R, who thought to himself how lucky he was to find a seat during peak season. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, are you an adventurer too? You look tense. Is this your first time in a dungeon? Why don't you join us? Don't let our looks deceive you, we're veterans. Dungeons are dangerous these days. Going in alone is just asking to be monster food, and trash like this is everywhere. They say the first group you dungeon dive with determines half of your life as an adventurer. Have you heard that? They secretly planned to lure naive adventurers to use as monster bait or sell them to slavers. Rick listened silently, saying nothing. They smiled, waiting for his answer, but Jack suddenly stood and said, Shut up, shocking them all. Well, what? What's wrong? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He then approached the carriage driver, saying, 500 meters to our left and behind us, there's a monster. Looks like an orc horde. Is this a common monster spawn area? The coachman asked, confused. What are you talking about? This path is a safe zone. Hearing this, the adventurers with him burst out laughing, as if the newbie was starting to panic. Doesn't he know that the Adventurers Guild's main routes are directly managed by the kingdom? Jack speaks up. Then what's behind you? Monsters and wild beasts aren't even supposed to be in a safe zone. His heart skipped a beat as he asked, What? A horde of monsters appeared, attacking them. The caravan was broken, and all were scattered by the giant orcs. What in the world was happening? An orc approached while he was pinned under the carriage, and he cried out in helpless terror. Help me, please. The orc's bloodied club dragged heavily forward as Zik quickly hid behind a tree. If orcs are running rampant in the safe zone, that means the outpost isn't functioning properly. After the orcs appeared, everything fell apart. Just as ZCK predicted, they really did make a mess of things. Even the Argos soldiers were taken down. But with that many people, they should have been able to handle most of the monsters. Rick had a bad feeling. He stares in disbelief at the gash across the soldier's chest. Rick grits his teeth in fury. This wasn't the work of monsters, but of men. The air is thick with blood and fire, but this wasn't done by monsters. Rich frowned, unable to bear the sight, and instead examined the corpse before him. a victim of human hands. This corpse was intentionally mutilated to look like a monster attack. The soldiers fell like flies, each with a deep gash across the chest, seemingly from a large horned beast. But if it were truly monsters, the cuts wouldn't be so clean, and most were killed in one blow without resistance. This must be the work of at least one group of Violet Knights. His eyes narrowed, his mind still racing. Unfortunately, staying here would only arouse suspicion. Skulls littered the forest, a testament to horrors unknown. But finding the Kaiser ruins is the priority. He looks up at a symbol marking Mandian's territory, realizing he's close to the Kaiser ruins according to the map. Rustling sounds emerge from the bushes behind, as several figures lurk discreetly in the shadows. But how could any of that escape Jack's notice? Why are the Imperial Hounds here? Their presence here is certainly suspicious, considering their elite status. The Hounds, an elite unit under the Emperor selected from the Empire's trainee knights, trained in search and assassination. They were meant to be a key force in the Continental War the Empire was preparing to unleash. Looking at the screen, he seems to have realized something. Observing their movements on the map as they arrived, I can't mistake that tracking method. Fragments of memory flood back to Zeke. Memories of the pain he suffered before death, of the bastards who killed him in his past life. The man's words echoed in Zake's mind. The Duke had clearly stated that the Emperor, obsessed with immortality, was scouring the continent for something. That's right, even before my regression, the Emperor was obsessed with ancient relics. Remembering how hard he fought back then, chasing a foolish dream, a kingdom that would eventually wither, like a torch with no one to light it, unifying the continent with illusions of immortality. Could it be? It was then that he realized the key point. The Emperor knew about the Kaiser ruins? I have to see for myself. In a flash, his figure vanished. One of the men warily scanned his surroundings, raising his hands in a defensive stance as he slowly drew a gun from his coat. But before he could react, a slash severed his arm. He glanced back to see a severed hand on the ground, blood yet to splatter. A faint gold strap adorned the gun, a gold flare, signaling an emergency. "So you're the captain." He slowly approached, sword in hand, his voice indifferent as he spoke to the terrified, pale-faced man. "Only 3 of you? Must be the outer patrol. Usually they move in teams of 12. The others didn't even dare approach, watching their captain kneel on the ground in agony. Who are you? Who sent you? The next scene unfolds with shocking speed, as the man's head is suddenly severed from his body. Rex turns to survey the carnage he's wrought, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Still haven't grasped the situation? He glances back, threatening. I'm the one asking the questions. His words made them tremble, barely able to breathe. Think carefully. There are still 2 of you. If one dies, will the other remain silent? I expect you to make a wise choice. This must be a temporary base. It's cramped. He pulls up his mask. Did these bastards turn the outpost into a slaughterhouse? They even killed royal warriors? Did they really find the ruins? Well, I'll find out when I get in there. Eternal death awaits those who dare defy the Meekin. He yawned, weary and dejected, then curled his lips to complain. Seriously, who stands guard in Mandian territory? Seriously? Instantly, something shot into his head. His comrade barely managed a faint groan before the second one fell. A flash of purple light streaking across the training grounds as they finally realized what was happening and began to discuss it. Why don't you come over here? Wait, can't you hear anything at the main gate? They understood nothing. No, I didn't hear anything. He was completely exposed when someone attacked too quickly. The stench of blood awakens a primal fear. The intruder tries to speak, but is instantly silenced. AC finally slices through his neck, ending his life. It reminds him of when their leader, exhausted from the turf war, ordered them to raid the Pavela gang. It feels exactly the same. The leader recognizes the fighting style. The Makan Pavel's Southern Assassin's GAM technique is irrelevant. Anyone who comes here must die. Surrender, and I'll grant you a painless death. Drucker, disguised as Murray, finds this laughable. That man is a captain? Close to Blue Knight level, these are far too weak compared to the hounds I faced in my past life. Then, he spoke, a peaceful death, you say. Is that what you say to the one who killed your comrade? Instead of mourning, you're going easy on the enemy? A prime example of the Central Continent's warmongers. He ordered the attack on Muri, so let him die as he wished. Tear him apart. The 2 swords clashed, and they collided head-on. Neither side would yield, and of course he could take them all on his own, but something felt off. How strange. Are these hounds always this weak, or have I simply become too strong? Well, no need to test the waters anymore. Immediately after the system announced the activation of magic reflection, the leader suddenly looked around, startled. A power outage now. Could it be the Dragon Slayer's magic interference? No. He didn't bring anything with him, and he hasn't used it. His swordsmanship is definitely a southern technique. An assassin cannot be wrong, so it must be a coincidence. He shouted, "Don't panic. The energy will return soon. Just focus on defense until then," when suddenly a light shone down, revealing the leader. "What's going on?" Unexpectedly, Murray spoke up from behind him. "That emperor is certainly bold." Targeting the ruins of King Kaiso's hero, he fearfully drew his sword. Kaiso's ruins? What nonsense! He dodged your blow, and you told him not to worry. If he didn't confess, you'd find out yourself. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind, locking the leader's neck in every movement. Wait, we really don't know anything, but Murray decisively sends him to the afterlife. In the end, he walked out of the ship's door and into the light of victory. Everything that happened here would be blamed on Makan. The Makan, a criminal organization from the southern continent I once served in my past life, will do anything for money. After the fall of the Cusco kingdom, due to civil war, the lawless land was divided into the Makan and Pavala gangs. He thought he should have concealed his identity by only using the skills of the dragon descendant, but he deliberately used southern swordsmanship and left Makan's signature mark. It's safer to let someone else take the blame. The Empire will surely think the southern gangs are behind this. And even if they react, it will lead to Makan's destruction. So this is a good thing. But more importantly, based on the letter I found inside, the Emperor is even crazier than I thought. His decree states to find the ancient relics. He checks around and finds a map, but the shocking part is the campaign operation map from the central continent to the eastern continent. Currently in Chu and even the mysterious Black Sea, the hounds must be sent to every location believed to have ancient relics. This means the hounds have returned to the point of regression, but they haven't found the Chaos Relic yet. I have to hurry. Suddenly, Murray heard the familiar sound of fireworks, an unmistakable red flare. The sky was ablaze with crimson light, signaling the activation of the inescapable net. Rex strides forward, quickly dashing through the forest, cautiously looking back, retreating while observing the movements of the group. A horde of men in black suits sped up their pursuit. It seemed he was about to be caught. Were they already upon him? He noticed a strange signal. A red flare splitting into 5 branches. It was the inescapable hunter's net, never failing to pursue, surround, and search the area around the flare. This method of pursuit requires all hounds to maintain their positions until the commander's order, a tactic of unimaginable danger. And once the order to execute is given, death is inevitable for the prey. Even he himself had to risk his life against this inescapable net once when stealing a treasure. He twisted his dagger, dodging the incoming sword thrust as 2 flaps of black cloth shot out to block the rear. With a fierce aura, the man with twin scars on his forehead showed no mercy in his eyes. But Rick was no pushover, nimbly dodging the sharp blades, not even a hair falling as he sought to see who would die. The dagger thrust forward powerfully, strength focused in his hand, the situation hanging by a thread. Far from the other's expectations, he quickly focuses his strength in his legs, fleeing the battlefield, looking ahead as he meets the scarred man's gaze. Yellow leaves rustle as they fall, surrounded by scattered rocks. These guys are completely different from the ones in the cave. And another group appears from behind. He glanced around, seeing no escape. Rich sighed and rubbed his head. Things were getting complicated. Glancing at the system map, there seemed to be no escape, the red dots scattered densely across the screen. If he went all out, he might be able to escape, but that would expose my disguise. There's no other way. I really didn't want to use this. Murray uses a rare, familiar tune on his small flute, a sound that echoes through the mountains, recognizable only to a select few. They have no idea what it means. What is that? Does he have allies? They quickly realize he has smoke bombs. The whistle was just a distraction. Catch him now. Thanks to that, Murray successfully escaped. He laughs, mocking them. They listen to their captain's orders. Don't panic. They've set up an inescapable trap. He won't get away. Hold your positions, watch for any unusual movements. They try to be as careful as possible, while Rosgul seems to have vanished without a trace. Did he think he could retreat after losing sight of him? Or was there something behind that whistle? Murray's kicking his men around has clearly stunned him. What is this? He's terrified. This is insane. Barbarians, what is going on? I didn't even touch them. 1 or 2 is fine, but why a whole group? They tried to attack, but these savages were unsuccessful, unable to land a blow. The barbarians attacked one after another. This is bad. What's happening? At this rate, my people will be slaughtered. Rosgul orders a retreat, but the barbarians pressed on, forcing them to retreat as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Murray hides in a tub of mud to fool the Rosgul Gil, a tactic that works better than he expected. He invented a tactical communication tool for the barbarians to regulate the chaotic battlefield, having allied with a barbarian tribe in his past life, learning how to craft and then use it. Using the horn, he warns that foreign invaders seek to conquer this land. Though barbaric, they have their own traditions and customs. What they'll fight to protect? He understands that with his crafting skills, it can only be used once. Next, he continues his journey, now seeking the true ruins. Murray has arrived at a cave, but it's proving to be quite difficult, with so many obstacles in the way. He sees a terrifying multi-headed cobra-like creature, a dragon-type creature corrupted by demonic energy. He didn't expect to find a dragon-type creature here. According to the map, the correct passage is that door. System, can you open it? The system acknowledges, confirming administrator access and connecting to the Hero King Kale's sanctuary management system. Opening the Hero King Kale's sanctuary. The monster has detected an intruder. They use their vision to check for lurkers and begin to attack. Murray is intrigued. It seems getting through will take some effort. He restrains them with dragon-slaying techniques, attacks with kicks, uses the phantom steps, and creates a perfect clone for each of their heads. He tries to control it, using the phantom steps to distract it, then runs quickly to the door. He almost didn't make it, surrounded just before the finish line. But the hunt doesn't end there. Murray successfully dodges and counterattacks. He uses magic accumulated through experience, Dragon Slayer skill. 7th form, Dragon Head Strike. He's temporarily suppressed them, but he's injured, though not seriously. And its blood is poisonous? Activating his recovery skill, he ponders a dragon-type monster with 9 heads. In his past life, his master said no one could defeat it, the 9-headed dragon. Hydra, let's see just how powerful you really are. Dust fills the air. With both hands, he struggled to block the Hydra from devouring him, only to be flung back against the wall. As the dust settles, he clutches his black sword, wipes blood from his mouth, and curses, "Damn it, what good is Dragon Slayer magic?" In an age where dragons are extinct, the closest thing we have are dragon-type monsters. He muttered to himself, seemingly unconcerned with the multi-headed serpent before him. For monsters like this, Dragon Slayer skills are useless. No matter how many times you strike, they just regenerate. Frustrating. He glances at the stone door. With his current strength, defeating them is impossible. Jack begins to calculate. The distance to the door is about 30 meters. Then, in a flash, his hand effortlessly transforms into a black sword. System. His sharp eyes revealed a serious and battle-ready gaze. Close the gate. The system notifications flashed, and as the gate closed at his command, it confirmed the administrator's request to seal the resting place of the hero, Wang Kai, and each of his black swords plunged into the ground. Dragon energy began to fill the room as he activated Dragon Slayer stance, his sword rising from the ground, ready to unleash the ultimate technique, Qifeng Kai. As the sword swung, it created a long streak of light, a wind slash. Wretch dashed through, nearing the closing gate. Okay, forget about killing them for now. I need to get through this door first. But a snake head with green eyes is now glaring, and as if on command, the other heads begin to chase after him. As Rek ran, he sheathed his sword and glanced back hopefully. I made it. Suddenly, his eyes widened at its razor-sharp maw. What? Immediately, the snake bit his hand, causing blood to splatter in a burst of pain, and dragged him away. Its entire body trembled as the wretched snake dragged him higher. You dare follow me all the way here? He angrily held his sword close to his left arm. If you want my arm that badly, then take it. He severed his own arm and tossed it into the serpent's mouth, enduring the pain to regenerate the lost limb. Damn it. That snake suddenly spewed a cloud of purple smoke from its mouth. The moment the smoke touched him, his face flushed red and his veins bulged. What kind of poison is this? Having been poisoned by the 9-headed serpent Hara, he quickly uses a technique to finish off some of its heads. Han Tenkai Tram. The last head stares blankly at the remains of its brethren. The last head stares blankly. He faces it, panting, gripping his black sword. Giving him no respite, the final head lunges. A life-or-death moment. As the notification appeared, the imposing aura of a purple dragon enveloped him, activating Dragon Skill, Dragon's Majesty. With a glare, Rich threatened the last serpent head, "Get out of here, or be torn to shreds!" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than it was overwhelmed by his power, freezing in terror at the sight of him. It vanished, leaving him alone and exhausted on the ground, realizing his dragon might had worked on the dragonkin. Damn it, I should have tried this sooner. He stared blankly at the system screen. Wait, infinite stamina has always been activated. Then why do I feel so exhausted? Is it the toxins? You have frightened the corrupted dragon species. Do you want to activate your dragon species domination power to subdue the target? He blankly recalls the moments before, wondering if he'd scared it. Was it the dragon's might that activated at the last moment? He sat back in silence, gazing at the multi-headed serpent before him. Could he really subdue such a monstrous being, whatever the reason? Then his eyes steeled as he stared at the system window. All right, let's give it a shot. But suddenly he stared down in bewildered confusion. The administrator's power wasn't enough to subdue this dragon species. Failing to subdue the dragonkin, he reads in disbelief that his power is insufficient, then rises with disappointment, lamenting the anticipation. It would be unusual for a high-level skill to have no drawbacks, but as soon as he looked up, he was overcome with dizziness. Immediately his body collapsed to the floor, the Hydra's venom reaching critical levels. He clutches his face, cursing the accursed poison under his breath. Healing is useless against it. A notification appears. The Hydra's poison has reached critical levels. Still, he thought positively, there had to be a way. Then he remembered another special skill he possessed. That's right, devour and absorb its bloodline ability. Dragon skill, Injuanyod, gluttony in a state of frenzy can digest anything and convert it into energy. Furthermore, if he absorbs a monster with bloodline abilities, he can absorb those abilities. He grits his teeth, struggling to sit up. A creature with such potent toxins must also possess a bloodline-related resistance. He quickly activates that skill, and a thick black mist appears, activating the Gluttony Dragon skill. Immediately, he absorbed all the dead dragon heads, and the thick black aura slowly receded back into him after devouring them. The head of the corrupted dragon, tainted by defiled energy, has been digested in the gluttony state. Upon absorbing the annihilated target, the gluttony skill is upgraded from basic to proficient, restoring deficient abilities through absorption. Having absorbed the digested creature's bloodline abilities, though only partially, he gains the incomplete constitution, immunity, to all poisons. He then punches the ground with great force, a look of delight spreading across his face as he realizes the Hydra's toxins are being neutralized by his new ability. Bingo! The system displays a lengthy notification. Jack Draker, Level 1 Administrator, Unique Immortal. Title: Blessed Descendant of Terrakin Draker. Dragon Manipulation Authority, Holy Body. Immunity to all poisons, a 100-slot inventory, a mini-map, basic quests, healing class skills, mental fortitude, infinite stamina, realistic combat sense, proficient A-rank wind magic, novice A-rank mana reflection, novice A-rank wide area magic, dragon arts, stage 1, proficient dragon eyes, proficient dragon's majesty, command art, unlockable, gluttony, proficient, dragon art stage 2, proficient dragon scale armor, proficient dragon claw, dragon art stage 3, locked until 300 points. Current karma points, 465. While it might seem suspicious, immunity to all poisons can neutralize most toxins and boost resistance, so I won't have to worry about poison anymore. What's this? Mastered gluttony is superior to basic gluttony? He calmly browsed through the system window, a thought forming in his mind. Could the reason my gluttony skill, which I couldn't level up for so long, has now reached proficiency be? Because I absorbed the designated creature? As he walked, he read the system notification. Defeating designated creatures will grant bonus rewards. Useful information indeed. He casually dismissed the system window and departed, thinking it was time to move on, having been stuck with the Hydra for quite a while. The legend he once mumbled about. Hero King Kaya. A half-human, half-fiend being born from a wise sage and a fairy king. Like many legendary heroes, Kaya had a difficult start. As a child, Kaya lived alone in the mountains, but a sacred wolf adopted and raised him, allowing Kaya to grow up safely. Kaizia rescued oppressed humans and founded a kingdom exclusively for them, and on the central continent a magnificent castle emerged, surrounded by people named Kronos. He smiled, amused by the sight before him, the beginning of the legend of Kaizia, known to all on the central continent. Vu Cap admired the idyllic scene, thinking to himself, in modern times no records remain, so it's just considered a legend. Yet he calmly walks forward, hands in his pockets, now holding proof of the hero King Kaya and the Kronos Kingdom. Before him, the legendary castle emerges. He observes his surroundings, and though smaller than the books described, the ruins of Siaya are undeniably the Kronos Kingdom. Standing before the grand gate, Z murmurs to himself, recalling that the Dragon Slayer's resting place had a similar atmosphere. The resting place of the hero King Siaya has opened, and he calmly steps inside the tower, holding the blue stone. A shimmering blue stone levitates above a short pillar, and he curiously approaches, reaching out his hand. Is this the vision of King Kaixia? A notice appears, initiating the link mission with King Kaixia's vision achievement. He stared in stunned surprise, then noticed, you can't leave this place until the linked quest is complete. Damn it, who decided that? As soon as the announcement finished, the massive doors slammed shut behind him, and he frantically turned back to look at the linked quest, the progress of the Hero King. Kaya. Collect Kaya's progress at the ruins where his traces remain, with no time limit, and the reward is the fairy royal family's tears. Anxiously, he read the quest aloud. A linked quest to trace the Hero King Kaya's journey. He stood there stunned. The reward was a tear of the fairy royalty, the mother of the hero Kaya, an entity that can make human wishes come true. Is that the tear of the fairy royalty? He thought in shock about the quest, the reward being the tear of the fairy royalty, the mother of the hero King Kaya, an entity that can grant human wishes. The tear of the fairy royalty? He still reached for the stone, asking the system a few questions, unsure of its purpose, but certain it was an incredibly powerful treasure. System, how do I progress? He quickly received a notification about the sparkling blue stone before him, confirming it met the administrator's requirements. Extracting information from the magic recording device. 546 videos of Hero Wang Kai's magic recordings have been found, and the footage appears all around him. Among the 546 magic recording videos, 12 meet the administrator's requirements. Playing the first of the 12 magic videos, an ancient language of Chronos no longer in use has been detected. The system helpfully translates the ancient language into the common tongue of the central continent as an elf man appears on the screen. So, what is a sword? And who is this man? He casually and sarcastically says, a sword is a sword, what else would it be? He also recognized his identity, the legendary hero Wang Taixia, who continued to mock them. These old fools can't even swing a sword, just spouting nonsense all day. It's ridiculous. Hey Satan, focus, the screen's shaking. Focusing intently, he begins to discern the identity of the one recording. If it's Satan, then this is Kaixia's most loyal soldier in the legends. He looked up and thought intently. So, this person really does exist. Kaya's voice echoed from the system's replay. How does one master the sword? He asked, demonstrating a swift draw. Nothing to it, just swing it diligently. Immediately after, a slash, a sinister smile, and overwhelming pressure cleaved him in two. I wonder how curious you must be. I'll give you a goal. Blood then gushed out as his body fell, his face pale. Jack, terrified, fell backward, landing hard on his rear. He gasped for breath, his hand flying to his chest to confirm the reality in stunned disbelief. That overwhelming presence felt through a screen. His eyes in the monitor looked down with arrogant contempt, to his delight. This is the progress of King Hung. A smile of excitement creeps across his face. He liked that, and with a command he sat back. System, replay the video I just watched from the beginning. Request from administrator confirmed. And so, day after day, he persistently swung his sword. It's been about 4 days since I was imprisoned and training here. As he swung his sword, he thought about the 3 doors facing the entrance. Each room beyond the doors catered to a specific need. The first was a food storage with enough provisions to last for months. The second room is a living space with all the amenities needed to maintain one's physical condition, and the last room contains a variety of books and military equipment. As he swung his sword, he realized something about the place he was trapped in. This was a training room prepared for the CIA's successor. Thanks to that, I could focus solely on training and swinging my sword tens of thousands of times. I still remember the fear I felt from his power back then. Though he could mimic the form, he couldn't recreate the feeling. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. He had learned the Hero King Kaiya's basic elemental sword advancement. He was stunned to read the elemental sword system notification, ending the basic stage and moving to the application stage. Reading the system message, he was even more amazed. Application stage, summoning the soul of Hero King Kaya. The spirit of Kaya slowly emerges from the glowing blue stone before him, gradually taking on a lifelike form, then opening his eyes, revealing the ancient king of Chronos, the hero, King Kaya. He marveled inwardly, gazing in awe. The hero King Kaya stood before him, and he gripped his sword, his senses on high alert. Immediately Kaya's sword came swinging, and he anxiously blocked it. Zoe desperately tried to hold back the blade. What the... Suddenly, with a burst of force, he's sent flying into the stone wall. His harsh tone rings out, "Get up now." He covers his mouth with one hand and uses his sword as a support with the other. Is he trying to push himself up? It feels like facing my master in my past life. Kaisha slowly approached, his tone sharp with irritation. I was told to learn swordsmanship on my own through my own strength. His eyes glinted with mockery. If the knights of old could see this, their hearts would surely break. His killing intent threatens him, an overwhelming power. Even so, he still had many questions. But why the attack? Was this to test my strength? Before he could find an answer, the knight lunged forward. With a horizontal slash of his hand, Rick quickly blocked with his sword, finally understanding the situation and feeling annoyed. What? Is he trying to kill me? His eyes narrowed with concern as he stared ahead, wondering if he could handle this. Before him, Kaisha's face twisted into a crazed, gleeful smile. What an unbelievable monster! Then he took a breath and looked up to the sky, deciding not to overthink it. He tossed his sword aside, resolving to simply do his best. His eyes now serious, he draws his familiar black sword. Come. He accepts the challenge with grim resolve, Hero King, gazing at his sword before calmly asking, Are you Sane's disciple? You finally succeeded. What was that wind power called? Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged to meet the challenge. With a swing of Aurora's sword, he effortlessly parries, then calmly strokes his chin in thought. But something's not right. He eyes his opponent's trembling hands, noting the heavy impact despite the clumsy movements, but in the next instant he charges forward, not caring about the details. The swords clash once more, and he calmly says, Enough fun for now. He then relentlessly continued his attacks, wanting to see how much longer he could play around. His body trembled with anxiety, but his eyes remained defiant, even though he knew what was coming. He was like a toy to the giant Kaya. The difference in power was just that vast. Still, a faint smile appears on his lips. So this is the power of the Hero King? But this is where he's most confident. System notifications explode as he and his skills activate Dragon Might, one-hit kill, Dragon Might, swiftness, Dragon Might, consecutive slash, Dragon Might, and Dragon Claw. They simultaneously struck him with full force. But when the dust settled, he stood there unharmed. To possess the power of dragon skills without being a dragonkin? In the next instant, he teleported behind the executioner, but every skill and elemental power he possessed had already been analyzed. Somewhat surprised, he decides to attack, swinging his sword, but it's easily blocked. Kiss of the Gods technique. Rick grits his teeth, pushing forward, but the man simply smiles with excitement. After a time, he groggily opened his eyes, while the other man calmly used wind energy to float in the air before him. He smiles calmly. The weakling finally awakens. You do possess quite the talent, though. Sane's talent, the Dragon Clan's power, and even elemental force. As if discovering something new, he stares intently. He leans in for a closer look and asks, Is part of your soul intertwined with the spirit realm? He raised an eyebrow in confusion. What? Seeing he didn't answer, Kaya inquired about his past. You've crossed the threshold of death many times in a human body, haven't you? He sat there muttering to himself, figuring that the use of elemental power could be understood. Finally, after listening for a while, he got up and gently addressed him. I've been listening to you talk about Satan, the spirit realm, and elemental power, but I don't understand any of it. Could you explain it to me clearly? Siaya scoffed, a smirk playing on her lips as she glanced away. Then he bluntly asked him, Don't you have more important goals than such trivialities? Huh? Why are you so surprised? He asked, feigning innocence. Ah, my true progress. He then demonstrated the elements he possessed, the elemental sword you're learning. Elemental power, the pure natural force that creates all things. Zaker raised his sword high, and a series of energies gathered around it, creating water, fire, earth, and wind, as he solemnly declared that the elemental sword is based on and expanded from these four elements. Then, bringing his sword down, a powerful stream of energy swirls rapidly in the sky as he continues sternly, Elemental sword, wind force field, violent wind blade. With his sword on his shoulder and a gentle look in his eyes, he explains the technique with a disdainful expression. This is a move using the wind element, wind force field, and violent wind sword. The source of the sword's elemental power is what you call ear. Zmure was stunned by Zaker's actions, staring blankly, sweat beading on his cheeks as he thought, from its explanation to its power, it's more like magic than swordsmanship. Lost in thought, Jack Draker suddenly turned and spoke. All right, you're next. Zmure's mind races. Wait, elemental power comes from ear? But I sense no trace of it in Kaya. Is there a secret to converting it into elemental power? He remained in that position, awaiting his answer, as Zmure hesitantly approached with a question. So, how do you convert E into elemental power? Jack Dracker was frozen, completely lost as to what he meant. Suddenly, his sword burst into flames, a brilliant gold that seemed to incinerate everything around it, then coldly replied, "Just do it. What's there to explain?" Z. Murray froze for a few seconds, his eyes blank as he thought, "Why are all my teachers like this?" His expression shifted as he intently watched Zaker's sword absorb the surrounding energy. "It's not that it doesn't exist, but that you can't sense it." Suddenly, the sword blazed with green energy, freezing him in place as he realized he had to focus all his senses to perceive even a fraction of its power. Its power is now being used in a severely limited capacity, but Jack Murray is still determined to try. "Fine, I'll figure it out myself." Zaker watches on, sneering, "Getting cocky, are we?" Elsewhere, Jack Murray is deeply troubled, racking his brain thinking, "Don't just cling to what you can see. Elemental power, huh?" Sia clearly called his unique skill elemental power, so Jack immediately holds his sword forward, lightning-like purple energy surrounding it, confidently thinking his unique skill must also use elemental power. Zaker, the one who struck the blow, glared at him reproachfully. "I said use elemental power. Elemental power. Where did you learn that dark imitation of dragon words, ya?" Clutching his head in pain, Murray trembled as he replied, "Words of power?" Zaker coldly replied, "Yes, word of power is the exclusive right of the dragon race. Dragonkin may be able to use it, but humans certainly cannot. Every time you use that power, it must weaken you considerably, right? Humans and dragons are fundamentally different, starting with the size of their souls. You may be able to clumsily imitate it, but you'll never achieve the same effect. I don't know who created it. These dark arts are pathetic, a poor imitation of dragon tongue magic. Now that you understand, hurry up and redo it." Jack Murray clutches his head, suddenly recalling when he first encountered the power of words of power. When he absorbed Bahamut's heart at the Dragon Slayer's rest, he saw a message saying he had learned words of power, but couldn't use them. The system notification at the time said that the dragon race's word of power skill, words imbued with strength, was locked because the administrator's growth was insufficient. Back in the present, he put his hand to his chin and pondered. If his all-encompassing skill was based on the word of power, then once his growth was sufficient to unlock the word of power, he would be able to freely use the all-encompassing skill as well. Yet another reason to grow faster. While Jack Murray was lost in thought, Jack Draker grew impatient, raising his sword and shouting, "Need another hit to wake you up, get up." He fearfully rose and continued, "Yes, Elder Shanghai." With that, they both lunged into a fierce battle. Usually advanced training takes longer than basic. Thanks to his celestial bone physique, Kazia's demonstration, and countless sparring matches, Zime has grasped the principles of elemental swordsmanship. Much like how magic is cast by channeling mana through a spell formula, elemental swordsmanship uses E as a medium to draw elemental power from the strength of the spirits. Once he understood the principles and capabilities, wielding elemental swords became much easier. After hours of grueling, sweat-soaked combat, Jack Draker turned and left, declaring, "You're finally starting to look presentable. The next stage will be even harder, so rest today." Jack Murray immediately responded, "Yes, Master." As if remembering something, he quickly asks, "While we're resting, can I ask you a few questions?" Jack Draker, floating in the air, replies, "Ask away, I'll answer everything. No need to be so polite." Jack Murray stared at the elemental force surrounding him, a thought striking him. Only now did he realize that the floating substance was also elemental force. Remembering his first encounter with Jack Draker, Jack Murray asks, "When we first met, you saw me use light energy and called me Satan's disciple, right? What did that mean?" He calmly replies, "Light energy? Ah, yes, that's what it's called, isn't it?" As the name implies, Saiyan said humans couldn't use sword elements, so he created his own moves, and you used them, which is why I said that. He only passed on his technique and left me out, that bastard Sat Draker. Jack Murray listened in silence, surprised, and immediately thought about the name Satan Draker, then continued. "Sat, the Hero King's closest ally, knight of the nobility, you created the light energy cultivation method and are a member of the Draker family. Don't tell me the founder of the Draker family wasn't Terrasen, but an ancient San. How could no one have known this?" After a moment, he declared that he now understood exactly what the spirit realm, where the spirits resided, was. "I can feel the power of the spirits after learning about the elemental sword, but I still don't fully understand the concept." Before he could finish, Jack Draker snapped his fingers like he was performing a magic trick. Instantly, a howling gale swept in, churning the air, and formed a transparent barrier before Jack Murray. His eyes lit up as he touched it, pondering. "So, this is how you use the wind element sword's force field?" His voice echoed from within the whirlwind, explaining, Technically, they're different, but you can think of the spirit realm as the afterlife. And just like the living world, once you leave your physical body and enter the spirit realm, there's no turning back. Like being blocked by a wall, unable to cross the boundary. Yeah. Yeah? Murray exclaimed in surprise. But Master said that a part of my soul is connected to the spirit world. Besides, Master, you're standing right in front of me as a spirit. At that moment, Jack Draker snapped his fingers again, and an invisible force emanated from him like mist as he calmly stated, I've never seen anyone like you before, but there are a few tricks to crossing that boundary. In my case, I was helped by a dragon. Zmure was surprised that Jack Draker mentioned a dragon. His face contorted in terror as he shrieked, A dragon? But he calmly replies, Yes, what's wrong with that? Jack Murray stammers after hearing this. Dragons don't help humans. Zaker frowned, asking in surprise, What are you talking about? No creature cherishes humans more than dragons. He was stunned, frozen for a few seconds before blurting out, What the hell? Dragons caring about humans? The same dragons that tried to destroy the world, like the evil Bahamut? So, in ancient times, the relationship between humans and dragons was different? What in the world is going on? Jack Dracker quickly approached Jack Murray, saying, I still need to explain. Then, touching his chest, he began to elaborate. So, you're living proof, aren't you? Your heart and the dragon tooth forged your sword. Didn't Bahamut give it to you? He's foul, but Murray remained silent, lost in thought, also having a gentle side, unable to refuse sincere requests. It seems Kaya and the evil dragon Bahamut were once quite close. Scratching his head sheepishly, he replied, He said my family was admirable for serving Bahamut for generations and gifted it to me. I see. I misunderstood. Zacher chuckled. Still as loyal to yourself as ever, I see? I see. You must have had a hard time dealing with that hot-tempered jerk. His abrasive personality caused many conflicts with Kronos. Jack Murray frowned, thinking, Wait, don't tell me Kronos is also the name of a dragon? He pondered for a moment, then asked, You mean Kronos? I've heard the name of the kingdom from Bahamut before. So the kingdom was named after Kronos? He quickly replied. Yes, I am his contractor. When I was struggling to name the kingdom, he just sat there sipping tea, so I named it after him. Jack Murray chuckled awkwardly, but inwardly he was bursting with laughter. Dragons drinking tea? Is it that famous transformation phenomenon? Jack Draker spoke up. Kronos wasn't surprised at all, as if he had foreseen it. In truth, I only wanted his name to be passed down through generations. Surprised, he continued, Keep it that way? Then, Jack Murray stroked his chin in thought. Thousands of years ago, in the era he lived in, humans and dragons lived together in harmony. But if the mighty dragon clan aided humanity without limit, the balance of the world would collapse, and the phenomenon realm itself might be in danger. So they suppressed their power, aided humanity by becoming human, and formed contracts. Humans who form contracts with dragons like Kaya are called contractors. His eyes were full of thought, but he continued to ponder. Is that why ancient artifacts are so valuable, because they were created with the help of the dragon clan? But why did the dragons and humans become so distant later on? Lost in thought, Jack Dracker waved and called out, I've been waiting forever. But Jack Murray paid no mind, thinking he should take some time to look through the new chronicles. Then Hien Young confidently approaches, sword in hand, and says, You've been waiting for an heir for 2,000 years, haven't you? Is that all it takes? He was relaxing, but then he jumped up and continued. This cocky disciple. Let's see how long you can keep up that attitude. Zaker strode away, announcing the final advanced training. He took a deep breath and said that he would fight me directly, but that alone wouldn't be any different than before. Zimure watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with surprise, thinking, The atmosphere is changing. He continued, So, I'll add another rule. With that, Jack Dracker raised his hand, causing everything to tremble, and calmly stated, From now on, you will not sleep or eat. The fight will continue until I say stop. At the same time, a large wall slowly rose, surrounding him. Then he declared, And you may only use the same elemental sword as I. Zimurai, standing opposite him, wondered, What if I do break the rules? Suddenly, the atmosphere erupts in flames. Zraker unleashes his fire elemental sword skill, Fire Dance, engulfing the area in flames and raising the temperature. The heat made the ground tremble like a volcano about to erupt, and he moved like lightning to attack Murray, asking, You intend to break the rules? If you think you have another life to spare, then try breaking the rules. Then he and Kaiser clashed, flames and water mingling with each strike. The elemental sword is divided into 4 chapters, each corresponding to an element. First, the fire element. The fire sword and ice sword continuously emit fiery energy. The two quickly separated, smoke and water energy filling the air, as he realized it unleashed intense heat and fire with overwhelming destructive power. His body burned and healed in equal measure, his eyes flashing with determination as he glared at Kaiser, his red pupils constricting as his face was scorched. Then, an invisible pressure forced him down, the flames dying as the ground buckled beneath him, a testament to the earth element. Nearby, Kaiser turned and swung his sword, using magic on him. He struck down from above while he parried, enduring the invisible pressure bearing down on him. It specializes in suppression and oppression through the manipulation of density and weight. He grits his teeth, trying to resist, and then knocks Kaiser back. To his shock, his face is sliced open, blood spraying. He looks at Kaiser, who has unleashed a barrage of sword beams, cleaving the ground into pieces. This is based on the element of wind. Below, he grits his teeth, trying to defend himself, while Kaiser calmly folds his arms, one hand behind his back, unleashing waves of sword energy. He determined it was weaker than the fire stance in terms of raw power, but it was incredibly versatile, useful for quick attacks, high-speed movement, and cutting through the air. Finally, the water-based stance unleashed torrents of water. The water energy circle, controlled by his opponent, attacks him. Rick struggles to dodge the water columns, which are capable of both offense and defense, yet he summons them to chase and attack him. He watched the surging waves, thinking to himself that it was a balanced, fluid, and adaptable power, just like water. On the other side, Ko slashed a line of water, attacking him. The two are at opposite ends of the wave, and then Rick is hit. He grits his teeth, blood spurting from his body, and screams in panic. Damn it, what is this? Over there, he still stares at him coldly. He thought to himself, shouldn't I be more than just power and size? Then he recalled the moment he attacked with all his might in the water. Why is there such a vast difference? The currents surge as he struggles to control them. Resh was proud to lead them. Oh. Suddenly a staff strikes him on the head, bringing tears to his eyes and a forced laugh as Rich cries out in dissatisfaction. Master, what is it now? Kai floats above, energy swirling around him, sword slung over his shoulder. You blockhead. That's the power of a waterfall, not water. Rick looks up at him, holding his head in complaint. Isn't it enough to just unleash the element? Kaiser lands on the ground, retorting. Other chapters work. When you unleash the element and swing hard, the power will follow. But how many times have I told you the chapter of water is about gentleness? He stared at him, firm in his conviction. Water overcomes strength, how cliché. Rek bent over in despair, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. Damn it, Nu Thang Xuang, what nonsense is that? Kaiso was still looking at him calmly. Rech remembers the day his family was killed, and he weeps in agony, regretting his powerlessness. The woman was brutally murdered, and he lost everything because he lacked the power to protect her. He remembers the suffering of his past life. To survive, to keep his faith, to protect what is precious. He recalls Scarface's painful grimace, remembering how he pursued only power his entire life. And now, droplets of water begin to form. Rich muttered to himself, "The soft overcomes the hard?" There's no way I could ever understand those words. Water surged from the blade, his eyes wide with shock as the torrent rushed toward him, Kaisu still pressing the attack. He gritted his teeth, crying out in disbelief. Had he really let his guard down during training? The water covers the ground, and Kaiser cleaves through Z, sending him staggering backward, his sword planted to keep his balance in the water. His body trembled, struggling, teeth grinding. He'd stopped counting after 15 days. He thought back to his first day training with Kaiser. It had been at least a month of this insane training. No eating, no sleeping, just constant sparring. Now he stands in the whirlpool, calmly walking toward him. Through this, Rich realizes that endless stamina isn't omnipotent against a monster that can overwhelm it. Then his eyes flash, and he lunges to attack. The water carries the force of the blow, and he struggles to withstand it. Two similar energies collide as Rich grits his teeth against Kaiser. Damn it, I can't even lift a finger. His feet were pushed back underwater, and the ground was slippery. Ah! Behind the spray of bubbles, Rick's eyes widened in surprise as he gritted his teeth. A massive underwater explosion sent water flying. Rich manages to block Kerr's attack, his legs buckling in the water as Jash glares at Kaiser. He glares back, but I managed to push through that heavy blow. He recalls his grueling training with Kaiso Nu Thang Xuang. Back in reality, he smiled as he felt the rain. Rich raised his sword, gathering the water. Now I understand. His trembling hand grips the sword. From the strength to wield a sword, to the strength to stand firm despite trembling legs. The sword in his hand now controls the water, as B attacks with the same technique. Once he cast everything aside, he finally understood Kaiser's intent. He thought of the red chains binding his hands and weapon, and how his training, control of sword paths, and techniques had actually hindered his freedom of movement. The blue water cuts through the chains that bind him, severing the excess shackles from above, flowing like water, his eyes wide with astonishment. Let it find its own path. Kaiser's water is defeated, and as he stares at him, Long muses that he's felt this power before. Then, recalling his past life battles where the line between himself and his sword blurred, Wretch looked around in astonishment as Long realized the unity between man and sword. Returning to reality, he gazed at the sword controlling his water flow. Sometimes fierce, they clashed again and again. Kaiser was overwhelmed and fell back as water swirled around the sword, moving with each strike. And sometimes elegant, he stands before him and he looks up at him in the water. Kai grins at him proudly and he smiles back, understanding everything. He swung his hand, slashing down with a water sword, the scene shifting to a lake of heavy rain. At the same moment, he grinned back, both wielding elemental swords. This is the chapter of water, severing the horizon. The light of the horizon appears before him at the intersection of the sea and the night sky. Immediately after, a great noise echoed from the tower and the sky turned gold. Amidst the downpour of golden rain, Reich sits on the ground as Kaiser stands before him. He placed his hands on his hips, looking at Wretch with great pride, then exclaimed, "The inheritor of my past battles, while you remain lost in a spiritual slumber beneath the golden rain." The system displays a notification. Soul growth has partially unlocked Bahamut's heart. Z stroked his chin, gazing at the notification, and muttered, "First, check the seal level. Notification reads, seal at 90%. He thought to himself, it's 95% after I absorbed the heart. I tried to break the seal back then. But other notifications crowded his vision, displaying that the administrator's constitution had changed to celestial bone physique. Detecting power beyond administrator capabilities, 95% of the power has been compressed and sealed, meeting the criteria to access Terrakin Draker's secure archive. He then recalled his past life, staring in astonishment at the system window. It was locked by the system. A content request denied, risk of physical and mental damage from power beyond the administrator's capabilities. The battle that followed was arduous and fierce. Now, he raises a hand to shield his face, lost in thought. Of course, I know all too well what it's like to wield power beyond my capabilities. And right now, it seems I can withstand 10%. He then recalled his past self, frantically tapping on the system screen, realizing that even dragon language and dragonkin dominance couldn't be unlocked with karma points. The image of the dragonkin sticking its tongue out at him made Rick realize it was probably related to the seal level. He then sat down to adjust the system panel within the tower's space, deciding to keep an eye on it for now. Next, the random orbs. The system displays a notification. Administrator rank upgrade quest reward, 500 karma points and 3 random chests. The chests are quickly opened, and new equipment appears. Meteorite greaves, strong but light, no unique abilities. Special note, set bonus activated when the full meteor iron set is equipped. Information. Leg guards made from strong but light meteor iron, unique ability, none. Special note, set bonus activated when the full meteor iron set is equipped. Information. Earrings. An exquisitely crafted crystal earring, its unique ability boosts the wearer's spirit energy recovery by 15%. Special note, it pairs well with a red dress. Seeing this, he happily picked up the blue earring, grinning as he muttered, "I could sell this to a mage for a fortune." Z recalled the glove he'd obtained earlier, muttering, "Almost there. Now that Min has boots and greaves to match the gloves, he's almost got the whole set." Then he turned his head to look in a certain direction. And then golden random cards appeared before him, his hand reaching out with a hint of hesitation. As the name suggests, the random skill card must contain a skill. Opening it, golden energy surges forth. Z was astonished by this. Skills were pouring out with powerful energy. The system also announced that static electricity, level C, has been registered as a skill that generates electricity to shock the target upon contact. Flashbomb, level C, has been registered as a skill that fires compressed energy upwards, creating an explosion of blinding light that obscures vision. Sonic Disruption C has been registered as a skill that emits unpleasant sounds, disrupting the opponent's hearing. He looked at the skill cards with a hint of regret. They were all just C-rank trash. If they gave out high-level skills for free, all my suffering would be meaningless. The system announces the activation of the static electricity skill. The dagger in his hand crackled with electricity, and an electric orb was immediately unleashed. Rich watched the electricity spread across his hand and grinned with excitement. Is this C-rank power? He grinned at the electricity crackling around the knife in his hand, thinking it was pretty good power for his level, and he could use it in many ways. Next, he recalls his previous attack that overwhelmed his opponent. If he combines flashbangs and sonic disruption, he can expect an even better effect than the artifact he used in the advancement test. Grinning with excitement, he touched his chin as he looked at the system screen, only to be startled by a flurry of notifications. Furthermore, the Authority upgrade says it unlocked a new system feature. Here it is, the equipment slot is off. You can use equipment in the slots like skills, and before him, 3 equipment slots appear. Rich is confused. Use equipment like skills? He raised his hand to his mouth, staring at the system panel, contemplating what could be useful in an emergency, scrolling through the equipment, deep in thought. Since I have infinite stamina and self-healing, I should use these slots for something other than elixirs. His eyes landed on something. No, wait a minute. Then he remembered Care and his terrifying power. Even a so-called perfect skill has its weaknesses, and there's no guarantee I won't face someone like Kaiser again. He remembers being impaled by thousands of swords falling to the ground and not even knowing the true limits of his self-healing, a foe he couldn't handle even with his endless stamina. His hand presses on the system window, which always has a script, and the system displays a notification that he has purchased a life-saving Grade A elixir, costing 1460 years of karma. A high-grade healing elixir is recorded, and the equipment slot closes, revealing an image of the life-saving potion. A masterpiece by Jbi Ibn Hassan, it instantly heals severe wounds and restores strength, with a special note due to its outstanding performance. It won't work a second time on the same target and has unknown effects. Next, he scrolls through the unexpected expenses. But if it's this grade, it's worth it. It could replace endless stamina or self-healing. Wretch holds out the potion, and now, the most important reward. He looks at the glowing object in his hand. Tears of the Fairy King. Tears of the Fairy King. These tears fell when the hero king, Kaiser, succumbed to the sorcerer's schemes. Using these tears as a catalyst, the Fairy King can be summoned from the spirit realm once. With trepidation, Yek stared at the vial in his hand, thinking of the Fish King and the blessed tear. Legend says the Fairy King grants wishes to humans. He eyed it cautiously. If all the legends of Kaiser are true, could he summon the Fairy King and receive a wish? Then, Zeke looked at the Fairy King's tear item guide in the system. A tear fell when the hero king Kaiser succumbed to the warlock Tasha's scheme. This tear can summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm once, but there's only one chance, so it can't be tested lightly. Next, he held up the potion, trying to peer inside, then put it back into his system's inventory, deciding to hold onto it for now. Without hesitation, he calmly walked towards the tower door, knowing he would need it someday. Outside, in a fenced-in forest, a teleportation magic circle appears on the ground, and Rick is quickly transported, fully equipped. He looked around curiously, finding himself before a dilapidated, abandoned house, the adventurer outpost. He had truly teleported. He leaps from the village gate, marveling at the system's convenient new teleport feature. The 8th Argos Kingdom outpost was selected, and he realized he could travel there instantly by choosing a location on the minimap. The system displayed a map and Zake's location. Kaiser Cathedral required 150 points, while the 8th Argos Kingdom outpost required 0. He mused that other than the distance requiring more points, there were no restrictions. If he had enough points, he could even travel between continents. Stroking his chin as he stared at the map, he realized it wasn't just convenient. It could also shake off anyone trying to track him. With a serious expression, he acknowledged that this would be useful for his future plans. Behind him, a tall tree bloomed with yellow flowers, catching Reich's attention in bewilderment. He looked at the flowering trees beside him, flowers in the middle of winter. Above, the forest was awash in green and gold, the mountains free of snow. Something thought impossible. In the courtyard of the continent's premier night training academy, Van La, students mingled and talked. Outside the principal's office, there are guards posted. Good heavens. After 10 years as headmaster, he trims the plants by the door, lamenting, "I've never seen anything like it." He tries to calmly complain. A new student appeared a month after the entrance ceremony. Standing nearby, his inner self screamed in frustration, tears streaming down his face. He never imagined he'd be stuck there for 4 months. "Sir," he said, recalling the letter from his mentor. His mentor's letter of recommendation stated that missing the entrance ceremony could lead to rejection by the headmaster. He gritted his teeth, worried. Waiting until next year would be too late. He needed access to Tarak and Draker's secure archives. He screamed internally, knowing he had to convince the headmaster at all costs, but outwardly remained calm, bowing respectfully. Headmaster, the truth is I fell into a trance while training alone to overcome my shortcomings and lost consciousness for quite some time. That was the excuse he came up with for missing the entrance ceremony. This is Headmaster Robert Boxer. Robert Boxer, the TB Kingdom's longest-serving Royal Guard captain and a knight revered throughout the continent, leads the cavalry with a stern expression. The story of Ath Draker, the current head of the family, personally inviting him 3 times to take the position of principal, is still very famous. Robert stood with his arms crossed in front of Ath, gritting his teeth as he heard the coldness in his words, his head still bowed with some anxiety. A man of honor and principle showing emotion would be unseemly. He immediately bowed lower, affirming, "I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony. Even if I had 100 mouths, it's the truth." The headmaster frowned, contemplating without a word, staring intently at him, then calmly looking at the letter on the desk illuminated by the sunlight. Achieving transcendence is no easy feat. If it were any other student, I would have accused you of lying through your teeth, he added, surprising him. But you're a student recommended by the academy's principal, so I'll arrange a spot for you. He turned away again. If I deem your training more valuable than a month in Manhwa, I will allow your enrollment. He remained bowed, listening intently. He thought of that guy's smiling face and considered, even though it bothered him that damn Howard paved the way for him, he closed his eyes, nodded, and confirmed. Thank you, headmaster, he thought to himself. But now is not the time to be picky. Next, he pressed the bell on his desk and someone entered from outside. Yes, Principal Robert announced. I'll secure an empty training room immediately. Notify the professors to gather for an additional entrance assessment at once. They confirm, yes. In Vanhala's private training room, students stood on the stands and below the steps as Rex looked around anxiously. Van is different. Before him, the professors whispered amongst themselves. All the professors here are renowned knights I've seen at least once in the Continental records, Robert stated. Everyone's here. And he glances at the head professor, whose cold expression urges him on. Show us the fruits of this training you claim to have undergone. The professors stared at him, probing. Rich calmly looks at them, drawing his sword from behind his back. Long then thinks, what should I show them? He raised his sword, frowning, knowing he couldn't reveal his elemental sword here. The others were watching him intently. The pressure was immense. These were the people who trained the continent's strongest knights, and they wouldn't be impressed by an ordinary technique. With a grin, he unleashed a torrent of green energy, a powerful aura erupting from his body. He thought to himself that he should probably get serious, as his body was enveloped in green flames. A gasp of surprise made him pause his technique. His eyes widened in shock as a piercing scream echoed out. Isn't that Aura Blade? He remains posed with the sword and the Aura Blade surrounding his body. They exchanged astonished glances, whispering, could he really have reached Blue Knight level at just 15? Wasn't the youngest record holder Knight Aben at 19? Noah, a Golden Awakener, glanced at their reactions with some concern. Oh, right. Then he remembered Kaiser's instructions. He casually, mockingly picked at his ear. What do I think of auras? A cheap trick favored by the weak. With a grimace, he lowers his sword, thinking. After winning so many battles alone against the Kaisers, he'd forgotten to control his aura. Meanwhile, the others were commenting on him in astonishment. Rick realizes he's lucky they think he's only blue level, a saving grace. He lowers his sword, grins, and observes their reactions. Before encountering the tree, his aura was indeed on par with a blue knight. Rick recalls his previous frenzied battles with monsters. But after learning hydrokinesis and elemental sword techniques, and fighting him on the water, his aura had long surpassed that limit. His eyes widened in astonishment at his breakthrough, reaching a higher level. The key difference between a red knight whose sword emits a blue aura and a blue knight is the ability to control aura blades. A knight wields their sword with decisive control. A blue knight can summon and maintain it, but a high-level red knight, wielding chains made of blue light, can freely shape and change the blade while maintaining its destructive power. He looked towards the group, relieved they had stopped, or he would have been even more exhausted. An exclamation pulled him back to reality, startling him. Excellent. Headmaster Frobert, overjoyed, greeted him with open arms and a smile. Truly an unparalleled achievement. Even though you won at Vanna, if it was a valuable revelation, then I wouldn't mind waiting for more wins, even many more years. He bowed humbly. Not at all, Headmaster. Once again, I sincerely apologize for my absence at the initiation ceremony. He looks up, beaming. Ha ha, don't worry. He then turned to the school's elders. What do you all think? Does anyone object to Rick joining? They looked over and discussed it helplessly, seemingly impressed by his generosity towards talent. One representative confirmed, without objection, that such pure aura was rare, even among today's knights. Another closed his eyes and sighed. Agreed. I don't think any further testing is needed. Hearing that, Floor smiled at him. Then it's settled, he announced. Welcome to the academy. As Dracker smiles, gazing at their school nestled in the mountains of Atlas, a major kingdom whose city-level presence anchors the central region. The continent's best knight training academy and the Draker family's Four Seasons City are both located here. The main branch of the Draker family and its key members reside in Four Seasons City, known as the Draker family's true fortress. He walked along the school path. Rich looked up at the massive mansion, quite impressed. The grand estate before him was Z Atlas's residence, and with a touch of bashfulness, he grasped the handle and stepped inside. Even for a black card holder, this mansion is massive, and someone inside is watching Z open the door. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with fireworks and Duke's cheers, his eyes wide with surprise. Congratulations on joining Valhalla. Wearing a clown wig and a red nose, he shoots fireworks at him. Master, is Andre here too? Behind E, holding fireworks, he smiles, approaching and praising him. Not bad, disciple. This is the first time I've seen someone skip the initiation ceremony at Vanha. He grinned, looking away, then excitedly gave a thumbs up behind him, saying, The main character's back, so let's get this party started, right? Hearing that, he was shocked. Wait, what? Back at the Atlas mansion, he sat bewildered amidst the celebration, while the other two eagerly reveled in the party. Duke and Andre had prepared a surprise party to celebrate his successful enrollment. Who's even working at Atlas these days? They chatted happily and ate cake together, while Duke received a summons from the main family and returned to Four Seasons City. He's been managing the villa for a month without asking me, and Andre sheepishly wipes his mouth to make an announcement. I've decided to join Vanha as a sponsored lecturer. Sorry, but I also needed to get your opinion. I'm sure he'll follow me. The two chatted happily, while his face darkened with hesitation as he looked at them. He screamed in his mind, furious. Why does everyone keep making decisions without asking the owner, me? The mansion was quiet in the twilight, with the remnants of the feast scattered about, and Duke and E slumped on the table amidst the dishes and wine. Outside, moonlight streams through the window of a bustling tavern as he places a gold coin on the bar for the bartender, along with a dark beer. Thank you. And he saw the gold coin, also looking in astonishment. He proposed, I want to meet Kay. For a moment, the tavern was deathly silent. The crowd warily drew their weapons, pointing them at the seated figure. He smirked from beneath his cloak, his cold eyes scanning them as he raised a gauntlet, bearing his family's crest in warning. Care to try? The group hesitated, weapons in hand, eyeing the Dracker family member. Immediately, the group returned to their seats as if nothing had happened, and the bartender gave him a strained, worried smile. Forgive me, I should have stopped him. He grabs a bottle, triggering a mechanism, and a hidden door opens. With a smile, the man extended his hand. I'll escort you to the branch manager. He followed the man down the corridor, observing the torches along the way. A secret door protected by magic. How fitting. He recalled that before his regression, there were two top intelligence organizations on the continent. He looked up at the candles, the Dreer family's Night Watch and the Zom Empire's intelligence agency. But there was another, lesser-known organization. The Union. They trade information for money. It started as a collection of smugglers, but a low-level member named Kay developed a communication system based on their roots. Before my regression, I would have been expelled from the academy and joined the McKen organization at this point. His face scarred, his eyes cold. I struggled to survive, becoming an assassin for the organization. Then Kay, a branch manager at the time, approached me and asked me to eliminate a key transport route. He met her in the forest, and using the route Kay cleared, he expanded those branches, turning the Alliance into an intelligence organization on par with Teach and other agencies. With Kay's vision and skill, they built intelligence networks throughout the city, eventually seizing the Alliance for themselves. When the Empire took everything from him, he held a woman's body in a blizzard. Then Kay came to him with information, saying, Take this. This is information about the artifact the king is searching for. Ditch, lying in bed covered in wounds, also looks at her. She warned him, Be careful. This won't be easy. As Z read the information, he realized that Kay was the most eager to help him get revenge. He held the demon-filled matchbox, trembling, though her main goal was to use him to develop an alliance. Without her, he would never have obtained the artifact, or at least come this far. He entered the room, contemplating that if he could maintain this relationship, Kay would be a powerful ally in the future. Inside, the room was stacked high with goods, and a woman sat at a table. She lit a match and held it out in front of him. Rek warily pulls up a chair as she lights her cigarette with a match, her taste unchanged under the dim light. She looked at him and whispered, "So why would a Dracker prodigy?" She stroked her hair and reached out to him with a smile. "Come looking for me?" She reminded him not to beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Surrounded by wary guards with weapons, Reich calmly reaches out. "I want to make a deal with Psyche." Casually, she asks, a pure-blooded, prodigal awakener from the Dracker family, brimming with potential and nobility. At just 15, he's already reached the Blue Knight level. Why would you want to work with criminals like Psyche? Hearing her guess his intentions, he frowned, displeased. She seemed to know all about what happened in Manhwa today. She really is quick at gathering information. Next, he reached into his inner pocket, thinking that with her indifferent attitude, she probably wouldn't be interested. He placed the item on the table, but shouldn't she at least take a look? Seeing this, she crossed her arms and glanced over. He placed the earrings he'd acquired on the table. She asked, "A recommendation?" He assures her it's no ordinary item, but a treasure. "Try it on, and you'll be amazed." She calmly crossed her arms, squinting as she assessed it. Then she put on the earring, feeling the energy flow through her body, closing her eyes to experience it. Increased mana recovery. Rich watched her, his face darkening as he dropped the cigarette from his mouth, energy still coursing through her body. This cheap trinket? The cigarette fell to the ground and died. Kay stared at the earrings, face red, and hesitated to shout in her thoughts. What in the world is going on? The recovery effect isn't 10%, but a full 15%. Then she recalled the treasures she had encountered before. Current treasures only increase stats by 1%, 3% at most, but this is 5 times that amount. If such a thing existed, how could I not know? Kay was sweating bullets as she realized he must have his own private trading channels, or discovered it himself. She glanced at Jack, sizing him up while he calmly tilted his head and offered a smile. "Now are you interested in making a deal?" Kay thought to himself. What in the world is going on? The cellar is filled with crates of all sizes, and he's asking me to create a new account using the personal information I sent him. He added, "I've already registered as a proxy. Just go to the bank in North Atlas to receive the goods." The two sat across from each other in the lamplight. Even the tree understood. I recognized it from the earring. This is a commission to protect an unidentified artifact, isn't it? She examines the documents in her hand, squinting as she thinks, a 10% commission for each item, with a bonus if the total profit exceeds 10,000 gold. It's the highest price we've set for a transaction. He even knows I'm a mage. She recalled what he had said earlier about her identity. This man definitely has an intelligence network that's not to be trifled with. I need to keep a close eye on him. Immediately after she organized the confirmation documents, the contract now established. She gathered the papers, stood, waved, and smiled. "I'm counting on you from now on." He calmly smiled back. "You too?" "Oh, there's something I'm curious about," she said, turning back to him with a puzzled look. His face sharp, he smiled, probing. "Is your ghost ship still doing well?" Her face paled with alarm as she glared at him, the others around her equally hostile, weapons drawn as she spat out each word. "Where did you hear that?" Reich stood up smiling, extending his hand in a gesture of peace. "I was just asking. Why so tense?" Kay calms down, hearing this, and thinks their intimidation was pretty good. Immediately, her eyes turned cold as she glared at him. But did he really think that was enough to bring him down? Her body unleashed a torrent of fiery magic, but a single cut stopped it in its tracks. She paused, momentarily stunned by the dark energy enveloping her, her eyes clouding with confusion. Those around the room involuntarily trembled as the dark energy approached. Kay gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly, realizing she was woefully underinformed. Jack? The youngest Azure Knight? Absolutely not. She knew that neither the Atlas branch nor even the Syndicate could underestimate him, while Z calmly placed his hand on the table, smiling as he said his terms, his body radiating killing intent. "Shall we switch seats, partner?" In the Syndicate branch leader's office at Atlas, Kay sat in her chair while he calmly stood before her, arms crossed, holding the oath she had prepared. "Are you questioning the oath?" He stared at the paper with a smile. "This is some seriously mage-like stuff. Explaining the oath is how mages usually form contracts, ensuring each other's safety. Just add blood, sign your name, and it's done. Simple, yet incredibly powerful. The oath sigil is bound to it. When activated, the other party's signature will be etched onto your arm. If one side harms the other, both will die. The violator will be drained of blood by the contract until death. And if they betray indirectly, like hiring an assassin, the signature will simply disappear from their arm. And a curse of nonviolence will befall them, putting them at a disadvantage. The writing on his arm slowly fades away. Hearing that, Kay looked away, propping up his head with his hand. If you understand, then hurry up and sign. I need some insurance for my own safety after all. What if you decide to kill me one day? Rich smiled at the contract, slicing his hand with a knife hidden behind the pen, letting blood drip as he affirmed, "That's right." Without hesitation, he signed his name, and a magic circle quickly materialized. His name is now etched upon it. Rich places the contract on the table, willing to sign as many contracts as it takes to earn her trust. On the other side, the magic circle quickly absorbed both signatures, and each of their signatures appeared on the other's arm. With that done, he turned and headed to the sofa. "Now, I'm officially your partner." She calmly sits in her chair as Jack nonchalantly sits down and glances at her. She turns her chair towards him. "Let's continue where we left off. So, the cargo she's transporting on her ghost ship is Mensoma, right?" Kay scratches his head, looking troubled, and sighs. She closed her eyes and replied, "I don't know where you got the information about my ship." He leaned back in his chair, listening. She recalled the organization's leader glancing at him, leaning back in his chair and confirming, "But yes, I am distributing mermen soma," explaining, "Soma is a type of narcotic that is forbidden to grow and use in most kingdoms. This plant is ground into powder, but in the south, now a lawless land after the kingdom's collapse due to civil war, it's a huge source of profit." She calmly lit another cigarette, confirming, "That's right. Even Mirkan wouldn't dare mess with a transcendent family. The only land route connecting central and southern continents is the desert region controlled by the transcendent Ista family. Images of those places appear, but a few years ago, ITA suddenly closed its borders, forbidding all entry and exit, completely severing connections with the south. Jack realizes that with the land route blocked and the sea route controlled by Pavella, she had to use the syndicate's transport, and she calmly confirms, lighting a match, that he's a valued customer, paying a high price. Men and Pavella, two major crime syndicates, dominate the lawless south, marked by MC on one side and a pirate anchor and skull on the other, divided by the central forest. The north belongs to Macon, the south to Pavella, and Macon had the advantage of transporting Soma by land. They used to trade goods by land but were cut off, so Pavella had no choice but to turn to the sea, which they controlled. Then, when ITA closed its borders, Moken lost its land routes and rushed to the sea, but Pavella had already taken control. Meanwhile, they seized the sea routes and the ships as Kay lit a match and raised it to his cigarette. "But how do you know about my ghost ship?" He silently looked at her, then recalled the ghost ship on the sea. Kay's syndicate ghost ship is cloaked in invisibility, allowing it to evade pirates and the Navy, becoming a vital source of income. The ship moves unseen across the sea, evading pirates with its invisibility so secret it's never been exposed. Of course, he couldn't say that she was the one who revealed it in his past life, he thought, then grinned slyly. "An information broker asking for a source?" He countered, "Now's not the time for that. Shouldn't we focus on Pavella's offer?" Startled, she widened her eyes in surprise, turning to him for confirmation. "That's right. Pavella contacted me recently, promising double if I stopped trading with men. The higher-ups are still considering it, but I suggested rejecting it." He then approached her desk to explain. The syndicate believed it was merely Pavella's ploy to restrain Moken. If you give in, Moken will lose their Soma smuggling route. But what if Pavella really are the pirates the White Knight wiped out? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she shot to her feet, dismissing his theory. Impossible. Pavella respects the rules, unlike those bloodthirsty pirates. Rich shrugged, stating that it was just a facade they put on for outsiders. His eyes were cold as he declared Pavella's true goal: to seize the only secret sea route they hadn't yet discovered. The syndicate's route, Z adds that unlike Moken, they'll keep the ship to profit in the long term. If Pavella knew the ghost ship's true identity, they'd surely attack and plunder it. Hearing this, Kay bit down on her cigarette in disbelief. She retorted, but Pavella and the southern pirates were considered two distinct forces. How could he slam the table and interrupt her? "Hey, Kay, shouldn't you pay for the information I provided first? What I want is simple." He looked up at her, a sincere smile on his face. "Connect me with the leader of the Manjordan. If you do, I'll help you rule Syndicate." Hearing this, Kay was shocked and stared at him. That night, the moon was full in the sky as Rick walked alone down the deserted road. As he walked, he sank deep in thought. Even with Kay's strong intel, it still wasn't enough. He recalled the name of the cloaked leader of that area and made a judgment. Before the regression, the fastest way to seize the syndicate's intelligence network was to pacify the entire southern continent. Wait. The ragged spy still walks the path in the night, while elsewhere an ashtray overflows with crushed tobacco. The small fire I've started will soon become a hell that burns your empire to the ground. The next morning, on the academy grounds, people were bustling about as Van Halen training base stood on the field, hands in pockets, marveling at the freer atmosphere compared to training camps or academies. Then Z looked around as if searching for something. The headmaster said someone would come to guide me soon. A voice from behind startled him. "Oh dear." The man approached, and he warily turned to look. "Are you the person the principal mentioned?" He grinned, raising his fist. Well, Rick didn't react, just stared at him. Seeing this, he awkwardly grinned, then immediately turned to face forward. He winked, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder, saying our boy Rick still has that academy look about him. He then swatted the hand away, displeased. "You're the guide assigned by the headmaster, right?" Hearing this, Diego looked around in suspicion. A guide chosen by the headmaster? He then bowed his head, smiled, and shrugged. "Hey, why do you sound so tense?" He raised his hand like a conductor, rambling on. "Don't get so prickly. Relax, let's keep the peace. I'm assigned to show you around every corner of Valhalla." He stared, realizing Diego hadn't paused for a single breath, as Diego added, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself." He exclaimed excitedly, "I'm Diego!" His eyes widened in astonishment at the name. Immediately after, he attempts a dance, striking poses and sticking out his tongue, a new kind of musical composer, blending medieval melodies with traditional southern rhythms. His eyes full of excitement and confidence, he introduces himself. "That's me, Diego Vila, and I look forward to your support." Witnessing this over-the-top display, he calmly turns away. "Yes, I look forward to working with you." Dai put his hands on his hips, tilted his head in confusion, and then followed beside him. "Oh, the atmosphere has calmed down, hasn't it? See you later." Rick walked away calmly, or so he thought. He chattered on as I inwardly assessed him. Diego Vila, the Rhythm Knight. Little did he know he'd met a talent who would later be known as one of the 5-star Knights, a title given to male knights who made great contributions in the Continental War before my regression. The Enigmatic Knight, Bisof Kastic, the Arena Knight Jeffrey Sanma F., the Illusion Knight Estado, the Lightning Knight Ray Dracker, and the Rhythm Knight Diego Vila. Their images flashed through his mind. Diego ran excitedly ahead as Rick recalled a rumor. Weren't all 5-star knights from Van La? He needs to verify if that rumor is true. If things go well, he can expand his power here soon, Z thinks, as Diego intimately puts his arm around his shoulder. They walked the grounds together. He was so friendly. "All this walking is tiring. How about some southern food, brother? I don't have any good memories associated with it, though." "You just haven't found the right place yet." Here he immediately grabs a sandwich and takes a bite. His eyes widened in amazement at the banh mi. Absolutely delicious. Across from Diego, who's beaming with pride, Ron gestures wildly and shouts, "Of course, my friend!" He glanced at the elaborate spread on the table, introducing it as a dish made from the rare shark dragon, a delicacy unique to Vanha. Even a native southerner like himself had to admit it was the best. Rich agrees, admitting that it is indeed delicious. "Even better than the local cuisine?" he wondered. "Have you even been to the southern continent?" He ate and confirmed, "I'm just saying," as their voices echoed. He picked up his tea and looked at him curiously, wondering, why would someone from the south come all the way to Valhalla? Diego added sugar to his tea, eyes widening as he replied, "Yeah, it's a long story, but my parents used to be leaders of a small kingdom in the south." This piqued his curiosity. A Rhythm Knight who's also southern royalty? Then he remembered the alliances and connections they had there. The southern continent is a league of small kingdoms surrounding the Cusco kingdom. Most of those kingdoms must have migrated to the center when Cusco collapsed due to civil war. Meanwhile, he continued to smile brightly, twirling the spoon in his teacup, saying, "In other words, I'm a noble prince." I looked away, thinking to myself that even though his background means nothing now, I didn't expect royalty to be so lively and energetic. He recalls the rules and techniques of the Lament family's swordsmanship, but the conservative elders insisted on maintaining the royal dual sword style, so he, who had a knack for dual swords, was pushed to the brink. Then he winks, gives him a thumbs up, and declares, "But instead of dancing with swords, I just want to make music." Siege awkwardly smiles, thinking, "What about those who have expectations of you?" Diego's eyes light up with an idea. "Why don't you join the music research club?" He quickly refuses. "I'm not joining." People continued to pass by outside. In the hall, whispers abound. Is it really possible to freely attend the classes of upperclassmen? He really hasn't lost that academy air. In the free kingdom of Vanhwa, anything is allowed as long as it supports learning. Diego leaned against the entrance, explaining that they were free to attend any class they wished, and that today's class was far from ordinary. Diego just smiled, calmly walking forward while thinking that this guy really couldn't control his mouth. He said that there was something super grand waiting. The whispers behind him caught his attention. "Are you the one?" "Yeah, sure." The students nearby all turned to stare at him. The newest member of Vanhwa and the youngest student, "Zeker, I heard you're a direct descendant, and he's a genius who defeated an instructor." The two head to an empty table. Diego, astonished, entered while turning his head back. What? Are you Draker's brother?" He looked up, confused. "What?" The crowd continues to stare. Z then showed him the symbol on his gauntlet, asking what he thought it was. Diego was a bit dazed. What was going on? His eyes filled with rage. He held up both gloves, glaring at him. "Idiot? These are pureblood gloves, the symbol of the Draker pureblood awakened." Realizing this, he's shocked, isn't he? Diego's head spins with this information, and he trembles. Oh my God, he doesn't even take them off to eat. I thought it was some kind of cool style, but it turns out they're pure-blooded gloves. I had no idea. The two of them sat down at the table, and Rick glanced over with some curiosity, thinking, how could they not recognize the pure-blooded gloves, even in Valhalla? He trembled, flailing his hands about, lost and confused. Understandable, given he was in the presence of a true blood awakener. "Now it should be quieter, right?" Diego exclaimed, finally understanding. "So that's why you're always so arrogant? It's because of this." He grimaced helplessly, a complicated look in his eyes as he forced a smile. Then, Diego enthusiastically wrapped his arm around his neck. "If it were Draker, you guys should treat me to a meal." "Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding." Wretch was a little uncomfortable. The people around them were still staring, and they were even more excited than before. Frobert's applause from the podium made the crowd look up. He clasped his hands behind him with a serious expression, and the noise died down as all eyes turned to him. He was no exception, wondering why so many people were here. It turned out to be a special lecture led by the headmaster himself. The headmaster announced, and the number of students showed just how eager everyone was for this session, as Diego held out his notebook to him. "Hey man, this lecture is still awesome, right?" Rick remarked. "If you dragged me to this lecture, the least you could do is pay attention." Florb's voice rings out. "Let's skip the long introduction, and I'll introduce him now. A very special guest that we've been trying to get for ages." A figure enters through the door. The Dark Knight of the Drur clan has returned. Seeing this, Jack eagerly looked at the newcomer, while Diego scribbled beside him. He's back in Four Seasons City. Is he about to make a comeback? Below him, Headmaster Duke Draker, in armor, awkwardly waves to the students. Whispers arise. The headmaster is returning the podium to the Storm Knight, Duke Draker. Is that the Black Knight who vanished without a trace? There were rumors he was seen in Four Seasons City recently, and it seems they were true. He stood at the podium, microphone in hand, and declared, "I've been away from the front lines for so long, yet you still remember me. I'm truly honored. I hope today's lecture will be valuable for everyone. And now I, Duke Draker, will tell you about my journey from an ordinary academy student and how he became a Dark Knight." The students around him listened intently while he covered his mouth and commented, "What? I didn't expect him to be such an engaging speaker." Soon after, he droned on, and the students began to tire of it. Some slept, some listened in agony, and Dick could only force a smile. While he was excitedly rambling on, Robert thought to himself that he'd been boasting about himself for 2 hours straight and wondered when he'd finally stop. Seeing the students getting bored, Robert quickly intervened. "I told you to think it over, but Thea still apologized." Despite the students' rapt attention, time was up, leaving the speaker slightly bewildered as he thought to himself, "Excellent." The headmaster then pushed Duke forward, and the second speaker was so well known that no lengthy introduction was needed. Despite his busy role as a guardian knight, he still made time to be here today, which surprised him. The Draker family divides knights into 4 ranks: beginner knight, intermediate knight, advanced knight, and guardian knight, a pyramid with guardian knight at the top, holding power equal to the family's council of elders. Seeing this, he was lost in thought. Diego was still writing furiously, and since there were fewer than 10 guardian knights, it seemed the second speaker was no ordinary person. The headmaster's eyes glazed over as he checked the wall clock, then his own watch. A platinum-haired figure appeared before the crowd, their feet bearing silver spears. She entered, and Jack, resting his chin on his hand, observed her, assessing the newcomer with platinum hair and gleaming white armor. Striking, indeed, but he couldn't quite place her. The murmurs below caught his attention. He was lucky to be at Vanhwa. Yes, he never thought he'd see a silver knight in the flesh. Rick is a little surprised, quickly turning away and screaming inwardly. Lorem's tattoo. The girl's face slowly comes into view. So, that person is the eldest son of the Dracker family. She brushed a strand of hair from her face as she entered the Silver Knight Kali Dracker's Isun, a key port city in the central continent. The map displays routes from 3 cities: Isun, the Dota Republic, and the eastern continent. Isun is a bustling trade city that controls trade routes to both the southern and eastern continents. But a decade ago, this place was completely different. A lawless land overrun by southern pirates who controlled the ships coming and going from the port. In her past life, Callie frowned at her sword, filled with determination. After becoming an official knight of the family, Callie Draker began to purge them. 5 years after her crusade began, not a single pirate remained in Isun. She stood before a pirate ship stained with blood. Now, under Draker's protection, Isun became the largest port, flourishing with grand voyages. But with pirates wiped off the map, the surviving pirates fled to the Dead Sea south of the Dota Republic amidst raging storms. Before the Red Hall, Callie knelt solemnly as the holy sword touched her head. Callie is named the youngest Guardian Knight, but Ol frowns in disagreement, a title even Aben before his regression never achieved. Back in reality, Callie stands before the podium, looking down at the noisy students below. Z looks at her hesitantly, thinking to himself that even though he knew she was a big shot, he didn't expect her to be his older sister. Her face darkens as she grips the podium, revealing herself as Aben Draker's rival for the throne. Z watches her from his seat, resting his head on his hand. I didn't recognize her either because before the regression, Dracker had... Callie frowned, sighed, and then, losing patience, tapped her fingers on the desk before finally shouting with a commanding voice, silencing everyone. The students trembled in fear, and the room fell silent. Jack glanced at the trembling students around him, noticing their fear. Goodness, how could a Guardian Knight yell like that? Callie frowned, displeased with the stifling and noisy atmosphere, even after the instructor had arrived. Vanhwa, things weren't like this when I graduated. If our predecessors saw you now, they'd be so disappointed. She looked at the fearful, hesitant crowd and added, "Do you think this peace came easily?" "No, it was bought with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She asserts that understanding with your head alone is meaningless. Only action creates value, got it?" Crimson Face grins foolishly. "I see," Callie says, pounding the table, passionately lecturing that a true knight needs sprains from training, iron discipline, and a healthy knightly spirit. He sure does go on and on. After class, he walks through the campus, still hearing the chatter around him. Well, that's a nightmare. Indeed, I miss Duke Kwa's lectures too. He watched them walk away, hands in their pockets, thinking her advice wasn't bad, but the naive students didn't seem to get it. His eyes narrowed, and, incidentally, Diego's name. Earlier, Diego waved at him, laughing excitedly. "Sorry, bro, 5 hours of songwriting has set my soul on fire. I've already given Van his instructions, so I'll be going," Rich muttered to himself. Just like that, he's gone? After looking around, he thought it was a good thing he'd be busy with recruitment and life in Valhalla soon. Maybe he should take advantage of his free time to explore the Tarakan secret library. He then eagerly strode off, saying, "Let's go then." Someone watched him from behind, calling out to Dracker. Jack froze at her words as Callie approached, offering, "Could you spare some time?" He turned to face her. Then they arrived at the Vanhwa training grounds, standing on opposite sides. Callie drew her sword, her gaze cold. Rick's eyes widened, his brow furrowed as the blade glowed with a blue light. Is that the sword the Holy Kingdom gave her? He thought of the sword in the red sheath. The Holy Kingdom, once plagued by pirates near Isun, owes its relative peace to Kali, and that silver armor. They gifted her the armor and a pure mithril sword. She wore that armor and wielded that sword on many battlefields, earning her the moniker of the Silver Knight. She asks him to show her his full power, and he closes his eyes, twists his arm, and rotates it behind him to warm up. "Oh, so she wants to fight? She must have heard the rumors that I've reached the Azure realm." Without hesitation, he draws his sword, plunges it into the ground, and grips the hilt as she watches, puzzled. His full strength? He raises his sword, it glows, and he looks at her with determination. "Then I'm sorry," he thinks to himself. "That won't happen." His eyes narrowed with calculation. Revealing his talent would do more harm than good, as others were also watching. The Dracker family rule is simple. The strong dominate the weak, and reaching blue at 15 is an unprecedented miracle. If he reveals his true strength, those vying for succession will try to kill him, and the clan leader will try to control him. Z's imagines himself bound by his own family, a living mummy. He decides it's not too late to reveal his true power once he surpasses the clan leader. Jiang's family is preparing to attack. All he needs is the title of a descendant of this transcendent family. There's no way he'll let them control him. Immediately they clashed, their swords sparking, eyes locked. The sudden retraction of her blade surprised him. She struck Jiang's sword down, their faces close, his dark eyes watching his sword fall, before Kali's blade grazed his face, drawing blood. The system announces that the request has been received, temporarily suspending the activation of the healing element skill. His eyes darken with fear, thinking that the opponent, being a guardian knight, could detect the healing element skill. He recalls his previous fight with Duke, who glanced at him and sneered, "How can you recover so fast?" He frowns, reminding himself not to repeat the mistakes he made with Duke. Kali relentlessly advances, forcing him back, then seizes the moment to strike, her blade cleaving through, sending him flying. He stares in disbelief at his sparking sword, his shoulder gushing blood. He realizes that she's a red-level fighter, and suppressing his power to blue level was making things difficult. Kali leaps into the air, bringing her sword down upon him, as Rich grits his teeth and looks up. She swung her sword back for momentum, and he raised his sword to meet her descending blow. Rick parries the blow, surprising her. He glances up as a massive explosion erupts, smoke and dust filling the air, their swords still clashing, sparks flying. Kali realizes that any ordinary sword would have been shattered. Her gaze is icy as she looks down at him, kneeling on one knee, sword raised in defense. Kali remarks, "Not bad, you've got a fine sword." He looks back at her, his hands trembling as he grits his teeth. Sparks fly as they break apart, creating distance between them. She wipes her face, panting, thinking about forcing her sword down to match the blue level. Going up against her crimson blade with an imperial one was a bit reckless. She's ice cold. You think keeping your distance will keep you safe? Seeing this, he looked up, puzzled, his eyes widening as he gazed at the blue light beside him. Ah, I forgot. Before she was known as the Silver Knight, Kali Draker had another title, the Greatsword, because her blade swings like a giant's sword. Immediately, Kali swung her sword, slicing off strands from Ree's epaulette, startling him. Reach grits his teeth, blood gushing from his mouth as he struggles. The sword flies from his hand, and the wall behind him shatters and collapses. The sword flew from his grasp and plunged into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and Z stared in stunned silence. Damn, I didn't control my power well enough, but she's staring wide-eyed at me through the smoke. As the blue light and smoke faded, Rick staggered out of the hole, leaning against the wall, then wondered, was that acting convincing enough? He wiped his chin, smiled at her with a disheveled face, and thought, hey, is that woman even a little satisfied? The surrounding area is in ruins and filled with smoke. Kali, surprised, sheathes her sword and praises him. Impressive. Zaker trembled, gritting his teeth as he leaned against a rock for support and stood up. You withstanding that one sword strike exceeded my expectations. Then, frowning and nodding, she finally looked up at him, a determined proposition on her lips. Zaker, there's something I need to ask of you. Meanwhile, Jack quickly collapses to the ground, startling Kali. She frantically rushes over. Jack, are you okay? She cradles him in her arms as he winces in pain, clutching her arm. Damn, the internal injuries are severe, she cries out. Did you overuse your aura? Next, Kali rummages through her bag, opens a vial, and pours it into his mouth, saying, This is the family's finest recovery elixir. Just drink it. A red light enveloped his body as she laid him on the ground. The system confirms the administrator's request. The class skill, Recovery Factor, is now continuously activated. Squinting at the situation, this should be enough to avoid suspicion. Reactivating the temporarily suspended recovery factor, this was all staged. He recalls when he drew his sword, not only testing his strength just enough to look like he reached blue level, but when that great sword came at him, he intentionally let it graze him. Instead of countering, remembering when Kali's attack came towards him, he put his hand out to block the sword instead of holding it, his eyes also showing a daze. Somehow, right before the attack landed, there was a strange opening, and everything went smoothly from there. I let Kali's aura flood my body, even though I can't directly manipulate it. His body emanates red aura, while his arm is invaded by blue aura, naturally causing internal injuries. Z looks up at Kali, who is watching him with worry and guilt. Kali will now believe that I can use light energy, and she'll mistakenly think I was injured from abusing its power. Then he holds his head and slowly sits up. Are you feeling any better? She asks. Rex smiles as if nothing happened. Yes, thanks to you. Thank you, Miss Kali. She smiles, stands, and offers him her hand. Just call me older sister. Z lowered his hand, looking bewildered. In a deserted alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage makes its way through the narrow passage as Callie offers him a cup of tea, saying, I heard you like tea, so I brought some. This tea is imported from the eastern continent. I hope you like it. He sat nervously in his seat, clasping his hands, and nodded. Ah, yes, thank you. Then he recalled his previous meeting with the head of the family, who had also smiled. He wondered just how far the news of his liking tea had spread. They're in a castle, and seeing how different the carriage is from the inside, they're suspicious. Is this really the inside of the carriage? I couldn't tell from the outside. It's a disguise. A night escort's carriage would attract too much attention, he thought to himself. From the training grounds to the outskirts by carriage? Rich held his teacup, looking at Callie across from him. Is this something sensitive that others shouldn't hear? Her words made him pause, mid-sip. Knights of Slaughter, she affirmed. I want you to help me stop Dracker. He recalled her resolute face as she made her request, and setting down his tea, he asked seriously, What did you say? Abin is the second son of the Dracker family. Callie takes her tea, closing her eyes and bowing her head. I wasn't clear enough. Let me explain step by step. She elaborated. Aben is currently violating one of our family's core tenets. The neutral faction's Aben is actively involved in the conflict between the Zom Empire and Alenia, siding with the Empire. He sets down his tea, wondering, Aben has moved this quickly? Then he questions Callie. Doesn't the Four-Star Association know about this? She affirmed. No, they're turning a blind eye. Rick stared into the tea, then elaborated. The council is divided. One faction has begun to support Aben and the Empire. So you're saying the elders have all been bought? He asks. Callie replies. Some are still neutral. Raj gazed at her, realizing the conservative council of elders had chosen neutrality over opposition. It was only a matter of time before they all turned. She raised her tea in agreement. It's a reasonable assumption. We're investigating who he's pulling the strings of, but we can't wait for him to make a mistake. If we let Aben run rampant, it's only a matter of time before a large-scale war erupts. Jack's eyes hardened, realizing Kaylee's prophecy was indeed accurate. 3 years since his regression, and Aben was already crushing the family crest in his hand. The flames of war continue to rise. In 7 years, the Draker family and the Zom Empire, under Ain's control, will ignite a continental war. Countless lives were lost or ruined. The sky turned black, the earth was soaked in blood, and flames consumed the family's pawns. Callie then put down her teacup. And so, I've made my decision. She looked up, serious, determined to create a force capable of stopping Aben. Callie thought of those swayed by him. Aben was slowly seizing control of Dracker's upper echelons. He likely believed that once the head was captured, the body would naturally follow. In contrast, she also held soldiers, but true knights do not bow to power. They follow justice and lofty ideals. Kali's eyes were full of determination. And so, loyal to my beliefs, I intend to gather the lower-ranked knights of the 4-Star Legion. Then she looked at him, and he looked back at her, but she wouldn't force his support. He was young, a pure-blooded awakened with a bright future ahead. Rich calmly narrowed his eyes, bringing the teacup to his lips. Now I'm beginning to understand what kind of person Callie Draker is. Across from him, Callie also raised her teacup, closing her eyes to savor the taste. Zik realized she held steadfast beliefs, yet was flexible enough to bend for the greater good. A pure and upright person. Perhaps the openings in her great sword technique appeared because she was worried about him. He thinks back to her earlier sword strike, seeing her true swordsman self behind her gentle facade. Strong, upright, yet incredibly kind at heart. She set down her teacup and confided that if things didn't go well, he could be branded a traitor, so he should take his time to decide. Rick sets down his tea. Thank you for your concern. The chair rocks and Rick kneels, placing his fist on the ground before Callie. But I've already made my decision, he says, the teacup in her hand gleaming. Then, to her surprise, he declared, though I am inexperienced, please allow me to join your chivalrous cause. Hearing this, Callie smiled. Thank you. That day, at the Vanna Research Facility, Jack stared at the system screen, thinking to himself, in my past life, I only had a rough idea of the family's news through Kay, but I didn't expect the corruption to have started even before the Continental War broke out. The family isn't bound by Aben's rule. The reason I wanted to leave the Draker family early was to avoid Aben's interference while building forces for the Continental War. But if someone shares that goal, I don't need to leave. Z walks the grounds, lost in thought. No, actually, that's perfect. Staying in the family makes it easier to keep an eye on Aben, and with Kaylee taking the lead, the pressure on me will lessen. To achieve that, I need to become a proper knight and sway public opinion in Kali's favor. Though she's the eldest daughter and a family knight, Kali isn't of awakened pure blood, nor is she of a powerful lineage. In his past life, she failed against Aben's faction and couldn't save the Draker family. He considers the current balance, with himself and Kaylee against Aben. But if I, a pure blood who has awakened, become a knight and stand behind Kali, that should be enough to sway the biased public opinion. Then he recalled his decision to kneel before Kali, which allowed him to play the role of a knight even though he wasn't qualified. He nonchalantly picks at his ear, ignoring the system map displayed on the screen. In any case, we're almost there. The Valhalla Research Facility, Central Library. Before ZTK stood a colossal building. The reason he traveled all the way to Valhalla was to enter Tarasan's top-secret archive. Inside, he found towering shelves and vast desks. Arriving at a room within, the system announced his arrival. Rich looked around in disbelief. This is the secret archive? The system window fades, a hint of disappointment on his face as he touches the books on the shelf. Seriously? This is way worse than I expected. He lightly touches and reads the titles, tiny and filled with nothing but useless old books, lamenting the heart and fang. Because the system marked it, I thought this place would hide something crazy like Bahamut's heart or fang. Z rubbed his shoulders, complaining with a wink. Damn, was this a waste of time? He paced around when suddenly the system appeared. Update node detected. Before him, a glowing portal, a system window, and shelves begin to materialize. What is this? Next, his eyes widened as he looked at the system window above, which prompted him to synchronize and update Itarekan Draker's secure archive from an external administrator. Z wondered, an external administrator? Does that mean Tarakan was also a system user like me? He then looked at the bookshelf, forming in confusion. If that bookshelf only responds to the system, no wonder no one's found it. The system continued to notify him. The secure archive data of Tarakan operator Dracker has been synchronized, granting you access to it anytime via the system, which provides a categorized index for efficient browsing. 1. Operations Organization Manual. 2. Dragon Subjugation Technical Manual, version 5.21. 3. Reference Material. 4. A collection of growth proverbs. He stood dumbfounded before the newly teleported iron shelf. Oh well, he'd deal with the complicated stuff later. Honestly, these titles sound pretty mediocre. I asked for something that would help me grow the most, right now. The system confirms the administrator's request and has found a book that fits the criteria. He stares at the glowing book on the shelf. Oh, is this it? He holds the cultivation technique with some doubt. True dragon sword technique. He looked around, puzzled, never having heard of it before. Let's see who the author is. His eyes widened in surprise. He thought of that swordsman, the closest aide to the hero, King Kai-Sha. King Kai-Sha's closest aide. His eyes narrowed with disbelief, casting a doubtful gaze around the room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating a slightly open door. At a desk, someone diligently writes that Satan Dracker wishes to explain the reason he conceived this ultimate technique. He sits under candlelight, solemnly writing about how the bond between dragons and humanity began with the great hero King, thanks to someone. Despite their weakness, humans could form contracts with the ultimate beings, dragons, but not for noble reasons. He carefully pens each line, revealing that it all boils down to pity for humanity. Because compared to other races, humans have always been weak and lacking. Towers sprouted like mushrooms, and the number of contractors skyrocketed, leading to the rise of a unique civilization across the continent. Yet this very rapid development fills me with unease, he thought, picturing the fearsome visage of the dragons. I fear the dragons. If such a superior race can help humanity out of compassion, they can just as easily turn on us and destroy us at any time. And if that fear becomes reality and the flames of mankind rise, humanity will surely be destroyed. Overnight, without resistance. He sat solemnly at his desk, writing these words. And so, I began searching for a way to fight dragons. Then it occurred to me. The first thing I thought of was magic. But magic is the very gift the dragons gave to humanity. The dragon's claws reached into the hearts of men and drew a circle around them. Human hearts could not create magic, but the dragons carved magic circles into them, allowing humanity to wield magic. Then he thought of Kaya, realizing that using magic against dragons was like using their own power against them. Completely illogical. Next, I considered the Hero King's elemental sword, A power feared even by dragons, surging with the strength of icy waters. But that power was only for those of royal elven blood, as the papers piled up on the table. So I dedicated myself to finding a new power source that belonged solely to humanity. Surpassing human limitations, from the original swordsmanship of the North to the mystical power of the East, a cup of tea and countless books, large and small, appeared on the table. Ironically, you, Kronos Uruk, the Hero King's dragon, aided me in this research. His body glows with green energy. When I asked why, Kronos simply said he did it for fun. But in his eyes, I saw a long research process. And finally, Kronos and I discovered a new power called aura. Not magic, but a unique power that only humans can harness and use. The hero's sword rests beside the book he created. After uncovering that clue, and after the Hero King passed away, I continued to devote myself to researching aura. He gazed at the markings on the worn books, and before long, the research bore fruit. I compiled all the knowledge of aura, from its concept and operation to the sword techniques that utilized it, and compiled it into the ultimate dragon-slaying technique, as people moved about the city, including those adorned with jewels. He continued to write. Fortunately, as of this writing, the fear of dragons betraying humanity has not come to pass, but I am certain that one day this swordsmanship will become necessary for humanity. He affirmed, "If anyone finds this codex, I yearn for them to understand my wishes and dedicate themselves to training to become a savior of humanity." The cool fan still blows. Rake stands in front of the bookshelf, muttering the last few lines. Fortunately, as of the time I write these lines, the fear of dragons betraying humanity has not yet come to pass, but I am certain that one day this swordsmanship will be essential for humanity. Suddenly, a system window popped up, drawing his attention to an achievement quest. The successor of San has mastered the Dragon Slaughter sword technique of Sword Saint Satan Drucker. Time limit, 3 months. Reward, the coordinates to the Kronos Dynasty treasury. He sighed. It appears as soon as I finish reading. He put the book back on the shelf, staring at the system window, muttering, "The Kronos Dynasty's treasure must contain treasures far beyond anything I've ever seen." He stroked his chin, staring at the system window, lost in thought. The problem is the 3-month time limit. Could this be even harder to learn than elemental sword techniques? It seems I'll have to dedicate myself to mastering the Dragon Slayer sword technique. He then looked at the system panel, turning his back on the bookshelf with doubt. Come to think of it, San was right after all. He imagined dragons filling the sky, bringing death and destruction. Though countless ages have passed since the era of Hero Kings, their fears have come to pass, and the consequence is the war to liberate humanity. He then looks up and asks if the system has any useful information in its secret archives. Like Terracon's journals, for example, it responds, confirming the administrator's request and locating a suitable document. Replaying Terracon's magic diary footage, he stands in a room before being transported to an empty desert in confusion, his eyes warily scanning the room as the space around him transforms, recalling when he stood in the system's space, like when the tutorial started, and everything went haywire. Above him, a blinding light appears, and Rich, standing in the desert, looks around, confused as to where he is. His eyes burned as he turned toward the light behind him, seemingly a space created by the system. Rich peered at the golden glow behind him. He stepped back as the dragon roared, and Rick was stunned by what he saw. The system prompts him, activating the undaunted spirit skill. His face pales with fear, his whole body trembling as he stares wide-eyed at the dragon, the realism so intense it feels like reality. Before him, a massive dragon writhes in the sand, unsurprising that it was once considered the pinnacle of all creation. A dragon. A voice echoes from behind, and he glances back at Bahamut. The dragon's form fades, and he looks up at it, realizing it's the evil dragon. Bahamut. Another figure approaches from behind, and he glances back at the newcomer, one whose presence he didn't sense until they spoke. The figure in the cloak is blurry. This one's a monster in a way I haven't seen before. The figure passed right through him, leaving Dish confused as he cautiously touched his chest, watching the newcomer. He just walked right through me. Am I merely reliving a memory, a visual record? And what I'm seeing now is recorded in Turkin's journal. Could it be the dragon rising up and roaring at the other figure? The legendary battle between Dragon Slayer Turkin Draker and Bahamut. The dragon leaps into the air, claws extended for the attack, and he watches with wide-eyed excitement. It's beginning. The battle only spoken of in legends will unfold before my very eyes. Bahamut's foot slams down next to Tursin. He stood watching calmly as the dragon's eyes flashed with impatience. What are you hesitating for, Tarekin? Their figures fade into the distance. The man's face darkened, unreadable, silent. The dragon scoffed, disappointed. The one I chose as my contractor. Space warps, and his eyes widen in confusion. What? Rex shouted in his mind, his eyes wide with disbelief. Terrakan is Bahamut's contractor, like Kaya and Kronos. He regains his composure, frowning as he grits his teeth and looks up. So, the legend of Turkan the Dragon Slayer defeating Bahamut, could it be? He stared blankly into the hazy void before him. Then he turned and looked around, the space gradually becoming indefinite. Jack shouted in panic, why did everything suddenly turn out like this? On the other side, the dragon and the man were still talking to each other, while he stood behind, struggling. He couldn't actually hear what they were saying. He shouted, "System, is there no way to fix this?" It's also displaying a message, unable to confirm administrator request. Gritting his teeth in frustration, his eyes widened in shock, then darted back to the figure, whose face was obscured as he stood motionless. He recalled what Kai Xia had said earlier in the temple. What? A contracted dragon can harm its contractor? Ha ha, this is so ridiculous, it's unbelievable. He sat cross-legged in the air, shaking his finger and denying it with his eyes closed. Dragons could never betray humans. Inside the cave, his voice was clearer, but conversely, if there was betrayal, the space would emit streaks of purple blood. Turkan swung his sword, slashing the dragon's body, causing it to spray blood everywhere. He also saw the human milk. Kai Xia's voice echoed. It could only be coming from the contractor.